throughout. He hasn't been bad by any means, but he hasn't been the all-star that Fnatic had when they were winning trophy after trophy. If he could step up, go demon time in this lower bracket, that's a recipe for success.
Yeah, and with the attack here, again, talking about how CNET is going to be playing, we expected, you know, a little bit of that Sentinel play. He's not going to go that much into the lurks. I'd be more concerned about, as a captain, to me, it's going to be about the fight in mid. In both of the halves, I think that the start is going to be so important. And looking at Leo, we were talking about him, he has to be #1 to be dealing with CNET.
One of these two teams is guaranteed going home. It's a familiar match, but really the head-to-head to watch is CNET versus Alpha. The two best talents to ever come out of Turkey have stepped up to the plate on the international stage in this elimination game.
Yeah, so let's send it over to your casters. Give a warm welcome to Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Now, very quickly, everybody, while we're on camera, screenshot this man. He's got a green screen. He's wearing a green screen, and you can have fun with that. So please.
Do it. Do your worst. Do your worst, Internet.
Funny images at us.
Do your worst.
And we'll be very happy. But now, let's focus up. Let's get ready to dive into this matchup. Bring back to that lower bracket final over at EMEA. These teams very familiar with one another. No compositional changes as we go into split. The last time they played this in that lower bracket final, it went the distance, 14-12, going to Fnatic to close out the series.
Yeah, every time they played the split this year, it's been very close. So certainly expecting another banger here to start out. You know, you've got some pretty big compositional differences. Desk was doing a great job highlighting it. CNET on that chamber. You've got Durka on the Yoru. I think a lot of this comes down to me for Fnatic, just how well can you combo that Yoru utility, particularly on the attacker side. Not as important in some ways because you're able to spread the map a lot more with this Yoru. You can gate crash around and Durka gets an opening kill.
Oh, takes it down. That's going to be CNET out of the equation. Don't have to worry about that headhunter anymore. Does get tagged down at 15. There's Mr. Fallen just leading the way there. Stun across as the push game ready to come through. Alpha here trying to stay elusive. Buster with some covering fire. Takes down Cracks. Alpha now peeking over into Garage. Finds himself a second.
Strike down B.
And that is going to be Mr. Fallen all on his lonesome with just 13 HP and a dream. Fake out, kill. Durka gets a second. Fnatic get a pistol, and Alpha here trolls his teammate.
Oh well. Not the end of the world there. But this is something that I'm really keen to watch for Fnatic is these rotation protocols, the timings on when to go. So immediately after Durka gets that first kill, he TPs over to the A side to sort of reinforce that, make sure they've got a little extra oomph if it goes that way. Yeah, okay, Boaster, let him know. One pistol round, but sure.
Showing off that Mandarin that he's been practicing. Well, now Durka just going to be picking up that Marshall. 2 rifles invested here for Fnatic. Phantom's in play. There's Fault Line getting a connection onto everybody, but no one's swinging off of that one.
That's going to pull the rotation already for Leo, and this is something that's already looking good for Fnatic.
Flash going in behind Chronicle, faces back in towards main, finds one. And that's just going to be the cleanup getting ready to come through. Is shot into the leg. And it's a flawless anti-eco here for the side of Fnatic. Chronicle collecting 3. Very solid start.
You know what I'm already seeing here, Achilles, is just good protocols. Just the way that Fnatic is reacting to what FUT is doing. You know, especially you got to watch the initiators like Leo being able to maneuver himself around the map. He gets the early contact with the fault line, doesn't have much impact, but he's immediately coming to the other side of the map to help out if necessary. Doesn't play a huge role in that round as both Durka and Chronicle doing a great job locking down that A site.
I mean, look at the arsenal here for Fnatic going into this bonus round. Full rifles and operator. Only the armor going to be the big difference here between the two squads.
And this is the side of the map where this comp for Fnatic is really stifling, especially when you can get Durka those early kills like that. Just a huge pick, and then he's all of a sudden out, and you don't know where he went. He's already TPing, heading over to the other side of the map. So if you're trying to guess based on where that op is, it's going to be really tough to try to avoid it.
Push up in the mid. Trailblazer taking a peek in towards Mail, but not going to be spotting much of anything. Alpha has pulled quite far back. CNED going to have to use that rendezvous, gets himself out. Does note the Yoru, however. Know where that op is at, and that's where they're looking to drift away from. So making their way over here towards B, but Fnatic have already corralled 4 players on this side of the map. They are ready to crunch. They're ready to shut down this push. Full shots coming through. Aftershock to further stave things off. Time going to be bought. Still 45 seconds remaining. This Flash connecting. CNED with a jiggle peek. Swing it. Crack's going to be able to take down Chronicle. First step there for the Cypher, but Alpha here just peeking into heaven. Takes out Fallen. For a little bit more. Boombot now on the setup. Leo here, bottom rope. Taking one out. Not quite reacting, though, to Cracks' push. but still, solid damage dealt, and Fnatic with a man advantage.
CNED's able to slip the net, but he's making some noise, and Dirk is ready.
Cracks. Nice catch. Able to find Alpha here, now looks to try to join in. They know that this Yoru is here. Shots coming through. CNED somehow getting away from that shot. Dirk just can't quite make it connect, and now it's Boaster on his lonesome to try to close this out.
Now, they're not quite yet reading the direction he's going to come from, but with this lack of information, should be able to figure out pretty quickly. And he either came from ropes or all the way around the map, so see how FUT wants to handle this. Still trying to suss out his position.
And even if they hear the tap, Pink Shell is available, but it won't be necessary. CNED to close it. FUT, they do get themselves on board here in the third round, not allowing for that bonus conversion, but still suffer some heavy losses.
Yeah, FUT just good awareness on this early rotation from Alpha, or excuse me, from Chronicle through the spawn. And that opening pick gives them just a bit of extra breathing room, because the initial protocols here from Fnatic are really, really good to use that utility to keep them stuck in B heaven. That's the whole plan there. And even if you lose Chronicle immediately, Durka TPs back towards their spawn, has the op there to hold down to make sure they can't rotate all the way back through Defender spawn. So there's some good things happening there from Fnatic, but it's just really good patience here from FUT that buys them that round, winning some big battles in that back space behind the B heaven stairwell.
And because of the arsenal that Fnatic did have going into that round, now both economies a little bit wishy-washy. See, the Outlaw, the Bulldog, the Guardian in play here for the side of FUT. Stingers, Bulldogs as well for the side of Fnatic. This round here is very much going to impact the long-term economy for both squads.
Yeah, I love this Outlaw purchase. Has tremendous potential for EDG. Do some damage, maybe win one of those flank battles that he is so want to take. I'm gonna get just a little bit of information, seeing Boaster. That doesn't give you too much on the defensive setup right now of Fnatic, as they are immediately now rotating back towards B. You know, leaving this 2-3 setup. It's gonna be Boaster up in heaven. Let's see how well they can handle this.
Spray across with EDG. Outlaw through, able to find Chronicle through that one way. Captain now pushing forward. Flash coming across. Does get the catch here, slowing them up as they get ready to go for this plant. Players here for the side of Fnatic, and Turka comes away with 3! Now just EDG, an Outlaw in hand, pushes out of the smoke. The right click's not connecting. The bullet's just dancing around the outskirts of Boaster's hitbox. He manages to keep himself alive, and we're gonna have to see that back on the replay, because the impact from Durka, that shut everything down.
Yeah, and it's the timing that he can use off those gate crashes to rotate just a little bit faster, to get here a little bit sooner. Use that fake out to catch a bunch. Huge. Again, a lot of the Fnatic gameplay here is stall for the rotations, and they're gonna come quicker than you expect because of that Yoru. And Fnatic doing a great job holding that round down, despite, like you said, kind of a odd buy. And now it's a full-on eco and a full-on.
Oh my God! Disgusting! 2 shots, 2 kills. Durka off the rip, putting him down. Paint Shell now lobbed in. CNED gonna be eating quite a bit of damage. Just trying to stay stagnant here, just trying to stay silent. Got the Headhunter, but only 2 bullets for it. That Boombot's about to scout him. Gets the headshot on the one, but then Durka playing up onto the corner, able to take him down, stop any further bleeding. EDG noted, dead. Fnatic 4-1.
Yeah, Fnatic here just understanding what they saw the last time in an eco from FUT, and this time they challenge it. It's just a slow push up in a 4-1 split up towards A ramp, and they just say, okay, well, we've got an Outlaw, you don't have shields, we're just gonna win this fight. And Durka was great with it on top of that. So just a good quick read from Fnatic, just kind of saying, this is what we saw previously. Let's see if we can punish it. You can see Chronicle now changing his util over towards B. Gonna be trying to play a lot of stall and delay. Toxic screen as well, gonna be over there. And you do have the chamber ult, but Durka immediately, they're using this ult to try to flush players over in. Seeing if they can get that fault line to connect. It does with a flash work.
Then swing out. It's just full flashed. Spike now stranded here in sewer. But calling for help. Another flash sent in, spotting a pixel, but can't quite get the spam across. Paranoia connecting, but he's got the gate crash and just gets out scot-free.
It's so huge. What a play there from Durka, setting himself up with a little help from Leo. Very nicely handled.
Oh, Alpha. Yep, he's gonna say caught with util in hand. Swings back in. Does end up falling. Showstopper. suspecting that Chronicle is going to be here in backside. Does he just send it? Yes, he does. But already he's dead. CNET able to collect that. 2v4, okay. A 2v3. It's Leo with a spray, able to find one. Points it out, aftershock coming through, forces him off the plant, but still plenty of time here. Play through 4 foot, swing out, Durka able to collect one, but it's all on Leo, and he can't make it happen. 2 players left, 2 rounds on the board. FUT now trying to get themselves back into the driver's seat.
Yeah, despite the early pick, despite the early advantage that it looked like Fnatic might be able to utilize, it's a good recovery here from FUT. This opener onto Alpha, just getting a timing, getting the showstopper. Add a captain, catching Boaster, trying to creep up the stairs. And then they pin Chronicle in the corner. He had no chance one way or another. Nicely timed, nicely executed. And every attack round win is huge for FUT. Is this comp for Fnatic generally defender sided?
Let's play.
Showstopper off the rip.
Alpha here looking to get pretty aggressive as he makes his way over towards mid. Trailblazer trying to scout, but there's a lot of players corralled here, but in fact, it's just going to be a boom bot taken down.
Here.
Tour de force as well for CNED, watching that B angle. 3 players on site already, looking to, again, try to keep FUT pinned right at B heaven.
Out. Nothing spotted there. Paranoia does connect, but Leo not marked by it. Sees one. It's a nice flash in, and a lot of damage across. They just spam through the wall. CNET able to find one. Cracks finding 2. B site now open. Cracks wise to it. It's sense. It's a paint shell cross, but he has to be the one to recover. Waits for the poison orb to get invested. Now can try to go for the recovery here on the spike. Grabs it. Blast packs his way back over. Plant now going to be coming through.
Tough 2v3 now. You do have the Viper's Pit if you so choose as well. 4 foot.
The save.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. You have that operator. Want to make sure you keep that for future rounds. But this is just a great crunch, great timing hit from the side of FUT. And even though Fnatic's somewhat ready for it, it's FUT's turn this time to kind of remember what happened last time Fnatic tried to stall them up in B heaven, and they didn't have that extra angle from Garage to clear a little bit of space, and CNED finds a great timing there with the tour de force to shut down Chronicle and open up tons of extra room. And Cracks as well, looking really, really good. He struggled mightily the last time they came out against 100 Thieves, so having him come out hot on this raise, come out, start popping off, is a huge boon for FUT Esports.
Holding a very hard line here, but pings had come through. FUT seemingly pretty aware of it. They're not going to give him the time of day, not going to give it the attempt. They would love to take the operator away from him, but don't want to hand over any more charges towards that next dimensional drift. So FUT, a solid round win here, string 2 together. Now just 1 separating from tying things up. Like you said, on this attack side, the more they get, the better it is for them.
Bron's dying too fast.
Well, sometimes that happens. You take a bullet to the head.
Do be like that. Couple ults to speak of. Seekers 1 away from Mr. Fallen. Of course, still that Viper's Pit. 1 away from the Rolling Thunder for Leo. The Neural Theft for Chronicle. The Omens as well with their ults, but those are more situational generally. As this time, it's going to be playing at the top of ramp is Durka with that op. But it's more of a 3-2 opening split. I think checking for aggression was FUT, having Mr. Fallen over there to back up EDG. Just in case they got a little bit aggressive again with that Yoru. Have a little bit of extra cover, but
CNED very clean on the movement, gets himself out of there. Minimal damage taken. This Chronicle does get knocked down a little bit lower. Yep, push him under the trip with the spray. Bolster's dead. He should have been EDG dead in that position, but somehow turns it around. Was expecting it off the back of the Paranoia. Now just wide swinging back across to get himself out of the safety. Reveal in. Leo able to play off that one. Crack's going to be taken down. Spots out a couple of additional players, but Atta Captain now finding Alpha here. Chronicle here on the site. Sends out the Neural Theft. Seekers chasing onto the rest of the team. The Rolling Thunder now to try to hold everybody at bay and TP over onto the A site, but Atta Captain noted, revealed, and Durka slowly creeping up. The operator in hand. He finds the shot. Spike now on the floor.
patience.
30 seconds left.
Paying dividends for Fnatic there.
And Mr. Fallen is just not ready for it at all. Been having a rough game so far. Now EDG. Nothing more to be done. Just drift back over here, wait out the rest of the time, but this round very much getting away from FUT.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, and even though they win that opening exchange, they shouldn't have. The change in positioning of those trap wires for Fnatic worked a treat. They caught 2 players with it, should have had the first. But somehow EDG was able to get out of there and get the kill onto Boaster, because he followed up right away with that paranoia as well. And then the other trap wire right at the front of B catches a player. They're able to spam him down through the blocks, and it is just unbelievable. Just aim for the feet and spray. This right here is huge, getting cracks off the rip. And then again, having this Yoru makes it a lot harder to make plays like that Omen TP work, because that Yoru can stick around for a really long time over on the other end and use that gate crash to quickly get back to try to help out on a potential retake or defense of the other side of the map. Durka, it's the poison orb to consider. Trailblazer coming. That's going to back him off a little bit.
They'll spot him. And now he's just back over here at screens. Flash in, not really getting a blind connection on anyone there.
Here.
He's got 2 players committed to crossover at ramp. CNED trying to lead the charge. Moving away, shifting off that rendezvous, so doesn't have the fast TP back into sewers. Pit now going to be invested here up in heaven just to try to take some control. Boaster spamming across, trying to find somebody. Cannot. Cracks, able to collect him. As the Omen goes down. But how do they get themselves now onto the site? Durka still here, Alpha here, still in heaven. And now they're very much aware of it as CNED falls.
Here.
Brilliant setup from FUT.
I mean, it feels like in all likelihood they're going to have to try to just pivot across into vent. Try to rotate towards that B site, but Chronicle's still holding it down.
Cover going out.
And he's got a trap wire right in B heaven as well, so if they do make that pivot, he could get a quick kill and back out, buy some time for rotations potentially, but still FUT considering how to make this work. Don't have any more flashes.
Fault line at the ready. Decoy sent, the peek, the kill. Mr. Fallen dead once more. Durka continues to make the site somewhat unassailable. They finally are able to displace him. Leo getting juggled around, attention pulled in multiple different ways, ends up falling. Now it's Alpha and Chronicle to try to clutch it out. Flash pack through, and EDG somehow comes away with that kill. A 3-piece for him. The plant now with 4 seconds to spare. Chronicle finds himself in a 1v3, but HP bars dangerously low here for 2 of the players. If he can isolate, pick them off. Still has to worry about the showstopper, but now he doesn't. Cracks the first one to fall, and suddenly this becomes so much more winnable for Chronicle. Shots here below the headshot found, but Attic Captain with the swing timing stops him from getting that next opportunity. Operator going to be picked up. FUT again, 1 round away from tying us.
You gotta love the creative use of the Viper's Pit here by FUT. They gain mid control, so they know that they can use this Viper's Pit to smother whoever is in ropes. And they take out Boaster. There's no mid control at all with this setup that Fnatic is going for. And it costs them, because they're able to clear a little bit of extra space, take some time to really think about how they want to attack this A site. And they're able to come from a couple different angles towards that elbow area, clear some players out, give themselves a plant. And I mean, Chronicle did what he could, and the last time they played this map, it came down to a lot of clutches. But here so far, just been good, steady play, good counter reads.
Just a quick little peek out, and then a slow drift away from the angle. Swing out, Durka, what is that? Completely disrespects the operator, says that one's mine.
You got another dink.
Dink across onto Cracks. Turn for the flash, set up for the gate crash, try to get himself out to safety. Should it be necessary, but I think now FUT, they might be having the second guess his approach here onto the A site.
Right there.
Boaster tucked in that corner is a great angle for a paranoia. Once they get confirmation that their player's coming through, just need someone to watch that angle for him to get that info. But right now, it's a 3-2 split. His FUT has cut sound. I want to give away that they're still in this position. Well, that gives it away right there.
Well, there goes that. Showstopper now. In play, up over the top. Cracks seeking a target. Full flash connecting on a Boaster, but EDG just doesn't check the corner. Boaster collects his second as Cracks does fall.
Down A.
Spike up here above, but the pinch in from behind. Chronicle taking out Mr. Fallen. As Fnatic get themselves up to 6.
That's just good discipline play from Fnatic, and an unchecked corner costs FUT a lot in this round. Never identifying Boaster's position. And it also helps that Durka is absolutely on one right now.
I mean, he's just going crazy.
He is fried.
17, 6, and 5 at the moment here on that Yoru.
30 seconds.
I mean, the last time that they played that 14-12 scoreline, it was Alpha who was really keeping them out in front, who was able to help secure that victory, putting up an incredible performance on the Rays. But this time, Durka I don't know what he ate. I don't know what he did to prepare. Keep doing it.
Keep it up. Looking good.
Because he is just on one right now.
And this is a huge boon for Fnatic. If Durka can really heat up, you know, with the likes of Alpha, Leo, and Chronicle as well, that is a disturbingly scary team to have to go up against because of how much firepower this team certainly has. And FUT as well, tons of firepower. And credit to FUT, frankly, they're having a great half. I am really impressed so far with the way that they're able to kind of use some of these setups against Fnatic. They're finding space, and then they're creating their own space with stuff like that really clever Viper's Pit at A Heaven. Stuff like that is really, really working well for them. I suspect they're losing a lot of these first blood trades, which would be the only thing I'd say is maybe a little bit concerning. That's something that really was a killer for them against 100 Thieves, but you know what? They're able to recover quite nicely, but now they've got to do a lot more because they are on an eco. There's an outlaw for Durka. And he's got a lot of juicy targets for that weapon. Going to be setting up in mid. A couple players over there. It looks like something that FUT is considering trying to challenge.
Push up. A wider angle here onto Ramen. Here's some of the footsteps. Smoke across there onto Mail. The swing out. Durka able to find the second shot. Just get tagged down to 19, but he gets his and he gets out.
Still though, they're seeding mid control for this. They got to be careful. Nobody's watching ropes. Cracks. It's kind of freely making his way through. Finally, Boaster starts accounting for it. A good win for Mr. Fallen.
A little bit too aggressive there from the side of Durka. Just considering how low he was. Weapon not going to be recoverable though. His Alpha is still sat atop ramp, watching the angle.
Yeah, it's going to come up to Boaster potentially. It looks like if they keep drifting in this direction to win some fights at this rope. But again, all mid control given, and they're just watching B Heaven and these ropes. Boaster?
Oh, gets off of that one now. Finds two quick kills. CNET and Cracks both going to be dealt with. Alpha finding Fallen. Spike now. Can be grabbed by EDG, but nothing more to be dealt. Alpha here puts him down. Fnatic now 7-4. His FUT get ready to go into the last round of the half. A last purchase to see if they can make this a 7-5.
Yeah, and you're not super close to any ults here for FUT Esports. 2 away from a Seekers. That's the closest you're going to have. Meanwhile, there is that dimensional drift for Durka again. Last time around, we saw him get very aggressive out of A main with it. Let's see if he's just going to kind of chill out. Maybe play for a bit more retake. There's a lot of attention being put at mid here by Fnatic. Got Leo with his util, Boaster there, and Alpha to back him up. Lead the charge, and there it's the same push out. No, Cracks wins the fight against Alpha.
Make this pinch happen, but yeah, Alpha does end up falling, but Cracks going to be traded out, so now Raiseless, both of these squads. Durka just going to be going out behind the box, takes a quick little gate crash back over into A.
You could see the ideas behind these dimensional drifts is to try to funnel players into the traps that are set up by Fnatic on the other side of the map, and it doesn't really work as far as Fnatic would like. You know, losing that first blood to FUT. Yes, they're able to trade. But they're not able to do any more damage after that. FUT just able to plant their feet, hold on to this round nicely, but they haven't grabbed the spike just yet.
Oh, the instant dink into the spray down. Leo coming up with a second. Ada Captain going to be taken out. Another flash sent. EDG with nice timing. Does catch Chronicle unaware and use the push up and find Leo. Man starting to come online in a very big way when they need him the most, and now it's all on Durka. Drops down, grabs a weapon, but cannot steady it fast enough. EDG, another big round from him. Gets FUT up to 5.
Yeah, Fnatic is struggling a little bit at times, and FUT has good reads, especially on that drop down, knowing that Durka likes to come right out the back of that fake out. And EDG knows that he can step up there, find a timing on that drop down. They're just doing a really good job here, finding that open space as EDG.
And this is something that we weren't seeing from him in that last series. These weren't given the time of day, weren't given the opportunity, but EDG right now looking strong, looking like the player we know he can be. But speaking of players, let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit on Alpha here in our Omen player moment.
I mean, I'm feeling a bit sad because I expected we're gonna win. They play unexpectable, but expectable in the same time. Like some maps you can expect what they're doing, but some maps you can't expect what they're doing. It's a bit hard. Like maybe we just play with Korea team like after a long time, first time. Maybe that's why we just struggling a bit.
Took the TP to get to the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Leo able to clean up one more.
Alpha here. Converted! And 2 fall. Landing onto the third, it's Alpha here.
I mean, of course we're gonna prepare for next match, and for me, like, I'm just a bit sad, but I know we can win in every game. And when you go to lower, you have much more match, and I just wanna play like more match. That's why I'm happy to be lower, and I'm also a bit upset because I'm gonna eliminate Turkish team or they're gonna eliminate Turkish player. Like, it's a bit sad. I think they are really good. They are a really good team actually. I think we are best team in this tournament, and I just wanna show.
Well, Alpha is saying that he's more than happy to be in the lower bracket, wanting to play as much as humanly possible here in front of this crowd. Probably wishing that they had a couple more rounds on the defender side, but still in a very strong position.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's not bad, and this comp can definitely do some damage on the attacker side against Giant X. Fnatic had a ton of success. They were 9-3 on their attacker side, so it just comes down to coordination, especially with that Yoru in play. Like, how are you going to be able to chain stuff off of the Breach util into the Yoru, TPs and then the flashes and things like that? Like, being able to generate your own space, so important with this Fnatic comp that they have crafted here for Split. The good news is Durka is on one, and if he can find those good timings, he can start wreaking some serious havoc.
Yeah, I mean, right now 2x, the next highest kill count on his team. CNED looking to try to hold things over at ramp. Chronicle just going to be tucked away into the corner as EDG is taking a very aggressive line. Alpha seemingly reading it, but not ready for it. EDG takes his head off, finds that kill. Mr. Fallen just going to be dropping back, giving up some space over here in Mail. The rest of Fnatic, though, got to start working their way maybe towards A. A little peek in towards the vent. But even with that kill, still a little bit of a slower approach. Durka trying the timing, a little bit whiffy at the start, but gets the mark all the same. Mr. Fallen going to be taken down now, man advantage here for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is great for Fnatic. They have opened up so much space on this map. Chronicle seems aware of this rotation. EDG making a ton of noise, and he's gone.
So wise here from Chronicle. Now the cut back over towards B. Footsteps heard. Durka still lingering forward. Sets up the gate crash. See how aggressively he wants to play this. Very aggressively, in fact. And it is another absolutely star-studded round from Durka. Another 3K, another pistol. And now I believe he's got 21.
It's just amazing patience here from Fnatic. Even though Alpha loses his battle, that kind of gives a little bit of extra confidence to Krax to try to push an angle himself. See if they can really smother Fnatic out of the round, but Chronicle wise to that, and also the lurk from EDG. I mean, Durka, that is...
The readjust, the vertical flick to find the headshot, not give CNED any opportunity to use that headhunter. What a reaction.
Just ridiculous. Look at this buy. 3 rifles, a stinger, and then just a classic for Boaster. So looking to try to make this bonus very strong. CNED, the headhunter out towards mid. Just checking with the cam just in case somebody was peeking through that smoke.
Blind spot, but they're still not jiggling wide enough. Now Camp back through. Shot gonna be sent, but CNED having to pull off the angle. Rendezvous back to safety. Looks to try to reinforce his A site.
It's a great read there with that cam. Buys them so much extra opportunity to try to close through, but are they going to be ready for Krax?
Boombot to Mail, so they haven't necessarily scouted him, but you can see them just still staring in this direction. But Poster, getting caught on off timing, does end up falling, but it's quickly traded back.
That's okay. That was just your classic Vi. So at the end of the day, that's an unexpected loss in some ways.
It was also your smokes.
Yeah.
And your paranoia, so.
That's okay.
Could lead to some more damage being dealt here, but we'll see how FUT do fare. And CNED, I mean, it's just completely surrounded here for the most part. Big up coming through. Here's the cam set up. Paranoia up in towards heaven. Drifting over.
Chronicle.
Oh, but the cam.
Oh.
The timing. Just getting that dart through. Chronicle keeps himself alive. Seeded now gone. Again, that advantage very much here in the hands of Fnatic as they storm their way over onto the A side. Chronicle holding the rope with ease. Push up. Now the captain will be able to deal a little bit of additional damage, catching Durka unaware. Still 3 players to try to work through. More damage from here can very much be dealt by FUT if they can find some additional kills. Rifles in hand, they would love to take those out. Now they're going to find out a captain EDG. Is he going to drift all the way back through Vent? I mean, he needs to die in this round, so it seems like that's going to be the plan.
At this point, just looking to die to the spike, but again, good, meticulous gameplay from Fnatic, good reads to begin this round with that camera. Chronicle, you know, we've seen it on a knife's edge with some of the util in hands for Fnatic. We saw Boaster with his TP in the previous half. This time around, he's able to switch.
Heard the drop down, but I was gonna say, if he continues pushing in this position, Chronicle's gonna be the one to take him out, and that's now the Neural Theft online.
It's huge. It's a huge win for Fnatic, keeping those 3 rifles. So yeah, the Stinger and the Classic gone, but that's totally fine. That's all part of the plan. And you're able to have a really strong bonus as a side of Fnatic. And now I start to really keep my eyes on this Yoru to see exactly what some of these setups are gonna look like. You know, because sometimes you have to take a bit of space early on split with a Yoru to make sure that those gate crashes can get as far as you need them to go to really keep your opponents unsettled and get yourself a ton of extra room. This one's just gonna go all the way up towards mid, right next, but I think it's cleared there, or just faked. One of the two, right next to CNED. So that's just gonna, just send them slowly, working their way through. They're gonna wait for some contact to then try to crunch into mid, it looks like to me.
A little bit of noise made there. Had a captain just swinging back and forth. CNED spotting at the poster. Pulls away, likely worried about a paranoia potentially coming through. And then a rush play from Alpha behind it.
That's Dimensional Drift online. This is
2 big ults now for the side of Fnatic to try and get this converted. Shell sent early. Mask now coming on. Dimensional Drift. Spotting out one. Bumps into him. He's looking for more. The captain now going to be noted here at elbow. Calls made. And Spike is on Durka. Rotates back over here to ramp. Joining in alongside Chronicle once more. And that's just going to be Fnatic maybe silently cutting their way across in towards B.
Yeah, they didn't like what they saw on that site. They thought it was a little bit too cluttered for their liking. So back the other way they go. Still CNED to contend with.
Boombot cleared. HL's sent. CNED dealt with out the air. Shuts him down, but EDG, decent timing. Swings in, finds Poster. Gets rid of the Omen here in the post plant. A lot more work to be done for now. He's on his lonesome. And with him falling, I mean, a call to save might have to be made here from FUT.
Especially now, activating a trap wire.
Just full awareness. Chronicle tucking back. They're still pushing forward. And he has an opportunity to deal so much damage here. Waiting for the timing. Swings out. Mr. Fallen, wise to it. Does shut it down. But they're running out of time. Paranoia not catching anybody. Backside setup. Leo finding one. Durka getting the other. The cleanup is good. It is swift. And Fnatic now doubling FUT scoreline as they reach 10.
Yeah, just great mid-rounding here from Fnatic. Using that Dimensional Drift so wisely to get a ton of info. Don't even have to invest your Neural Theft that round. To just go to the other side, and that's a huge opening win for Alpha. That breaks up so much space. EDG then left on an island. The other 3 players, 4 FUT on the other side of the map. Fnatic just reads it so nicely. And it just all comes down to the calling on that one. I mean, it helps you have the ult as well to get the info. And it's just a beautiful read from Fnatic, and they're trying to push some space towards B early, but gonna think better of it. Just checking for a push out from the side of FUT. Orb grabbed, this time by Cracks, getting closer to that showstopper, but still 3 orbs away, so a lot to go for this ult rotation for FUT.
EDG clearing the wire.
Yeah.
Not wanting to give that just free control, that free knowledge over to Fnatic. Maybe they'll have to second guess potential flank here. But for now, all eyes focused up towards mid.
Being really diligent. And a lot of mid control is great. Now let's see, they do get the dog spot here onto Leo. Leo, that's gonna keep those players pinned in garage. Call a couple players over just in case they keep trying to push out with those sheriffs. And the headhunter.
They gotta be wary. You know that fault line is gonna be back online. Like Rendezvous, CNED still looking to try to push forward as they're reading this beautifully. EDG completely expected and dealt with. Durka finding that kill. Gate crash now set up for him at back sight. CNED dead out the air. Entering, there's the TP, there's the pick, and there's the sight. Handed over to Fnatic on a silver platter.
Last player standing.
Crack's just gonna be picked off. Looks like they're just hunting for kills, not even concerned about planting the spike until this very moment.
Didn't need to be. Just such firm control over this round. good mid control taken again here by Fnatic. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout from FUT to try to address that in some way, because that's cost him some of these rounds. You give so much space to pivot. For the side of Fnatic, at a captain. Can he win this one? Oh, yeah.
But he can. He still eats damage, though. Teleports across, but the fault line still connects. Durka flooding in from behind. 3 kills from him once again. As Fnatic move up 11-5.
Oh, and he brought out the brimstone from the gun. I love it. Thank you.
25-9-5. As yes, a timeout will be called here from FUT. Last-ditch effort to try to turn things around.
And you're just giving Fnatic so much room to maneuver on this map when you're seeding mid control that much and not having backup plans to follow it. And it makes them tough when you've got players like Chronicle that are going to be getting their traps a little bit deeper sometimes. We saw that where he got one into ropes and you're able to get tons of information on those late rotations or those retake attempts from the side of FUT. Just really shutting them out right now are Fnatic. This is just incredible how well they're playing, and FUT just looks like they still haven't recovered from that match against 100 Thieves.
Yeah. I mean, EDG, solid performance, cracks, just right there nipping at his teammates' heels. But we're not seeing that impact from CNED whatsoever.
That's a good point.
And it was, you know, again, going back to the most recent matchup on split between these squads, it was CNED, it was Alpha Year. That Turkish battle to see who was going to be able to come out on top, and it was narrowly Fnatic. Right now, though, it's looking mighty absent. Operator going to be coming through here for him.
Decoy.
See if he's going to be able to find value.
And this time, seeing a little bit more attention. Initially thought about mid, but maybe they're going to play for like a trap, give up that space intentionally, try to collapse on them through mail might be part of the idea for FUT, but in general, just kind of playing a little bit slow. Our Fnatic keep some players back just in case there's an aggressive push out. Trap wire able to be placed pretty far forward at garage. Yeah, now you're starting to get this creep up forward for FUT, making sure that this space is under their control, investing a lot of smokes. You had the toxic screen, you stagger it into the Omen smoke, just making sure that this is going to be really tricky for Fnatic to go for. As you can see, they're definitely at least thinking about it. It's in their DNA to try to take this space for sure.
Chronicle just trying to catch a stray there with that cam dart. Nothing noted. Smoke coming back through from Attic Captain. Let's try to stave off a push from mid. Now, pretty much all of Fnatic getting ready to get set up and push through garage. Trailblazer timing, decent here from the side of Mr. Fallen, but not sure if he's going to spot too much. Just one over Ramen, and that doesn't really tell them much of anything. So now the Dimensional Drift going to be coming through, so Durka can tell all.
Oh, this is huge. This just makes it so difficult now for FUT on this site. Here we go.
The rush now coming through, and they are just not quite prepared for it. Mr. Fallen able to find one, does put Durka down, but the site now very much in the hands of Fnatic. And retaking from this position when CNED, he doesn't have any headhunter bullets. He's got an operator.
I know exactly.
And now you've all been spotted. You've been noted. There's a showstop on the opposite side. Not impossible here for the side of FUT. TP up into the smoke. Out of Captain, dead. Alpha able to collect that with relative ease. And that's just going to be CNED now hightailing it out, trying to get himself out to safety to hold on to this operator that he just wasn't able to put to use. Fnatic will get themselves up to map point, and there's not a damn thing that CNED can do about it.
It's just fantastic stuff off the back of these dimensional drifts. Able to just identify where 4 out of 5 FUT players are and just knock them down one by one. Just beautiful stuff there. And I love the way that Alpha played that. He knew he had the high player. His teammate had the low. He trusted it. Still had to transfer down to finish the job, but good stuff, good coordination from Fnatic. And these dimensional drifts are backbreaking right now for FUT. They have been so impactful. And, you know, Fnatic's used them in a couple of different ways. One time they use it to get information to make a pivot. This time they use it for information to make an execute. And it's worked an absolute treat. They haven't dropped a single round here in this attacker's side.
It's just been absolute brutality here, with potentially this being the last round. Durka, a 4-piece necessary if he wants to drop a 30 bomb. The way that he's been playing, it's
I think
definitely
he could be good for it.
It's definitely in the cards. And Cracks really wants this orb. Jumps across, he's trap-wired, he's stunned. The trap-wire confirms the kill. Alpha will be taken down, but Chronicle collects himself a second. 30 bomb not gonna be possible. If they end the map here, I don't think Dirk is too concerned about it.
No.
Just wants to get himself over to Lotus.
Can mark that trapwire kill on your bingo card. You don't see those every day.
No, you certainly do not. EDG just sat here behind boxes in mid, but no one gonna give him the time of day. No one gonna go pushing through. All Fnatic now just shifting back over here in towards main, where it's CNED, the first and final line of defense on this side of the map with that op in hand to see if he can turn this round on its head.
I think he's gonna have to try to play ahead of the smokes that are coming through towards screens is my guess with this operator.
You see the pings coming down.
Get the one and done.
Flashes coming in, fault line still available. He's got that rendezvous to try to take him out. Okay, tucks back, is able to dodge out. Gets the shot on the Turka, what a shutdown from him. Great reaction, great read here from CNED, but still in a very rough position to try to retake the
30
site.
seconds left.
Those are peeking for it there, trying to utilize that smoke. EDG around the back. It's gonna have to alert him. It's gonna have to break this trip. For now, we'll just play this out quietly and wait for the rotate from Mr. Fall, and the Seeker's now coming through. A 3v3. Possible 4-foot.
Tripwire destroyed.
As there's the wire. Chronicle now aware of EDG's position, ready for the swing timing. Flash send. CNED in a bad spot. It's going to be taken down. Chronicle finding himself a third. The swing out from Leo. We'll finish it off. 13-5. Fnatic not allowing for overtime. Not allowing for FUT to even get close here in this opener.
Fnatic looking dialed in to start the day. Insane stuff from them.
Absolutely. Now they have their map pick of Lotus coming up. We'll see if FUT can rally back after the break.
I'm gonna practice some of my Chinese. Hey, hey, hey! 你们在睡觉，你们在睡觉，你干什么？你干什么？你有问题吗？休息，休息，休息，休息。
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity because you're missing? Introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the sensitivities you perform best with, then bring it into your next ranked game and dominate. Now available in AIM Labs Plus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
just want my baby always like me，兄弟嫂子妹对不过 like me。他们很卖力，感觉到费劲，我不太在意，任何的规定，不管到哪里去，别的买 AT 牌，想看他挂，轻松的他，你们都拿买菜。当我陷入虚幻跟现实交错的林林当中，只好找不到我自己。在迷失的漩涡中，沉到海底，走了3万公里，我却只为了找到你。身处在每个灰色地带，我们都会被历史记载，他们都感觉到很意外。The feeling 感觉就像爸爸。Cut my pocket with the people like me， 我也明白我会变得 like me。I just want my baby always like me， 兄弟嫂子妹对不过 like me。Keep it on the lane, take my 50 with my boo. I got 100 bands on me, this split they wanna do. You only steal my way, got my respect and my cool. I just kill my enemy, they say yali yali do. Cut my pocket with the people like me， 我也明白我会变得 like me。I just want my baby always like me， 兄弟嫂子妹对不过 like me。
Hey guys, what's up? I'm here with Elma Putty of Fnatic. Congratulations on that first map. So just really want to know, very quick, what are the advantages and disadvantages going up against a team like FUT that knows you very well and that you guys know very well?
I think you already know how to play against them. They also obviously know how to play against you. But I think if you just go out there with confidence and you make adjustments, playing each other over and over again, it's yeah, you can just play your own game. It's a little boring to be honest, but it's good. We're just familiar with each other.
Well, I think the audience is very entertained, so you guys don't have to worry about that. Let's bring back the game.
And fantastic start there for Fnatic. As you guys heard there from Elma Putty, Mimi, and Kakuka, they knew what they were going up against.
Yeah, much like that interview, the game was 6 foot versus 5'11" between FUT and Fnatic. They're so familiar with this team, and I think they came out with a really good game plan. The Yoru comp looked good. I loved a lot of the set plays they had, especially on the defense side for proactive looks. They were punishing FUT in the mid round, and FUT was almost never even getting that spike down, which led to that super dominant half.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, because we talked about Durka, and Kakuka, he did not come to mess around.
Amen. One of the things that I wanted from him was the movement, right? The impact. I was mentioning how on the defensive was going to be about him, but man, did I expect this. The operator, time and time again, not only with the outlaw as well, the productivity that he had of even re-pushing these angles. Sometimes, hear me out, it was dangerous, but just because of this kind of plays, we need to see that Fnatic has understood this comp.
Yeah, but I actually like a Fnatic that's willing to take a lot more risks, especially versus FUT. I think taking some of these risky gear pushes in the mid round, trying to find that timing is actually really good. And it paid off for Durka round after round. 406 ACS to end the game, not too shabby.
Okay, we talked about Truth and Cope about Fnatic being so back. Can we now say Durka is so back?
Not so back. Durka's back.
Oh,
I'm not overreacting. I'm not overreacting. He's back.
I love overreacting because I just love it. But honestly, seeing the first time that Durka played Yoru after all that time, hyping it up, comparing that to what we just saw,
it's so much better.
It's night and day. It's night and day.
They've gotten, I think, a lot better. In EMEA, some of these comps didn't look fully fleshed out. I think here they're really proving that a lot of work went in ahead of Master Shanghai.
Yeah, if we take a look here for the AIM Lab shoot-around as well, checking in with Boaster, who had some unfortunate first death, but I felt like the calling was spot on.
Yeah, it was really good. The defensive side especially, I think, had some great moments from him. And when he got into the attack side, kept it really clean, controlling the map super well throughout to keep that game dominant.
Yeah, and I love the time that they were taking to read into the situation, how patient they... I can't concentrate on my job, please.
This is how he plays, actually, always.
I think he's just making a meme because this is probably what we were seeing, you know, beforehand when we were trying to see what he was doing.
He plays like that so he can see the mini-map.
Yeah, he's just talking. He's
got like the red guard posture.
But again, I think that the calling was very good. I think the Chronicle was holding super good. Not on the defense. I think that his utility had the most impact on the attack, but also Going back to the calling, the understanding also how and when to use the ultimates in the last 3 to 4 rounds, understanding when to invest everything to secure a win that will snowball into the rest.
Yeah, the showstopper, right? When Alpha popped it, I think we were kind of like, does he need to pop it? But
yeah, but if they win that round, exactly.
Yeah, won them the map. I will say though, in terms of FUT, what does this mean for them? Because that did not look like the FUT.
And it was their map pick.
It means that they're likely going to lose this series 2-0. They're going into a Lotus, which has been consistently the strongest map for Fnatic. I think they
Until they lost to FUT.
Yes, that is true. But they really needed to get a leg up there on Split. I think they played a very similar style to what we saw in previous iterations of this matchup, and Fnatic came out and made some massive improvements. They have the momentum behind them. But there was some good moments. I think Getuje in particular in that first half, it should have been like a 10-2, 9-3, but he made that a 5-7 with some of those late round moments. However, it was not enough, and that worries me going into Lotus.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want the heroics moment. We're talking about a team that can potentially do a lower bracket run, so we need to think about the macro of it, and some of the utility wasn't very bright.
Well, speaking of FUT, we now have Mika Fab standing by with Coach Gaius.
Hey guys, we're back this time with Gaius from FUT and with Scarlett to help with some translation. Now, we saw that FUT lost a little bit of momentum, maybe around round 12. They started losing it and Fnatic started dominating. What's the mental reset like going into Lotus, which will be Fnatic's map pick, rather?
İlk haritada 12. rounddan, ilk yarıdan itibaren birazcık ivme kaybı yaşamaya başladınız. Fnatic domine etmeye başladı haritayı. Sebebi neydi ve ikinci haritaya Fnatic'in seçtiği Lotus'a giderken mentali nasıl resetlemeyi, sıfırlamayı planlıyorsunuz?
Ya aslında Split'e iyi başladık. Pistol haricinde bence dengeli bir oyun vardı. Ama defans pistolünü verdikten sonra ve bir round'a gidince otomatik olarak snowball etkisi yarattı bence, en azından benim fikrim. Belki taktiksel anlamda da olabilir. Onu da çok şu an için detaylandıramıyorum ama Split haritası böyle geçti. Lotus haritası bildiğimiz bir harita. Onların veya bizim seçmemiz önemli değil. Çünkü map pool'umuz bence Fnatic'le biraz daha ortak. Ama şu an onlar en azından Split tarafında iyi gözüktüler. Bakalım Lotus haritasında ne olacak.
In the first map, I can say that at least the first part of the map was quite equal despite the gun round. On the second part of the map, we lost the gun round, we lost the pistol rounds, and then when we lost the gun round, they gained momentum. We struggled to come back. Tactically, I can't really get into it. I'd have to get into that further at the end of the match, maybe. As for Lotus, it doesn't really matter who picks the map because we share the same pool with Fnatic. Them picking it, us picking it, doesn't really matter. We have a good Lotus as well. We're prepared for it. So yeah, Split was like that, and we'll see how it goes in Lotus.
We'll see indeed how it goes. Let's see what FUT has in store for Fnatic.
Well, it looks like they're not going to go back to the comp that they did previously beat Fnatic on. But what did you make of what he had to say there?
Yeah, I think it's very important. I think that I love how much he's given in this interviews, how honest he's been. Yes, it did give Fnatic a lot of momentum. If they're able to carry it to this map, things are going to get very, very complicated. Fnatic choosing to start on the defense here. They chose that against Genji, with FUT starting on the attack. It doesn't look like it's anything bad for Fnatic. They had a very, very good defensive half. The retakes were on point.
Well, FUT, they have to win here if they want to stay in this tournament. Achilles and Paperthin, let's see if they can.
Let us see, indeed, Lotus on the horizon, Fnatic's map pick. Now, we have had a fair few teams, do some decent anti-stratting on their opponent's picks and then drop their own maps. That's something that has happened for time immemorial here in Valorant. But right now, the display that's being put on here from FUT, it doesn't lend to that story. We need to see a complete tonal shift from this team in their performance.
No doubt about it. It just feels flat right now for FUT. And they're going to need to dial up something special here on Lotus. Both teams having about the same amount of success on this map throughout the year, about 60%. So in that respect, they should be evenly matched. But Fnatic on this defender side in particular has great protocols. They're really good about controlling their space on the map and already making quick rotates here, getting no contact on A. They're saying, okay, well, this might be an early B pivot. Durka pays the price, but it's just a quick trade from Leo.
And Leo able to shut that down, get a J. Dead. Bite into the corner. Durka will be dead to right, so a quick little trade out. 1 for 1 in B. The rest of FUT now slow creeping their way up here towards A. Chronicle playing in alongside this wall, the screen dropping. There's 3 players here in front of him. He nearly somehow comes away with a kill, but eventually will fall. CNED able to find that one. Paranoia now across. Out of Captain pushing forward into B, able to find Boaster. Looks for the catch. CNED collecting out the air, and FUT now bringing this round back.
Oh, just beautiful stuff. We'll get to it when the round's over, but
Spike
still
planted.
some Fade Util to work with.
They know where he's at now. Leo in a bad spot. Won't be able to find any more kills. No more value built up. CNED collecting himself a second, and that's going to be FUT winning out the pistol.
A desperately needed pistol round, but it's just a good understanding of how Fnatic was going to rotate off of this in a way. Even though they're caught off guard by Chronicle's position, he's not able to punish them, so...
He's caught off guard even more so.
Yes, yes. Everybody's caught off guard by that.
Like when the wall crumbles in Saving Private Ryan and everybody's just there with guns in hand, like, what do we do?
That is absolutely accurate.
Cage triggered.
No, it's all classics. Nobody investing in anything for Fnatic, and they're just going to full stack on B. I mean, everybody is here. But for now, FUT is being very good at making sure that they're checking on it. Yes, they're pushing out, but
Watching here.
FUT should have a lot of space, but the spike's down out here.
Yeah, this could potentially be bad. I mean, Trapwire to continue to slow things up. Chronicle just getting tucked in behind the box. Do they read this at all? So even if they do deal with Alpha, which they will, CNED finds it. Do they suspect? He does. What a read, CNED. Picking up a second here in round number 2. Derka working his way forward at Mount. Can confirm that there's no presence on this side of the map. He'll just be grabbing that orb to try to build up a showstopper. And there's all of FUT now stopping their way over towards the A site, where it's really only Leo at stairs to try to slow things up.
Mr. Fallen has that outlaw, that deep cover that they might need. Fnatic trying to get into position to contest. Poster.
Decent amount of damage dealt. CNED now finally dealt with. What is that run back? Suddenly just an explosion of death into the kill feed. Solid damage dealt here on the back end from Fnatic, where it looked like they were just going to get absolutely rolled. They do manage to bring it down to just 2 players left standing.
But you could see that there was some anticipation by FUT that Fnatic was trying to contest on site. There was a bunch of spam when those early smokes came down to try to get the plant down, and then Fnatic just kind of pauses for a second, takes a brief freeze, and this is just a great read from FUT, doing their homework, knowing some of these plays that Fnatic has on their ecos. Shuts it right down the trap wire as well in a great spot to make sure that wasn't much to be able to be done out of that. Now you have the op for Derka, you have 2 outlaws and already cracks.
Dead. I must have just been a Jiggle Peek cracks. Able to just double tap when some added damage from Mr. Fallen plays off the back of that outlaw. Lurk timing in. Leo gonna be taken down. Chronicle now forced back over at Waterfall.
He just saved?
They might have to, given that the operator is once again in play. Derka maybe can wait out the smoke, try to go for a peek in, but you don't really have anything to escort that other than a paranoia. And yeah, as you can see, slowly dripping away, trying to save. Out of Captain, will catch one. Not sensing Boaster here. Maybe in a position to be punished, but already such fantastic damage dealt. And this is the FUT that we were looking for on the opener. As they will be converting this bonus and start things off 3-0.
Yeah, that opening pick is the go button. A lot of times it's kind of a single player on C for Fnatic. They got that kill and they immediately opt to punish it. Especially when you know it's Leo. You can, and then Captain's so ready for those quick rotations.
He is on the hunt right now. Boaster at risk. Boaster dead. Last back across, but Derka also dead to rights. Captain with a 4-piece. Gets FUT up 3-0. They take everything away from Fnatic.
This is huge. So many ults almost online already for FUT. And Derka's close to a showstopper, sure, but...
Let's see how this started.
This is... Oh, my.
Outlaw wallbang into the finisher on the Sheriff.
Unbelievable.
Yep, hands off the keyboard. It's like, what else could I have done?
Yeah.
It's just a good reaction here from the side of FUT. Ready for that jiggle out.
Insane. Add a Captain, so proactive in that round. You'll love to see it. Contest for rubble space. Boaster trying to push aggressively far forward. Cage thrown out in front of him. Orb gonna be grabbed. Now Alpha all alone. A little bit of help now from Chronicle. Fault line. That's gonna be good.
If on the 2 if he sends it, and he does. CNED already dealing a significant amount of damage as he wraps around back side here. Alpha taking down CNED. Not quite ready to see that many faces over at Waterfall, it would seem. Leo is able to take him down. Jet now dealt with. Paranoia set, Boaster finding one. Fnatic start to drag this round back into their favor.
There.
got a good chance. Even though the plant's going to come down, they've got the numbers advantage.
They've got just almost a pit, one away, but not quite there. Misread from myself. As Mr. Bond looking to take some space in a little bit ahead of the flash, but still comes away with a kill. Brings it now back to a 3v3.
Not much util left in the bag for FUT. Plenty here for Fnatic. Still got the paranoia.
The fault line, Haunt out. Entry here from Durka, and he's able to find the shot. Frax finding one, but Durka collecting the final. Frax will fall, and Fnatic will get themselves on the board in a round where it looked like they were just dead to rights. Hand over to Leo, Nightfall online, and it is a MasterCard Thrifty for Fnatic.
And even though in the previous round, FUT was very ready for some of these fast rotations from Fnatic, this time just a little bit extra time being able to be bought because Alpha just doesn't die off the rip. And so you have a little bit more space to work with. And with this late lurk play from Boaster, he's able to shut EDG down. And now Boaster's into it. Now he's saying, we got you, we understand. We understand what you're trying to do. Now you've got the Showstopper and the Nightfall to worry about. Yes, you've got the Rolling Thunder and the Viper's Pit. You got to get in a position to use those for FUT. And just some util exchange. Boaster again, teeping up a little bit further, but this time opting to stay behind Rubble. Waited out. There's that Rolling Thunder to clear space, but Alpha wise to it and just backs out.
Yeah, but Frax reading that decently well does send the fault line to the back end to ensure that he finds a stun, but a little bit of damage going to be taken here. Pit now, thrown through, and that's going to be the Nightfall in over top. Decay on both sides. Cracks trying to stay alive, and Alpha able to find it. Showstopper in from Durga, takes out Mr. Paul, and the Pit's still standing. Still in with a chance here. Our FUT, but it's 5 members strong on the opposite side. CNET finding one, Alpha dead. Out of Captain trying to reposition, working his way forward, trying to be elusive, trying to be unpredictable. Comes to the corner of the TP board. Both are going to be dealt with. CNET finds his second as Durga falls. And there you have it. Out of Captain for the finisher. Does take down Chronicle. But it's still heavy investments here for FUT, but they stop Fnatic from finding that second round win.
Out of Captain having a great half so far. And he plays this Viper's Pit so well, just feeding over information, never pulls the trigger on some of those identifications. He sees the head of Alpha as Alpha's crossing on top of sight, catches a gun barrel sticking out of the smoke in the back of sight, and just holds his trigger the whole time. Discipline wins them this round.
Very nicely done here to continue on their merry way and force a timeout out of Fnatic here within the first 5 rounds of play. That being said, I mean, breaking down the economy and also exchanging 2 for 2 on ultimates. Yeah, Pit, Rolling Thunder, 2 very costly ones. Takes a while to try to build those ones up, but getting the Showstopper, getting the Nightfall, those big retake tools, and still winning the round. That is a big boon here for FUT.
Exactly, exactly. That was so well played by FUT. And Gaius is fired up, but so is FUT now. And this is a breath of fresh air for this Turkish squad. Starting to really understand, you know, the timings that Fnatic is trying to take on these fast rotates. And then in this round, just really understanding how to play against these ults, how to position themselves well so that they don't get punished. You know, just in a good spot to deal with Boaster's TP, all those things well accounted for by the side of FUT. And now you got EDG's ult, you know, the Blade Storm's there, but I don't expect that to be popped this round necessarily. We'll see how CNET feels about it. And other than that, it's another weak buy. The hero rifle for Durka. Stinger, Sheriff, Ghost for Chronicle. Boaster just with a classic, just gonna be good guy Boaster, saving up for extra cash.
Quick TP across, tap on the door here from Boaster.
But look at how much space Fnatic gained on the other side of the map on Mound. You gotta start considering that this might be A or into a B pivot, given how much room you garnered. For now, no contact. Fnatic holding the cards close to the vest.
Oh, but Boaster getting tagged there. Paranoia across, he's fault lined, and he's just, in all likelihood, screwed. But Leo, no, protection, able to find one. CNET's gonna be taken down. But out of Captain collecting 2. Chronicle now arriving. Quick headshot. Trades it back. Brings it now into a 3v3. Weapon advantage still gonna be there for the side of FUT, but Durka has that hero rifle, and he has that paint shell at the ready. Forces him off. This is just gonna be an extended pivot here across the board from FUT. It looks like the answer is gonna be yes. Tap on the door, and they want to try to make their way out of here.
Don't want to give any opportunity for this retake attempt. Yeah, they're going to be
picked up. So now Fnatic in with a little bit of a better shout, but PRX able to find one. Turka dead, EDG. Likely love to try to invest in neural theft off the back of that, but it's a dangerous position to try to get into to send the ult. Right now, he's basically face-to-face alongside Chronicle, who's able to find the kill. Brings it back into a 2v2 as the rest of FUT storm their way now into B. Very rare plant spot here by the connector.
I almost never see this. Got an aftershock angle.
The fault line not going to be too far away.
Shadows traveling.
But yeah, aftershock actually not available. Just going to
be
the one flash here for him. But no bite as well to try to isolate, and PRX is going on this late lurk all the way around towards upper.
Walking in there like, where's the spike? What'd they do with it?
It's not planted for PRX, but
that's not ready.
fault line at the ready, sent the push forward. They know, they have a read, they know exactly where Mr. Fallen is. They're able to find it, but it's not held to half. And Alpha tagged down to 30, will get taken out. PRX collecting another as FUT continue on. 5-1 now. Already tying their round score from the opening map.
Yeah, and it's this freeze deciding not to fully commit to A after things get a little scrappy on the back site that saves this round for FUT. I mean, it's just really good read here early from the side of Fnatic. They completely isolate any info on where they're hiding on the site. Yeah, Boaster takes a little bit of damage, but Chronicle's able to step in there, do some damage. They're able to get those gun upgrades, but it's that late round pivot from FUT. Those options available to you on Lotus, utilized so well here by the Turkish squad. Durka out the rip, does some serious damage.
Yeah, Mr. Fallen dealt with, sprayed across, trying to find CNET, tags him down to 78. He will be able to stay alive, but that's a good opener here for the side of Fnatic, who've been needing as many advantages as they can get.
That delayed haunt, so good. Almost gave him another kill. This might be a bit of a fake, we'll see. Still could swing through door.
Block cleared out, still 2 nanoswarms. Likely just trying to see if they can try to paint as much as humanly possible here. Speed on the Prowler. CNED wanting to see if he can get ahead of it, try to find a timing, get a headshot, but Zed just gets worked down a little bit lower on his HP bar.
Oh, Boaster.
As Boaster on front, able to deal with one. The Jet now gone. Counter spray, a little bit of damage found, but overall, not too much.
That's huge that Boaster can win that, because now he's forcing FUT into the heavier stacked sides of the map for Fnatic, but they still got all this defensive utility available. Just trap EDG in that corner.
A little pocket that he's able to play into, but Alpha clearly reading this, does find that kill. PRX solid on the entry to go ahead and put him down, but now Adacaptan, 46 HP in a 1v3. He will get picked off. Fnatic find themselves a second round win.
Yeah, and this is a great round for Fnatic, but FUT had an opening here, and Boaster shuts it down. It's a decent read by FUT that Boaster is often playing by himself, playing isolated at A rubble. But Boaster just finds a good timing off the back of these smokes to get up and over. And that early util exchange at rubble goes the way of Fnatic this time. And that's huge. And it's just great understanding of where their util is going to funnel their opponents. Beautifully handled by Alfier and Chronicle on that C site. Great crossfire setup. Let's see what we're gonna do. We have the Blade Storm now for CNED. Got a
double poison orbs.
Yep.
Alarm bot, the nanos. The red carpet laid out for him. Looking for the rush in. Can't quite find it. Push up into the smoke. Tries to get the right click, and Chronicle will have none of it. Shuts it down. Aftershock now to try to save him off. Forces him back for a moment, but still, this C site not being taken. Can't be taken.
But EDG on the other side of the map has cleared A rubble, and he's calling in the rest of FUT. They're trying to buy a little bit of time for this rotation. Keep Fnatic planted. The TP all the way in the back for the plant. Beautiful from FUT.
The A site taken, but still a bit of a gamble here from him. Adacaptan still going to be noted on this side of the map, but as the plant gets ready to come through, Fnatic will have a faster rotate timing here to beat Adacaptan over towards that A site, especially now that EDG has fallen. Okay, Adacaptan does find one. Chronicle dealt with. It's fallen on the site. And Cracks hanging back outside of door, outside of tree to try to offer up any kind of utility he can, but it's just 2 flashes in hand. And now he's dealt with. Boaster finds that kill. Lockdown needing to be respected. As the kills will come through. Fnatic barely clean, just Chronicle getting picked off by that late lurk. Otherwise, very solid round for them as they shorten the gap even further. Now it's just 2 rounds separating.
And the map awareness here for Fnatic has started to really flourish. They're seeing the game a lot better. Like where these opponents are starting to peek out and try to catch them off guard is being read so well. Chronicle just playing inside of that smoke, anticipating CNED, trying to get aggressive with those blades. EDG shut down, trying to push upstairs. And then covering for the lockdown plant. I mean, that's why you can afford to leave the A site open a little bit. When you have that lockdown available, you can shift your weight towards one side of the map or the other and play for retake if necessary. Fnatic working it absolutely to a treat. A little bit different positioning of the Haunt this time. Back of that paint shells and FUT, not wanting to get caught, trying to contest Rubble. Instead, maybe trying to turn up the pace here on C.
CNED again, rushing forward. Prowler to check, and this time he gets the better of Chronicle. Leo, however, and Alpha here peeking out one by one. Find a kill, but then get taken down. Showstopper short distance here from Durka. Doesn't ensure the kill. Mr. Fallen going to be taken down, but man advantage here for the side of FUT. Just not wanting for Fnatic to get closer. Spike, however, still dropped all the way outside of Mount. Durka with that headshot brings it back to parity. Now into a 2v2. Boaster on the lurk, cracks. Aware that he could be in this position. And even though he has to redraw the weapon, Boaster just not quite fully checking the angle. Kill found, EDG. Already over here towards this A side of the map. Quick check on the cam, nothing gonna be spotted. Tap on the door, he works his way forward. Sturka pushes up. A paint shell to try and delay, but he's not reading this left side hold. EDG puts him down, one shot. His FUT, once again, keep themselves separated, now up to 6.
Yeah, they do a great job of finding the weaknesses in Fnatic C-site defenses. CNED breaks through, gets past the lines of Fnatic and causes chaos. Catching Boaster here, really nice. So as much as I credited Fnatic for kind of having their heads on straight the previous round, this time it's FUT who's able to bamboozle them.
2 straight. Wasn't loose enough to look to the right a little bit more. I don't know, something's in the water and people aren't corner checking these last couple days.
Yeah, happens sometimes on this map. I think some damage to CNED off that paint shells, but he's still good on Boaster.
Finds a headshot, Boaster instantly disrupted, killed off. Half the smokes now. Dead. Quick re-grab the camera. See where FUT decide to take this, but looks like it might just be that C site once again.
Give me a corpse. Where is everyone hiding?
Getting that neural theft. You're gonna have that confirmation that there's 3 on B, 1 on C, and they are hightailing it in towards Alfier. Got that up.
Good for the first. Attic Captain gonna be shut down, but Durka traded.
And then EDG on this flank. They're just gonna pull off of this. They're using this information from this Cypher again.
Just ping-ponging back and forth here. Tap onto the doors, EDG just trying to see if he could bait somebody to peek out. Looks like in the end though, B site likely gonna be the resting place here for this spike.
Don't want to show him the same look twice for that free space. And it's just a full spread of the map for Fnatic. I don't think anybody's gonna contest this plant. Trying to find an opportunity for a lurk is CNED. And Chronicle gonna be coming from the A direction.
Smoke on upper, Leo drifting back, wary about this potential flank coming through, and CNED walks right into it, ready for it, and Chronicle on the entry, able to find one. Alpha catching a glimpse there, as Mr. Fallen just sprints across and he just swings into Baby Door and takes out Chronicle. Leo now, last one standing is Mr. Fallen, TPing into the site to actually check, but Leo catches him on the cancel. Rolling Thunder, available for cracks, just waiting on the tap. Leo having to be cognizant of this. Ult now gonna be sent. Sends out the C's to try to trap him. But time is being bought. Leo knows that he's not gonna be able to win out this round. FUT will get themselves up to 7. And all that Leo can do, just save the operator, carry it over into the next round.
Oh, it's just so awesome the way that FUT is working this map right now. Just showing hard aggressive looks and then pivoting off of it quickly. That op there does some damage. This time they're able to best Boaster, who's been a nuisance at Rubble, to start out this half. Nightfall, Mr. Fallen just playing right on the back of it, trying to catch Fnatic being aggressive, and he does. Now the buy, very weak. Yes, you save the op, but you have 2 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs for Fnatic. FUT gonna grab an Outlaw as well, knowing that half armors are only gonna be available based on the economy of their opponents. Assumption here. Oh my God, Boaster.
Finds a headshot, Mr. Fallen taken down Knows that CNED's around the flank, and he still does a decent amount of damage. That taps him down to 78. Dirk, in the meantime, still holding this deep line here with the operator. Let's see if anybody peeks out for him. Couple shots in, and CNED just gonna take him down. Headshot down, and now that A site completely opened up, so Chronicle has to rotate over. Chronicle scooping up the up for himself. Shuts down Cracks on the approach, and that's a lot of the entry util taken out of FUT's hands. Holding here, but because it's just a stinger, he does decent damage, but cannot confirm that kill.
Cage trigger.
Still in with the advantage here, our FUT. CNED just here alongside the wall, and Chronicle is not ready for it. CNED finds himself a third in the round. His FUT look for 8, and they will have it. Pit invested, yes, but still more rounds accrued for them here on this attacking side. 9-3 in their sights.
I just so aware our FUT of where that op was likely to be. And it's pretty typical to have it on top of stairs like that. CNED able to identify that position. They also had Cracks standing on the rock at A main, kind of as a backup plan, just in case things go wrong, but doing a great job. Our FUT, and they have kept that Odin out of the hands of Fnatic until this round. So finally, they have a little bit of early spam to try to control. My eyes are on Chronicle with that Viper's Pit. That's the only ult that's likely to come online for Fnatic.
Quick hit here into B to try to change up the pace. Paranoia across, and CNED playing off the back of it beautifully. Couple stray shots from Poster, but it's full blind and absolutely left out to dry. Easy kill collection for him. Chronicle now just trying to put their way back in for this one. But the spike gets right on the edge. Spray through, Chronicle whittled away at down to 61. Wall comes back up, Alfia trying to get up in front of this one. Swings out, and there's 3 players ready for him. Cracks dealing the killing blow, a bite to try to take him off that angle for a little bit longer, but getting onto the spike is going to prove to be so damn difficult. Leo swings out of the smoke. Mr. Fallen takes his head off. And now it's all on Durka, and Odin in the hand, but he's absolutely destroyed. Flawless from FUT to close out the half, 9-3.
Yeah, just awesome. Finally, we're seeing FUT come alive, and they're having a phenomenal attacker side half here on Lotus. Sure, it's an attacker sided map, but this is very, very strong. The way that they are maneuvering themselves, the way that they're reading their opponents, getting that info and using it against them has been incredible this half. A lot of credit to EDG. He's doing a good job exploring himself and finding that open space.
Absolutely has been, but somebody else who's been having a whale of a performance right now is Ada Captain. Let's go ahead and hear from him in another Omen player moment.
Oyuna zaten hızlı giremedik. Çok çabuk bitti oyun. Yani fazla üzgün değiliz. Rakip zaten Amerika Ligi'nin birincisi olarak geldi. Tabii ki de hafife almıyoruz. Çok güçlü bir rakiptik ama birazcık rakip analizine fazla takıldığımız için kendi oyunumuz arka planda kaldı. Yüksek ihtimalle kafa kafaya gitse kaybetsek daha çok üzülürdük. Ama oyun hızlı bittiği için ya pek fazla bir üzgünlük, bir sıkıntı yok şu an üstümüze. Diğer maça hazırlanacağız.
Hustio cleaning up 2, leaves now Cracks all in his lonesome to try to clutch it out. 1v2, looks for the first, gets a headshot, gets the spot of the bang, and a smattering of damage, and he readjusts.
Fnatic cidden çok güçlü bir rakip. Zaten yüksek ihtimalle şu an yani dünyada top 3'e girecek bir takım. Ama onu ligde 2-0 yenmiştik. Son şansımız, kazanmamız lazım. Başka şansımız yok. Daha çok hırslanıyoruz.
FUT very well aware of their standing at the moment. Both teams knowing, lose here, it's all over. FUT now just trying to extend this series, take us over to Ascent. The Desk were talking about it earlier. They said if it goes to that map, who the hell knows what's going to happen. Right now, FUT are looking fired up.
Yeah, it's anybody's ball game, it feels like now. You know, FUT looked rough on split, but they're right back in the saddle now. And just curious to see what this pistol round from FUT is going to bring us. If they can really just railroad Fnatic out of here, get this pistol round win, send us to Ascent quickly, or if Fnatic has something to say about it. It is obviously an attacker-sided map, generally, other than sometimes in Pacific. But
it's a little bit anomalous in Pacific from time to time, yes.
Yeah, but in most of the rest of the world, you know, this is where you're going to get your damage done. This is where you can really work the map, and Fnatic loves these B pivots. They love to try to contest Rubble and then use that to either go A or B. But a lot of attention being played towards C early for both squads. Get a full stack here, the fault line ready to go for Cracks if there's any contact, but that's smoke. As Fnatic, considering other ideas and all this space that Boaster's got, says, guys, let's try this for now. But
it is just CNET here.
Yep, but he's been pretty good so far this map.
Has been, but exit tool's not really there because of the full investment on the Sheriff. They could just end up 50-50 him a little bit, but there's a swing out. It's a decent amount of damage. Tailwinds across, gets himself into sight. He's reading the push-up here from Durka. Does some damage, but gonna be caught right before he can fully reload. Sets up the rest of his team to potentially be able to bring this round back into their favor. For now, Plant gonna be coming through. It's Durka wants to get that showstopper online.
Yeah, the duelist v duelist battle goes the way of Durka this time, able to catch that reload timing. Flank angle here for Chronicle, so important.
Trying to find the shots. It's gonna be Attacaptain taking down Durka. In the meantime, as they push their way out of stairs. Chronicle low, Attacaptain finding that kill. Leo answering one back. Spots out Cracks, but there's the paranoia, the jumping right click. Mr. Fallen taking down Leo. Boaster finds a nice timing though, pushing out here into stairs. Keeps it now at a 2v2. So Recovered, pushed up into the smoke, out the air, able to steady that spray there with a Sheriff. Finds one. The hold coming through. Shoulder not being noticed. EDG will fall, and Fnatic will get themselves a pistol round win.
Man, what an awesome pistol round. Both teams making some really clever maneuvers. Coming from a bunch of different directions, our FUT with that overstack towards C. They're able to push through spawn pretty quickly. It's accounted for by the side of Fnatic, but they're just a little late to react on that back line. But still, Boaster with the stairs rotate is huge. Catches, Cracks off guard while he's trying to let loose with some util. And that's just round over at that point. And then Alfier wins a crucial 1v1 on the back of the site. Able to keep that battle from going into a 2v1, making it a 1v1 in the end. So fantastic work with a really tricky round. FUT through a lot of Fnatic, and they were able to hang on. Getting that spam through the smoke as well. Onto Chronicle was a nice pickup. Ooh,
Alfier gonna be noted. The rotate coming through out wide from Attacaptain to try to get the catch, and he's able to do it. Headshot from the Classic there at that distance. Puts down the enemy KJ. Solid start, but still more kills to be found if they want to do some significant damage here to the economy. Sturka, one with a rifle. Takes out Mr. Fallen. Back now into a 4v4. The smokes come through. It's really looking to lock off this heaven. Durka staying out wide. Flash at the ready, comes in, tailwind. Durka, oh, he's fully blinded, but he still manages to find that kill. Weapon now passed over into Leo's hands, trying to maintain control of it. Gets a headshot onto Cracks, and EDG out, last one standing. Looks like he's gonna go on a long walkabout.
Camera taken out.
Camera destroyed. Just wants to get into position to die to the spike.
And Fnatic is pinging it out. They're aware that this could happen, so they're saying, okay, guys, he might end up there, but let's see if they're gonna try to contest it at all or just let it happen. It's good stuff here from FUT. Again, identifying this open space and just being even more aggressive against it on these C lurks, and catches Boaster a bit off guard. So I think that's something that certainly in this round Fnatic might want to consider, is how are they gonna deal with these aggressive push-outs from C if they're gonna keep their attention towards a Rubble. Part of the map that they love to fight for and try to pivot from. So this leaves a little bit of space for FUT, generally speaking. And this round, though, FUT is going to make an adjustment. They're going to start contesting this space a bit. Particularly, oh my god.
Lost the open of the door, and CNET dead off the rip. Looks for a second, Mr. Fallen does manage to stand his ground. TP's back across over into the site. Does get tagged up. Down to 48, but duelist exchange here on both sides. Entry power taken away from one another.
Well, and you can understand why Fnatic likes to contest this space because they have the phase raid versus not the phase raid. In this case, a breach jet. So it's a little bit harder for FUT.
Fade raise, but yes.
Oh, sorry, God, fade raise. Oh my God. Oh boy, there's a slip of the tongue. But the fade raise, phase raid. I'm getting my teams confused and everything.
Wires crossed.
Wires are crossed, yeah. But anyway, you can understand why they would be willing to contest that space early, is my point.
Yes. Solid trade out there from Mr. Fallen, but now approach here, Honesty, getting ready to come through. Fault line at the ready from Cracks. Really gum up the works here. Alpha and Leo both at a risk of getting clipped by this one. Just waiting it out patiently. Spike going to be passed over. Fault line now coming through. Prowler on the check. After shot to try to see if they can find any opening kills, but nothing going to be spotted there. Orb goes down. Out of Captain filling here over at Ben. Going to be noted by that Prowler, but the spray in from Cracks. He's able to find one. Out of Captain having to tuck back TP up over the top. Not going to be heard here, but Out of Captain still finds Alpier. Cracks getting another Out of Captain ready for it. Looks up, gets the catch, and it's only CNET dead within the first few seconds of the round. Everybody else alive as FUT get themselves up to 10.
The Ada Captain has been monstrous for FUT. 18-9 now. This is a nightmare to deal with over here. Yeah, Durka, a good opener. Clear some space, has an opportunity against Mr. Fallen, but kind of caught still moving a little bit. So Mr. Fallen able to find his shots sooner, but Ada Captain just knew. I mean, those Omens love to get on top of that box.
I mean, man, it's just on a tear. Big turnaround. Basically everybody on FUT compared to what we were seeing on that opening map. Right now leading the charge as far as kills are concerned. CNET tries to take some space. The Paranoia crashing across, and he finds the first one. Durka going to be taken down. Now swing back around over towards Rocket. Boaster does fall. Leo up over the top, just waiting patiently here for that wall to fall. He comes away with one, but CNET gets himself a third. Spike now stranded in a forward position. Chronicle desperately spraying with the Odin to try to find something.
Well, you wondered how they could deal with it. Just hit a banger Paranoia, and you can clear out that space no problem with CNET dashing in. Just trying to buy a little bit of time, but what do you do here as Fnatic? Your options are so limited, and FUT can just stack on top of the spike and wait you out, grab orbs, get everything they want out of this, potentially more. There's no way they're going to give them opportunities, you would think, for that Odin spam.
Starting to work their way forward, clear out on the camp. CNET feeling it, gets himself the fourth piece, can't find the ace, but still, FUT get themselves now up to 11. 2 more rounds to go to replicate and invert the map score from Split and take us over to Ascent.
Man, this is awesome. I love this. You know, one of the things I was concerned about with this compositional difference, trying to control this space, well, CNET gets behind Rubble, a beautiful Paranoia from Mr. Fallen, and it's a lot of players falling for Fnatic. And that's got Gaius fired up, and now things start to get desperate for Fnatic because they are 2 rounds from dropping this map, and they are in an eco. They have a showstopper, yes. Blade Storm pop for CNET. Ada Captain has that Viper's Pit. Boaster gonna lead the charge with a frenzy here. It's Fnatic looking to see if they can get a thrifty and find some hope to keep this map alive. Oh, what a spot.
Timing a little bit off there. Has to go for the reload right as the trap wire. Does get the catch on the Durka. Boombot quickly cleared out. Cyber Cage gonna be set up as well. A lot of spam, but no connections. Nightfall committed. Going to be able to note 2 here on the site. Get a change, clearing out the Prowlers. Just watching every which direction to try to keep himself alive here. Push up from Durka. He ends up falling. Cracks just again pot shots in towards 3. Finds one. No audio, no problem. Ada Captain catches Boaster. Picks him off now. 2 players left alive. Dash back from CNET. Unable to get the knives to connect. Leo finds Mr. Fallen. Keeps them close, but Ada Captain shuts it down once again. Leo now gone. CNET needed to be a headshot here. Chronicle able to find one, but now down to 31. They line up for him, but he cannot get the shot through. Ada Captain with another multi-kill round will get FUT up to map point.
He's just unbelievable right now. You cannot displace Ada Captain. Once he's got his feet planted, forget about it. On this defender side and on the attacker side with some of those lurks, but he gets caught by all the utility from, I mean, they invest everything here. Except for the showstopper. Durka doesn't pop that, but, you know, it's Fnatic trying to scrape together something. Nightfall be damned. Util be damned. Leo's still able to come out with some big kills, but Fnatic now facing map 3.
Fnatic poking and prodding here for now. Double drift up and towards B. TP across over to the door switch here for Boaster.
Cover going out.
Tap on it. So double push out. Trapwire set up for a bit of a raise catch here, knowing that that showstopper is going to be in play.
Cage trigger.
But looks like it's going to be scouted. Poster maybe noting that. Durka just sneaking in underneath. So Wire not getting the catch. Paint Shells at the ready to be set, but Atacaptain already finding an opener. His Poster going to be taken down once more. Paint Shells into the back though, and Atacaptain not quite registering that. Ends up falling to it. So Durka trades it back and still has the showstopper in his back pocket.
And now this retake gets extremely difficult for FUT because you know that showstopper is going to be coming your way. Taking their time. It's a freeze here from Fnatic. Just wary of a timing hit from FUT. Finally going to feel comfortable enough that they can go for this. Alpha going to try to sneak in behind this door.
Behind the box, Fallen not reading it. Alpha quick with a headshot. Manages to take him down. Showstopper now to further delay to buy some space. Sends it. CNET quick with the tailwind. Keeps himself out to safety, but as he repeats Alpha here, will once again find an elimination. Aftershock through, but Durka having none of it. Crack's dead. Now it's just EDG. Clean and necessary turnaround here for Fnatic. Paint Shells built back up. EDG wanting to just try to challenge, wanting to get as many weapons out of the hands of Fnatic as humanly possible. But it's going to stop at Durka. Alpha with 3 keeps them afloat, but it's 6 rounds consecutively necessary for Fnatic if they want to go to OT.
Yeah, and it's a really good job here by Boaster being the point man to make sure that trap wire is identified just in case. And he's just able to kind of sneak underneath the net of the defenses of FUT. Like you said, Achilleos, they were planning for that showstopper to come through that door, and it doesn't. That gives just enough room for Fnatic to set up underneath the site and start letting loose with those guns to clear that extra space they need to get that plant.
Up and Outlaw in play here for FUT.
Lockdown for Alpier.
EDG just having to backpedal. Quick clear on the cam. Trapwire is well eliminated. Opening up B a little bit. Tap onto the door. CNET taking a quick peek. Not going to be spotting much of anything though. How far does he want to push this? Looks like for now we'll just stay sat over by Mound. Mr. Fallen at the same time. Outlaw in hand. Waiting to see any ounce of movement here.
Has to be a timing off the toxic screen, you would think. In fact, it's just a pivot towards the other direction. But look how much space they have on this mound.
They're drifting back. Clear out on the Prowler. They keep the disguise for now. Haunt as well gone. Paranoia, however, going to be able to catch on to both of them. The C's comes through, and Mr. Fallen going to be taken down. Alpha just entering over at A. Gets rid of that Outlaw. Cracks able to find Alpha here, but EDG going to be traded out at the same time. 70 HP here for Atacaptain. Cracks as well. Worse for wear. 53.
Boaster TP'd into drop. And I think FUT somewhat aware that that could be possible, but should maybe get the plant down here for Fnatic.
Plant through, fault line, not connecting. Boaster still sat, turns on the flash, quick to it. CNET swapping over onto the Phantom. Looks like they still want to try to play this one out. But now CNET's dead. Cracks has to give it up. Picked off Boaster. A major turnaround round for him. Gets himself 3 kills and Fnatic continue to keep themselves in this.
It's a little bit of a gamble from Fnatic with that TP, but it works a treat. You know, they've been now kind of shifting their attention, conditioning FUT that they're not going to be going A. And this time around, they wait a little bit. Yeah, Alpha gets the early pick, but then they start contesting that rubble space, investing that paranoia over there. Boaster, it's a great one. Set up those shots, and then he's like, I'm going to TP over in a drop. They're not going to really fully anticipate it. Get some kills, get the plant, get the round. Still 5 more to go just to send it to OT, though, for Fnatic. But big ults available for FUT if they so choose. They can maybe get a kill or 2. Who knows? Maybe they try to end it right here, right now. But just Sheriffs for the buy for FUT. So gun advantage and a lockdown advantage for Fnatic. Can they take advantage of it? Keep us going.
This is one of those moments as a coach where you got to be sitting back watching and just hoping that the team, with these 4 ults that they have online, don't start overcommitting with them. Flash coming through, push out, space going to be taken, pushing them away from Mount. Well, just eat a shot there into the shoulder. This is going to force the pivot here from the side of Fnatic and FUT. They're trying to get ahead of this. Yeah, already rotating multiple players over towards A.
This is what they did last round, did Fnatic. So, you know, they're reading it really nicely. Our FUT, our Fnatic, maybe going to try to pivot in towards B off of this. Early contact. CNET tucked right behind the door by Tree, seeing if he could find the angle. Already that baby door cleared. Spam through.
Tailwind at the ready. Fault line sent. Try to slow things up, but now maybe the pivot, the cut through into B.
30 seconds left.
Had a captain here to try to intercept. Snake Bite gonna be thrown down, keeps him at bay for now. More time gonna be bought. Wrap around from Alpha, gets himself over in towards main, but the cam is there, set up to go ahead and note him. Rolling Thunder, gonna be coming through. Sounds out on the multiple. Alpha pushing forward, able to find Woman right now. They're just trying to buy some time, and Alpha Air has opened up space. 2 kills bound. Plant can come in. They cannot deny it any further.
One enemy remaining.
As Alpha gets the headshot, CNED will fall. It's going to be flawless here for Fnatic. They get that Rolling Thunder out of FUT as well.
Yeah, FUT felt like they maybe had an opportunity to try to close the door, but just not quite able to do so. And Fnatic starting to read the map pretty well, so FUT going to take a timeout, try to reassess, try to figure out how they can make sure that this doesn't go any further, that this stays as far away from overtime as possible, and we get to Ascent. And that Rolling Thunder, man, that's a lot to use there in that situation and get absolutely nothing out of it.
It is. There's still plenty of ults to work with, but having that Rolling Thunder, knowing that the lockdown is going to be on the opposite side, it makes that Viper's Pit feel a lot less safe, a lot less assured. We'll see what the call is going to be, but FUT now in this position where the economy is going to swing like a pendulum. Buy in this round, but if they drop it, Fnatic up to 9, back into an eco for FUT. That's them then at 10, 2 rounds away from taking you into overtime. FUT want to be able to just close this out right here, right now. Do not let them get any closer.
No doubt about it. I'd like to see a little bit more working of the map here by Fnatic. I felt like that was read pretty well by FUT, and maybe with better weapons in hand, that could be a little bit more tricky for Fnatic to deal with. And you are going to see that operator come through for CNED, operator for Alfier, Odin for Chronicle. So heavy weapons abound. Some big ults to speak of on both sides. Can Fnatic continue this run? It looks so good for FUT. Looks like they were going to make quick work of Fnatic on this Lotus, but right now, Fnatic has something to say about it, and they're going to take their time off the rip. I like this. Check for some aggression, check for like a trap pinch play. Maybe somebody gets aggressive out of C like this from CNED.
He's pushing up at Alpha. He's got an operator on the opposite side. He's holding a hard angle. Leo now inching forward. Util at the ready, has that haunt. Goes out over the top. CNED tucks back into the smoke just in time, and then re-peeks and finds Alfier. CNED playing it beautifully.
Unbelievable. That timing is insane from CNED.
Absolute perfection and a solid start to try to close out this last round here.
Now you're trying to get some more info on what's going on around the map.
That's that lockdown nullified. You don't
That's
have
true.
to concern yourself with that. So the pit, if it comes through, that much safer for Fnatic captain. Check from Fallen, Chronicle moving forward. By that A orb, Prowler is going to be eating the trap wire. CNED a little bit early on the shot. Pulls back, avoids the paint
30
shells.
seconds left.
Ready for some kind of peek up, but avoids the C's as well. A little bit of space taken as Boaster. He's going to be the X factor here in the round. Swings around in towards Waterfall, finds one. Mr. Fallen going to be taken out. Trying to pivot into B.
Love that from Boaster.
Trapwire set up. Durka still expecting CNED to be lingering around. He will go ahead and start rotating
10
out.
seconds
Yeta left tucked away at Waterfall to try to intercept this raise. Nightfall across, not going to be catching on to anyone. Durka, does he read this at all? The answer is no. Yeta finds the shot. Neural Theft invested. Reveal coming through. Out of Captain finds Chronicle. And now the pit to retake the site. Boaster spamming wildly, hoping desperately that he can find some kind of opening. None to be found. Leo, a spot out onto CNED. Drags across, finds the shot, but it's going to be cracks to put them down. 13-8, FUT will take us the distance. They are not going out without a fight. They are sending us to Ascent.
A huge map from FUT. They look completely recovered from that disappointing performance on Split, that disappointing performance against 100 Thieves. They are ready to take us to Ascent.
Very much alive. Now Ascent, anything can happen. We'll see who comes out on top of this series after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Ah lan. Oğlum aa. GT'ymiş amına koyayım.
Nice! Nice! İşte bu! Helal!
was a fantastic response from FUT. They bring this back and make it level in this very important elimination match. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined here by Mimi and Kakuka once again. We're going to map 3.
Yeah, this is an exciting one. It seems like FUT has the number of Fnatic on this map. I think Fnatic, we saw some of the same mistakes crop up that we saw in that Gen G game. Alfie are getting caught off on the lurks by CNET, and FUT just some really good defensive rotations to close that one out.
Yeah, exactly, especially on the first half. Even though Fnatic was starting on the defense, all of those protocols that they had for the retakes were not there. The communication was not on point, and time after time, we saw FUT taking the upper hand and just capitalizing on Fnatic's mistakes.
Yeah, it was a little unlike Fnatic, right? Like you see in this round, players kind of coming in one at a time into this retake and really looking reliant on the individual plays. And, you know, it looked solid when players like Dirk or Alpha was able to have that individual moment, but then you have rounds like this where Dirk is just not clearing a close corner and loses the clutch because of it. Those moments snowball games, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, I think time after time, we're seeing Fnatic like loosen the plot a little bit, where we see a FUT that can have the same patience, but with a very different outcome. Because when we think about the way that they were attacking, how they were moving around the map, is so difficult to adapt onto that, because they were moving around so much and making so many later calls that for the next round, you really do not know what to expect.
I mean, we spoke about the hero plays. Yutajay on the first map, coming into this one, at a captain, it just felt like you could not go to his site.
Yeah, in particular, late rounds on C, this guy was an absolute menace. Fnatic kept, I feel like, calling into this C site without really pulling out his utility. And remember, Viper now only has one molly, but he was constantly using it at the right time to lock down his site. He's really good at finding that isolated duel and putting his team on top of these positions, and also knowing when to fall back a little bit and play that retake with his team instead.
But yeah, especially later in the game, like this closing rounds, the impact that every single piece of utility coming from the side of FUT was having was massive. Time after time, not only him, we saw it from the initiator as well. I'm just so surprised that they kept their head in the game so well. I mean, they did have a very, very good first half, where they, you know, should be very happy that they have that post-ban success. But individually, shining like this after a first map that they had.
It was really good. We heard from Coach Gaius from this team before their last match to qualify out of the Swiss stage that they wanted to win not from Turkish aim, but from Turkish team play. I felt like that last match they played was a little bit more reliant on the individual skill. Then they got dominated by 100 Thieves. But I think they've really taken the learnings, and they showed a really well put together team in this one. The mid-rounding on the attack was on point. The protocols on their defense to hold the site was good. This was a clean map for FUT, and I think sets them up well for Ascent.
This is the thing though, why on earth are we going to Ascent? It feels like a map where neither of these teams, Kakuka, want to even play.
I'll take it over any breeze. But here, yes, Ascent is a complicated one, because the fact that we're even here only shows that it's not that they wanted to be here, it's that they didn't want to play the other maps, right? Because it's a map that they do not have a lot of experience throughout the year. I believe that they've been playing a couple of times each, and it is a map that literally anything can happen, and it's all down to fundamentals. If we talk about a basic map, it is Ascent.
Yeah, these teams have also played each other 5 times. We've never seen them play Ascent head-to-head, so this is really going to be an interesting one. This, to me, now becomes super reliant on just the basics. Team play, synergy, how good are your fundamentals on a map that you're probably not scrimming as much as the maps a little higher up in your pool, which to me makes me feel like FUT might even have an edge in this one. We saw some of those like the team play moments slipping for Fnatic, some mistakes being made both in the Gen G series and in that map number 2 versus a FUT who I think is looking pretty clean right now.
Yeah, exactly. And if we think about Ascent and FUT, we saw them earlier in the tournament playing against DRG. They started on the defense and they managed to get 6 rounds in a row off the bat. With the mental that Fnatic is in right now, with FUT starting on the defense, and with the momentum that they have gained from the last map, if they're able to translate that time after time, if CNET keeps having that much impact into the game, it's going to be extremely difficult for Fnatic to go back into the game and not replicate what happened to them against Gen G.
There's a lot of maps where you watch CNET and he's a much more passive player. You don't see him dashing in as much. He's a lot slower than some of the other Jets that we have in the tournament. But this is one of those maps where we will see more of those set plays, more of those set X executes, and his entry has actually become really important. And I think he's been great at that this event. But Durka has been stepping up this series. He was great on Split, on the Yoru, and I want to see a lot out of him on the Jet here on Ascent.
I think what worries me is the roles, right, on Ascent, because for FUT, it's almost best in slot for them. You have Cracks on the KO, he's played that like a billion times.
It's actually the only agent he had unlocked for like 2 years of his career.
Right, and Charles Neddington on the Jet, and Mr. Farland as well, moving into something more comfortable. So are we right to be a little bit more worried, you guys think?
I think we should be.
I mean, if you're a Fnatic, yes, also because it's in the back of your head. We also talked about how important it is to be getting those reps. How Fnatic at the beginning of the year only played those 2 matches even before going into the stage 1, where Ascent is an even ground for both of them. But remember, FUT is coming from that Swiss bracket. They have had all those reps, but Fnatic is feeling a little bit cold.
Yeah, they really are. And on this map too in particular, I feel like we never get to see Fnatic on this map. So I feel like it's pretty hard to evaluate their form here too.
Yeah, and it's also been a long time since Fnatic came to an international tournament and only play 2 matches and get instantaneously knocked out. And not to forget, looking at this man on your screen, Chronicle has been to a grand final every single time he's been to an international event. So this will be a tragic way to get to be eliminated from this tournament, I feel like.
Yeah, exactly. Just think about it. Everything is at stake, and a map that you're not comfortable in. Yeah, FUT is gaining momentum. Fnatic has to turn things around. If they want to go back, if we, talking about how they're so back, they have to prove it, okay? Yeah, 2023 seems like ages ago. You have to come back to that champion form.
But FUT's never had that form. They've never gone on a run at an international tournament before. The last and only playoffs they've ever been to at a global event was champs last year. Who'd they get eliminated by? Fnatic in this exact same position. Lower round 1, they got sent packing. And now they're here in that same spot. They've just won a map in dominant fashion on Lotus and have a chance to start a run here. It would really be a first for this team, for their region, for Turkish Valorant as a whole. This would mean the world.
Not for Charles, not for CNED.
Sure.
He was the first to do it.
But these other guys have it.
Yeah. Bring the Sage out. That's what I'm saying.
It's not bind. It's not bind. It would be great if it was on bind. But yeah, pretty bog standard comms here.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think, especially when we're talking about how stale this map is, you have to play it to your strengths. Even if there was something prepared for deeper in the tournament, is not the moment to whip it out now. I think the pressure is on both of the teams, and it's so high.
Cracks, you were talking about him. He is best in slot. He's fantastic on this KO. The synergy between him and CNED to set each other up for plays is really important to this map for FUT.
Well, this is it. The loser will be going home and leaving the competition. Achilles and Paperton. This is going to be an exciting way to end the series.
I very much agree. Let's head over onto Ascent. A classic map to close out this what is becoming a very classic matchup between these 2 squads. FUT finding their form in stage 1, looking like one of the best teams, if not the best team, over in EMEA. Get themselves to the tournament, but only one of these EMEA squads can remain.
And Fnatic, the team that was promised last year that came so close to running the table at the international events, but fell just short of champions, looking to find their way deeper into this event and show that they are still a force to be reckoned with, and I can't wait for this. So many exciting matchups here. Durka v CNED, EDG versus Alpha, Cracks versus Chronicle, Leo versus Mr. Fallen. Leo's so good on that Sova, Mr. Fallen in his comfort role as well as that IGL.
Flash across, looking for the entry here, across, and that's going to be out of captain, noted, but not dealt with. Answers back, finds a headshot, kill coming through, but Chronicle going to be good to trade one out. EDG now going to be taken down. Oh, big opener as Chronicle finds another. It's the finish there onto the omen of the HB right now on the side of everybody. With Fnatic in tatters. The man advantage might not matter too much. Another shoulder shot there onto Alphayer as he wants to flush this player out. Tailwind burn now out of bullets. Gonna have to go for that. Reload here pretty damn soon. As he runs it down, but for now, just gonna be held at bay. Alpha still pushing forward. Dart coming through though. Leo barely able to jump across into market. Tries to swing out, tries to take the fight, but it's gonna be Cracks coming up with 3 as FUT take the opening pistol.
This is huge for FUT. It looked like it was going to go Fnatic's way. They had a great crunch there from A main and Tree, setting up themselves really nicely, but a good paranoia keeps them at bay long enough. Yeah, they're able to isolate that player, in the corner by Switch, but they're able to take it down, and then FUT is just able to match these rotations. Fnatic tries to bail out Alpha as best as they can, and they try to make a rotate off of it, but it's just read nicely.
CNED with a finger wag across the stage. Then, Alpha here. Not gonna outdo me like this.
It's so exciting this year, especially that CNED's been a little more active post-round. We'll say that. He's definitely getting up out of his chair sometimes.
Saw earlier on, he almost sent it flying off the stage.
That would definitely be classified under active.
For now, holding back here outside window, Vandal in hand. These Jiggle Peaks just narrowly missing one another. CNED gonna drift back across, get himself into the A site.
Let's see how FUT wants to play this. Giving up a lot of space in short. Maybe just gonna try to shut this push down. Holding this angle for Tree is CNED. ADS already, but a smoke early from Fnatic. They're just gonna cut through window, it looks like it.
Art not gonna be revealing much here. Entry attempts from Durka, but Mr. Fallen shuts it all down. 3 quick kills with the Spectre. Spike now, stranded, picked up. Leo swinging out, will be able to put him down, not allow him to get that 4K, but FRX comes through. Picks him off, and it's gonna be a 2-0 start here for FUT.
Yeah, just good positioning from Mr. Fallen. Able to catch the first, the dash from Durka, well accounted for. That's basically shutting the round down right there. Gets the third as well. Finds the fourth at the very end. Yeah, insane stuff from FUT. Looking good on their defender side. Gonna have 3 Bulldogs and a Vandal going into this bonus. A Sheriff for Mr. Fallen and a Bulldog.
Passover, looks like.
Yeah, looks...
Exchange that with Captain.
Ah, yeah. Okay, makes sense. He deserves it. He had a nice round. Give him the Bulldog. Give him the upgrade.
I'm trying to get that Hunter's Fury online. CNED, in the meantime, pacey push out here. All the way across short, has the dash out, up draft to try to keep himself safe, down to 22 HP. Durka, at the same time, gonna be able to find Mr. Fallen. Now Cracks, taking a lot of early spray as well. Down to 35.
How is CNED alive?
I don't know. Answering Fire did find Chronicle and Boaster. But with that man advantage, Fnatic still in a stronger position. 5 out the check, Durka, noting 1. 0 point, quick clear here from Chronicle.
Oh,
Durka still dealt with. Cracks, finds out a limb.
That's a huge pickup. TP into the switch here for Boaster. Has the space. Should be able to get the plant down. But even though it's an even retake, both teams have a couple players that are very beat up. So some of those early shots, maybe some spam throughs of the wall, could be really important in this round. Tons of util though for Fnatic in this post plant. Chronicle's got all of it. You've got the Paranoia, you've got Leo's shock darts and this recon. Only 1 flash here for Cracks and the fragment. That's about it.
That flash dart combo, trying to get the pings across, and there's the reveal, and there's the kill. Alpha, quick to collect. Captain gonna be taken down. Shock dart lob in, not gonna be finding much. Cracks.
Wow.
Still, I mean, so low on HP, still finds that elimination. Now Chronicle taken down. Man advantage is here for the side of FUT, who ultimately just need to do some additional damage. But Alpha here cannot get the first one. Now they're in onto the defuse. And FUT, they're gonna convert this bonus against all odds.
Insane. Insane from FUT. I mean, those angles that they find, Cracks there with 2 huge kills in that round. 1 down to mid, and then another here. This one right here is massive. Getting Durka eliminated, shutting out that duelist. And then EDG so snappy. The jump as well to open up the angle for CNED. And EDG immediately popping off and letting him know. And there was a nice round of applause for FUT when they retook the stage from this crowd. The fans really appreciating the show that they're putting on. This bounce back that they're having, looking to keep their tournament hopes alive, and it's a weak bye again for Fnatic. 2 Guardians, Marshall, Stinger, and a Sheriff. I swear there's a real gun there.
There is. Spectator things.
It's all good. We know. Clear out some of the util, but just trying to take mid space, our Fnatic. And it was given up by FUT, and their retake was just so good in the last round. Shut it all down. Trying to get a little bit of info here. It's Leo.
Scouting out some of the util here. Durka, distracted briefly. Does manage to back away, takes a little bit of damage there. He makes his way over to switch, taps it, door now shutting, but 2 players entrenched here on the site. 0 Point not revealing anything here. Now for Fnatic, I mean, you're in a very committed position, but how do you get yourselves forward onto the side itself? They're on 0 Point, not gonna go deep enough. CNED starts flanking around from behind. Spotting them, taking him down. Leo dead. Durka able to find one. Sends off a warning shot here, trying to keep him at bay. CNED for now will respect it, pulls back. But they're no closer to getting this plant down than they were previously. As the pivot gets ready to come through, door again opened. Both are checking in towards market. But there's just not enough time to get themselves over to this A site.
No, this has to be a B hit at this point. And good luck. This is going to be tough.
Gonna have to try to stick it, but EDG not caught at all by that paranoia. Durka snappy with a headshot, but the round is already over. 3 players left standing. Cash aplenty. FUT now up 4-0.
And even though Fnatic can get to the switch and get themselves towards the site, they can't get into the site. It's just too much congestion, too much confusion. And a lot of players rotating quickly. Mr. Fallen right on top of things. And then this lurk from CNED is devastating right as that door is shutting. Able to take some players down. And the 2 on site just never bothered. Never messed with. And you can see some frustration from Elma Putty, as he knows that this is already a very tough start for Fnatic, and FUT just looks so dialed in as we have a bit of a tech issue.
I was curious about it. Saw the headset come off before the previous round was played. We went right into it. It seems like maybe whatever minor issue they're having, rearing its head once again. Hopefully something that can be dealt with swiftly here so we can get back into this action. As for FUT, bringing a momentum, obviously not something that they want.
No.
They are right in the wave at the moment.
Yeah, they look unstoppable right now. They're just playing together as a unit really, really well. That's something that when this FUT team hits that extra level, they are fearsome. You know, it's one of the things they've talked about coming into this event, that, you know, everybody talks about this team and talks about Turkish aim, but they want to be known for their Turkish teamwork. And it's looked a lot better here these last couple maps, that's for sure. Trying to get some new headphones.
Yeah, look, just like a swap out. Been told it's only going to be a matter of minutes. We'll get right back into this one. Fnatic getting ready to go into a bye. Still severely lacking, very behind as far as the ult cycles are concerned. Hunter's Fury up from both of these squads, but a hell of a lot closer to some very crucial ones are FUT.
The no command in particular from Krax. He's had a 6-0 start, so he is right on pace to get that in a crucial round potentially.
They're also perfectly aligned. 6-5-4-3-2.
Nice. It's like they're playing Yahtzee.
Solid synergy from the team. Looks like headset back on, some checks to make sure all is well and good. And then we will go ahead and jump right back into this one. Now the big question is, Fnatic, do they have a timeout locked and loaded on the opposite side of this tech pause?
Good question.
Because they very well may.
It's worth considering for sure. I don't know that I'd dig into it just yet. Their mid control has been great. They've been getting some of that space that they want. It's just the reactions are better from FUT. They're able to rotate so quickly. You know, Fnatic's not spreading the map a whole lot. Granted, we haven't seen a ton of rounds. This round, though, looking a lot different here from Fnatic with a 3-2 split. Trying to take some space at A, and look at all this from FUT. So heavily invested to B.
Durka able to catch one. Shot taken, but not received. Durka able to avoid that one. CNED trying to still push up here. Does find Alpha here, but already a 2-man coming through here for the side of Fnatic. Saw an opening kills, but Durka's just bouncing his way forward in the tree. And now he's going to be taken down. A site is taken, but the count here is equalized. The 3v3 now. So they try to get themselves set up here for this post plant. Leo out in main. Hunter's Fury at the ready to try to buy some time.
That's the big key.
Cracks as he tried to save that 0 point to try to interrupt the Hunter's Fury, but he sends it. Notes the 2 players. Suspects that they're going to be here in hell. Fragment, a little bit of damage here. Crossboster whittled away down to 65. Swing out from CNED, but Boster finds a headshot. Cracks now arriving, but Leo snipes him. It's all on EDG. Trying to fish him out. Finds it. With the Hunter's Fury already committed. It's going to be a shock dart. Gets some decent damage to swing in, and Leo, he will bail them out and get Fnatic on the board.
Yeah, Fnatic have to dig deep, but FUT gambles on the B side of the map and just says, okay, we're going to try to push space. We're going to try to show you an aggressive look off of this tech pause, see if we can catch you sleeping a little bit. But they don't. Durka very aware early towards Attacaptain's position. Takes him down deep in mid past Fountain. And Leo's playing this post plant to perfection. So good on the Sova, historically, is Leo, and he's showing you why. And now it's Alpha's turn to get up and let him know. He's got a smile, of course. They're all friends.
Plenty of camaraderie. So I'm chatting in between the games, smiles on faces, despite the fact that one of these teams is going to be eliminated after this map is concluded. And sportsmanship certainly never in doubt. Chalk Dart with a lob in. Not going to be able to find its mark.
Like this,
that's still just holding.
Yeah, like this Outlaw purchase. You have the blades to back it up as well. 3 players on half armor for Fnatic, so this could really get you a ton of value in this round. I mean, this could be one of those CNED go kill rounds for sure if he can find an opener, do some damage. But as of now, Fnatic is doing a good job not giving up any of that information or space. Poster considering the TP, but the pings are out at A main. 0 point only catching Leo.
Loading one. Maybe now going to be coming in. Double pump. CNED able to find Leo.
Spike down B.
There's a spike. Dropped. Hit now coming through here on the A, where they need to try to find some value. Durka swinging around the back of Jen, and Attacaptain can't quite drag that crosshair over, but it doesn't matter. The reinforcements, they've arrived. And now, look at EDG tucked away here in B main.
30 seconds left.
Just a quick glance at the weapon. Swings in, spike once again on the floor as Alpha falls, and now it's just Poster here in mid, vulnerable up. With just no time to make anything happen. No knowledge of Krax's position, and no hope in hell. It's FUT now 5-1.
Yeah, just awesome stuff from FUT. Great time to buy that Outlaw, and even though the first player he makes contact with has full armor, Cena is just so good at controlling that recoil. Oh, what a spot for Mr. Fallen, too. And then Chronicle only on half armor. Gets taken down. And you were just talking about it. Well, here it is. It's time for that timeout from Fnatic to really figure out what's going on. And this is going to be difficult, Achilleos, because there's a lot of ults.
Oh, yeah.
For FUT,
I mean, you have the blades there between both of the jets, but the null command, since been built up by Krax, can easily, instantly take away that ult from the jet. And right now, it's seeming like Fnatic, similar scenes that FUT were putting up on display on Split, able to take space, able to get themselves over towards these sites, but never onto the sites themselves. That's where the struggle has very much been. We saw that, FUT taking control of A Heaven, getting that pit, but then wondering, okay, how do we drop down from here? How do we get this spike planted? Both teams having their struggles throughout.
Yeah, it's just good reactions for FUT. They're really having a good sense of the timing of when Fnatic is going to attack. And even though these two teams haven't played this map in quite some time, the last time Fnatic played it was like a month ago. FUT, I think it's been even longer, so it's been a while. And you can see that they're both really well prepared, but FUT much more so. As even though they're giving up the space, that's all according to plan. And they are going to continue to just spread the map. Look at where Mr. Fallen is.
Get out of my way.
He is in the furthest corner of this map, expecting the updraft Blade Storm. Did not come through from Durka. Not just yet. So for now, that's just going to be a little bit more space given over. The alarm bot there to check as usual. See if that's cleared here by Fnatic with a shock dart or something.
Right.
And that tucked in spot is red. They understand. They just ping that position of Durka out.
Reading this very well to start. Drone here from Leo now. Check and see if he can see anything similar in towards this B site, but nothing noted. Lockdown, however, going to be online. So they want to commit it this early into a thrifty attempt. Cleared on the alarm bot. Tailwind popped. Durka ready to try to take some space. Dashes forward. Updraft still available.
You should run.
Mr. Fallen tucked back on the opposite side of the wall. Ult now through lockdown, trying to create some space, but counter lockdown in play here. The push-up coming through. Alpier with a nice sheriff shot, able to put down one, but EDG takes him out. This Chronicle now working his way in. Trying to cover this body, make sure that they cannot get the res here. Onyx can't bring him back into play. Swing out of the smoke though, CNED spotting one. Does get paranoid up, does get revealed. Durka finding two. CNED and EDG both gonna be taken down. Paranoia across, Durka making his exit, joining in with the rest of the team. Spike still not yet planted. 15 seconds remaining. Mr. Fallen still has that Hunter's Fury, but what a right click. Durka takes it down.
10 seconds left.
Shots are locked in. Interrupts it. Plant resumes. Hunter's Fury opened up. He wants to try to close the round, but he has to stay alive. The cancel, the plant in. Now the 1v2. The pressure from Durka saving them here in this round. Mr. Fallen trying to clutch. Spots one. Boaster at boats. Durka still in at market. And now the one-way setup. Jumps out. Durka strikes. And it is a MasterCard Thrifty delivered by Durka.
Oh my word. This is a great round from both teams. The reactions with the lockdowns. Durka taking so much space and then going absolutely bonkers with the Blade Storm. Gets the reset on the dash, allows him to get away from that paranoia. Baits at a captain in, takes him out.
Nice, good job.
And then the proactiveness to understand that the Hunter's Fury was gonna be there. And if that was allowed to fully activate, if they were allowed to get that second beam out of that Hunter's Fury, that was round over for Fnatic, but they were proactive on it. Oh my, that was a great round.
3 suppressed.
A round like that can very much put the momentum right in behind you. So Fnatic are going to be banking on it. It's thrown up over the top. It will get a spot on the 2 players.
1 suppressed.
Mr. Fallen just tucking back, 0 point, identifying the Omen on that side of the map as well. As we see EDG getting himself crept up here in towards bench.
Gotta worry about that op now. In CNED's hands. Still, it's a Blade Storm.
What a push out, what timing! They're able to find one. It's going to be a trade out here on the Sovas.
Cover going out.
Still some info gained here for the side of FUT. Boaster knocked down to 38.
You can see they anticipate that this is going to be a rotate, and they've got EDG tucked in a perfect position based on that push out.
Shut on the market door. Boaster going to be the first one to take contact, and that's going to be the spike revealed, but a quick trade out.
Down mid.
Alfia keeps it at a 3v3. Market door shut here for him. So there's going to be the pop on that null command. CNED scoped in, no, pulls up the angle. A little bit too much movement. Tries to go for a timing shot, but now the fragment will keep him off the angle. But no! Scopes back through, finds Alfia. Jiggle peek. He spots him out, knows that Chronicle's here, and Chronicle now completely surrounded. What a round from FUT, what a shot from CNED.
That's a heartbreaker. Just a dagger through Fnatic's heart. Unbelievable. The read that he has. Misses the first and then buys a ton of time for the rest of FUT to come through. It looked like maybe Fnatic was going to be able to get through this round with those trades, even though FUT catches them off guard in a couple different spots. You know, so ready are Fnatic to not let some of those positions turn into multi-kills for FUT, but still, I mean, CNED is just so darn good with those ops. And it's another week by here. Hero rifle for Durka. And it feels like a broken record. Talking about these ecos for Fnatic these last couple maps.
Drone spot on the 2. Sending their own here, but swing in. It's basically unescorted. No flash behind it. Out of captain, finding Boaster over and man at the same time. Things again falling apart. Alpha fortunate to be able to drift back after getting a spot here on the CNED. CNED wants to take the pace up and over, spots him. They know exactly where he's at, and he will get taken down. Mr. Fallen, a 3-piece for him, a flawless for FUT. Now 7-2 in the lead.
Yeah, the coordination so good right now for FUT. Even CNED there, just making sure they don't give up anything extra, using that updraft to break the crosshairs of Alfier at the end. But just good read on those positions by Mr. Fallen. Using that Sova utility so well. And Leo losing a little bit of the clothing, starting to get a little bit warm up on stage, I'm sure. As it is starting to get intense. Fnatic starting to feel like this half is slipping away a bit. Yeah, it's attacker side Ascent, but you'd love to get a couple more here. And just an aggressive position from CNED, but can hear some of these footsteps, so for now, he's gonna lock himself in that corner. Wait this out as Fnatic wary. We've seen a couple aggressive maneuvers from FUT in the early parts of the round, so you have to account for them, consider them. But look at this Killjoy utility. It's placed in a tree this time. Flash to clear, nanos are popped. So Fnatic able to bait out some good utility.
And now the smoke sent to just go ahead and further slow them up. Drone checking out into mid here from Leo. CNED still on that line. have to turn around if the pressure starts coming through. You can see him already starting to pull back a little bit. Get himself into a safer position for an exit, but Fnatic getting ready to strike here onto the A site.
Are they going to read this position from EDG?
Yeah, one from space, but Spam not finding much. Bozo just TPing into wine, and EDG unread and cracks. Unhindered. A headshot through, taken down, swings in, finds his second with Alpha. Faster reply. Man advantage still, however, going to be here for the side of FUT. As they work their way forward into the site, Mr. Fallen here, add back Gen, sends the shock dart, out of Captain, takes out Chronicle, and Alpha. He's lost the plot. Ring around the rosy from Fallen and a shorty. And Alpha goes tumbling down.
It's awesome stuff from FUT. I mean, always trying to take that little bit of extra space on the map. And it's positions like EDG's that break apart these crossfires that Fnatic would love to set up. Even though there's some good util to buy a little bit of time, they bait out some good util as well, clearing those nanos at tree. It doesn't matter if you can't get that crossfire going. And FUT has just been all over the place, reading Fnatic's movements, setting themselves up positions where Fnatic doesn't expect it. So many good things to talk about with this squad. We're gonna grab this orb. CNED under pressure.
Trying his luck for the timing shot once again, but lockdown invested. As CNED, how does he keep getting away with it? The boldness to push up against the clock, against this lockdown, and comes away with the pick. Chronicle, take it out.
No!
Nice, connect. Alfier dead on the floor. Down to 10 HP, but only 3 players alive, 2 Guardians and a Stinger. Boaster playing off site, getting ready to arrive now in the B main. Drone from Fallen, trying to check. Nothing gonna be noted quite just yet. CNED wanting to lead the charge, dumps the knives. Reveal, instant headshot, Fallen taken down. They need so much more of that. Durka finds it, but CNED gets Boaster. Continues to suspicion now, but Durka keeps himself alive now. The knives built up, popped instantly. Durka looking for the ace to try to clutch it out. The flash coming through.
No!
He gets himself a fourth. Can he find the fifth? Tailwind's across. It's going to be claimed by Leo, but Fnatic somehow claim the round.
A tale of two duelists. Durka and CNED going at it in that round. And it looked like it was going to be all CNED all day, and then Durka just comes alive. A great spot for him early. Great util from Leo. Gets the read in the corner. Saw Ada Captain on the map, and that third shot is crispy and right ahead of that flash. Unbelievable stuff in that round. Oh my word.
Crowd being electrified by that action. They want more of that. Still Fnatic here in the last round of the half. Looking for an 8-4, the best that they can do. Let's get caught here by that 0 point. They know that he's going to have that operator still in hand. Cash has never been a concern on this map here for FUT.
He doesn't have much direct support.
Enemy tag.
So
he pushed this and drone to check. CNED's still just going to stay tucked away in this position for now.
I was curious if Fnatic was going to try to stack mid and try to pressure him and go for a trade potentially, but instead we're just going to wrap all the way around. And oh my God, Alpha, you are playing. Oh my God!
He re-swings and gets the kill. Absolutely fearless. Alpha steps up to the challenge, but now Hunter's Fury coming through. Leo tagged by it once, swung out right into Ada Captain's welcome hands. A nice backup set there from the side of FUT, ensuring that they get that elim.
Unbelievable.
Here.
I was like, Alpha, you're playing with fire, but he was the one that had the fire. Oh my.
CNED getting burnt there.
30 seconds
Paranoid
left.
cross out of market towards B. Nothing spotted in this full KJ setup. It's now starting to be this place as the turret gets cleared out. Still 2 nanos on the entry there, but it's going to be cut back across over towards A. Seemingly intended here, but Mr. Fallen is able to find Chronicle. Durka dead. FUT once again wanting that 9 3/2. Mr. Fallen just tucked away. Here's the movement. Tries to get the transfer. He cannot, but the round is already over. The half is finished. Alfier cannot get the plant. Fnatic cannot get that last win.
Oh man, that was an incredible half.
Switching sides.
Some great moves, but FUT so proactive on their defense causes Fnatic so much frustration in that half. They come out 9 3, but is it good enough? Is it a good enough defender's half? Oh, the way they coordinate with that Hunter's Fury to push through A main. Just beautiful, time and time again, and always accounting for these late round rotations. Great reads from FUT all throughout.
What a time to come alive here for this Turkish squad. Fnatic down, not yet quite out, but this is a hell of a deficit. We'll pass it back over to the analyst desk, though, to break down that first half.
What a great start for this Turkish squad indeed. And it just felt like on that half they could do no wrong. Everything went their way.
Yeah, it was an incredible half, but it all started off with this bonus round win after winning that pistol. This team has been pulling off some ridiculous moments, but I feel like they shine the most when you're watching the coordination between CNED, Cracks, and all of these boys.
It is crazy, right? The confidence, they know exactly when to be and how to breathe into the game. Time and time again, they get to isolate these skills. Not only this, at the beginning of the round, also knowing what Fnatic is doing with the time and how they're working with the map, having very good reactions in very specific places.
The fundamentals were absolutely on point, but so were the stars. CNED stepped up and had an amazing start to this half. He had so much impact once that operator was online, getting tons of first picks for FUT. But on the other side, Durka has started to come alive at the right time.
Yeah, exactly. This might be a 9-3, but remember, just think about how Durka was at the beginning of this best of 3 with the Euro, with the operator from the defense. This is what we need to see from Fnatic. One of the things, alongside all of them, if they want to take this back.
The last time FUT was in an international playoffs, they went off in the first round. Fnatic eliminated them. Now they're just 4 rounds away from making their deepest run ever, at least guaranteeing the top 6. It would be such a moment for this Turkish squad.
It would be indeed. As Alfia said, either a Turkish squad goes home or a Turkish player goes home. But this is Fnatic. If anyone else on this planet can make a 3-9 comeback, Paperthin and Achilles, it seems like it would be Fnatic.
It does. Certainly the credit that we would give to them just based on the accomplishments of this team in the past. But right now, FUT, they're looking like a different beast. Fnatic looking like they still are trying to get their heads in the game. Durka's there. We've had some moments from Alpier, but the rest of the squad needing to step up if they want to run this back, if they want to stay at Masters Shanghai.
And if there's any team that can do it, yeah, the desk is right. And based on their experience in positions like this throughout the years that Fnatic has had, they've persevered time and time again. So certainly they can do it, but this pivotal pistol round could be what decides if they stay in this event or not. It's so important. Oh my.
CNED starting things off, right foot forward. Alpier trying to find it, but CNED comes up with a second. 2 players dead. A lot of them tagged up, FUT as well. HP bars whittled away at, but Mr. Fallen on a deep flank line, and EDG somehow stabilizing to take down Boaster. Paranoia at the ready, Captain ready to send it. Durka will find one. EDG going to be taken down now. Mr. Fallen starting to arrive, knows that one has cut his way up into heaven, and Leo is not ready for this. Kill found, push into the smoke. Durka will find one, and Mr. Fallen will close it out, and FUT will win another pistol. They will get themselves up to 10.
Just great prep work on this pistol round, reading the positions of Fnatic so nicely. Fully ready for another player to be tucked by the plant that's in the corner. And the Sheriff's working a treat here. They bought 2 of them into this round, and they're getting great value out of it. FUT, EDG, and CNED doing some serious damage. And that is a heartbreaker, potentially, for Fnatic. We'll see if they can bounce back. They're going to invest a Stinger and a Sheriff into this eco. Trying to spam through the wall a bit is Alpha. Leo trying to set him up with some util.
Dart cleared, drone revealing. Leo tucks back. Shooting down towards the legs. A little bit of damage going to be dealt there on a CNED, Mr. Fallen.
Big spot for Fnatic.
No point, yeah, revealing quite a bit there.
Getting a ton of info with that late 0 point. That's allowed them to take a little bit more space in towards tree. They're already rotating. They're already kind of guessing, but with the position that Captain has taken, holding behind, they might pivot away again if they get too much contact here at tree. Let's see if FUT reads this or if they're just going to try to walk through.
I mean, right now they're moving their way up into mid, and if they just cut to market, they avoid all of this setup here from Fnatic. Not seeing or hearing a damn thing.
Yeah, they've got this. They've read it.
Yep, 0 point into the back. Know that boats is going to be cleared. Sight open. FUT happy to go ahead and take it.
30 seconds left.
EDG still lurking.
It's just a question here for Fnatic. How much do you want to invest in this? I mean, EDG is going to do as much damage as he can. Captain swinging in, try to play a little push and pull.
Here for him, yeah. Both are the first to fall. Rhymes are ready, but EDG still tucked. Finds the headshot. Leo going to be taken down. And that's a lot of the investment that was put into this one from Fnatic. Left on the floor, the Sheriff, the Stinger, both gone. Just classics remaining now. As they look to try to do some damage, he's looking for a knife. Durka down low, set up for the kill. As Captain collects it, and Chronicle, he can identify that there's 3 people suppressed, but he can't do anything to take advantage of it. Damn near flawless FUT, now just 2 rounds away from sending Fnatic home.
And they're just continuing these brilliant reads on the map, and the way that they set up for this late round attack or retake that Fnatic is going to try, it's just impossible to break through. That Bulldog through market, then EDG around the corner with the Sheriff, forget it. It's just nearly impossible to deal with. Durka already with an op. Guardian for Leo. So Fnatic going big and hoping they don't go home.
0 point. Again, getting a decent amount of information here for Chronicle, but utilizing it, turning it against FUT, that has been the struggle here for Fnatic. For now, just waiting this out patiently. Smoke across onto mid. Durka just going to be backing out, not going to be looking for a timing shot. Gives up that space. Triple creep across here into mid.
Yeah, it's just very cautious from FUT. Don't really have much info to work with. The Owl Drone's going to give away not much because that's the default position of a Sova. It's just trying to break through, trying to see if they can get some damage done, clear the bot, push through towards mid.
Leo spotting one. Needs a bit of damage. Recon at the ready, but he's going to have to get tucked back here onto the site, and they both get revealed. Second ping not going to be finding much there. CNET just slowing things up a bit. Shock dart, set, head, spotted. Mr. Fallen already finding one. CNET getting the other. It's all tumbling down. As FUT once again look to convert a bonus over Fnatic and get themselves up to match point. And they can't do anything about it. They have this up. They invested so heavily. They will just have to hold on to it. They will just have to watch their hopes and dreams of staying in this tournament bleed out in front of their very eyes.
Just incredible how methodical FUT is being, and they're winning so many key battles. And no opportunity there to even get a consolation kill for Durka. They're gonna go hunting. They know the investment. Any more
First
damage
shot
done.
doesn't connect. They know his position. Can they corral him?
They're gonna try. They're sending everybody from every angle. So difficult now.
No, went at the ready. The push out, the shot again. Whipping, 10 HP. Chronicle able to find one. The push from Mr. Fallen, however, takes the gun out of his hands. They continue to wrap through. It's a leg shot into the classic, but the operator, it cannot be held. FUT achieved everything that they wanted and more in that round. And now they find themselves at match point.
Devastation. That's all there is to it. Oh my God, Mr. Fallen. Just based on the shots, able to track it down and immediately swings right before the smoke comes down. And then Krax throws a beautiful flash to set up CNED onto B site. And then they just go hunting. Because they know they have got Fnatic on the ropes. All it takes is one more round. Guardians abound for Fnatic. And FUT in cruise control.
The push out, shut down immediately. Krax with the headshot. Brings them one step closer. Fragment into the back. Pop flash over the top to escort himself out. Chronicle ends up eating it. Swings, looking for a little bit more. But ultimately has to back away.
Just insane. Just winning so many of these battles in the early parts of the rounds. Cracks out in the middle, closer.
Closer going for the challenge. Just trying to get a little bit of damage across. Krax is tagged up. Spike still stranded. For now, Alfier tucked in, but it is red like an open book. Captain flushes out the rat. And now the site is theirs for the taking. Spike still not here, but they might just be playing this one out for kills. They've got 50 seconds. But now the pickup, the ult, secures it. They bring it forward now. EDG still lingering, still lurking, swinging around the backhand side. Door nearly broken, softened up a bit. Smoke comes through, cracks within it. Waiting, ready, Boaster gone, and Chronicle has fallen. Rumors of Fnatic's return were greatly exaggerated, but the Turkish gods showed up to play. 13-3, it is absolute devastation as they cannibalize their own region and send the #1 seed team home.
FUT continues on, winning the last 2 maps here against Fnatic, taking Lotus and Ascent, and this Ascent was beyond convincing. From the word go, they had control over this. They were so ahead of Fnatic in so many ways. The map space being taken, the reads, the shooting, everything. Just so on point for FUT, and you can see the disappointment for Leo and Fnatic. It has to be heartbreaking, but certainly a well-deserved round of applause to get here, to have a bounce back after a rough kickoff for Fnatic. To get to this point, a step forward for sure. Yes, they wanted more. Yes, they were the #1 seed. There's still a lot of hope for this Fnatic squad. There's still a ton of talent here.
Absolutely, the talent has never been in question. Right now, things just not coming together for them. FUT seemingly able to replicate what happened to them at the hands of 100 Thieves, is getting that download, getting that clear understanding of how Fnatic was going to look to pilot this map. And at every twist and turn there on Ascent, for a lot of Lotus, Fnatic just couldn't put the pieces together. They couldn't figure out what picture FUT were painting. This was a fantastic run back from a fairly devastating split of only being able to get 5-round wins to then closing out a 13-8, a 13-3. This was the FUT that was promised.
And just incredible stuff. I mean, a fantastic map from every single player on FUT. If it wasn't CNED just knocking people down, Mr. Fallen, 18-9, just was absolutely insane himself. So clean with it. Cracks 15-4, only died 4 times.
I mean, Fallen gets 5 first bloods playing Sova, just taking that early contact and never really losing out on those duels. Meanwhile, unfortunately for Fnatic, it is 3 first bloods in total. This was so well read, so well prepped for here by FUT. And I mean, the analyst desk, we have repeated it. We said, we don't know what to expect. Anything could happen if we go to Ascent. And I don't think anybody had this scoreline, maybe even not this result, on their minds.
No, I thought this would be a long, drawn-out affair here on Ascent, for sure, Achilles. I thought this was going to be back and forth, given how well these 2 teams know each other.
Well done here from the side of FUT. Let's send it down to the stage for our Verizon post-match interview.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再一次恭喜 FUT Esports 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 PRX 选手来接受我们的采访。Welcome to the post-match interview, and now I'm joined by PRX from FUT Esports with us, and Scarlett for some translation. 那首先肯定是要恭喜他们获得了比赛的胜利。第一个问题也想问到他们，当他们面对到 EMEA 的赛区1号种子 Fnatic， 我想知道他们的调整和准备主要是针对于哪些方面，才能让他们赢下来这个之前他们没能赢下来的对手呢 ？So when facing the first seed of EMEA region, what kind of adjustments and change did you make in order to achieve the win into this matchup?
EMEA birincisine karşı oynadınız, onlarla karşılaştınız. Bu mücadeleye çıkarken ne gibi adaptasyonlar, ne gibi değişiklikler yaptınız galibiyete ulaşmak için?
Zaten alışık olduğumuz bir oyun tarzına sahipler ve ligde de maç attığımız için az buçuk ne yapacaklarını biliyoruz. O yüzden kendi oyunumuzu aslında sergiledik. Çok fazla onların ne yaptığına bakmadık ve bu şekilde ilk harita yapamamıştık ama 2 haritada da gösterdiğimizi düşünüyorum.
Honestly, we're already used to their play style. Their style is something we know because we play them in our own region, in our own league as well. So instead of focusing on what they can do, we focused on our own games. We couldn't accomplish that. We couldn't accomplish the win in the first map, but the other 2 maps, we were quite successful.
他说，其实对于 Fnatic 来说，他们是非常熟悉他们的打法风格以及他们的习惯的，因为他们来自同一个赛区，在之前也交手过非常多次了。所以对于今天的比赛来说，他觉得他们可能更多的还是要专注于自身的东西。 今天的第一张地图可能很可惜没能赢下来，没能拿下比赛的胜利，但是之后的2张地图他们也非常有自信可以拿得下来。那接下来也想问一下 PRX 选手，因为我们发现，在来到了这次上海大师赛之后，他的位置也发生了一些转变，在莲华古城这张地图上，可能从之前的贤者变成了铁臂。也想问一下他为什么会觉得铁臂要比贤者更加适配这个阵容呢 ？You've changed your role on Lotus in this Masters, so why you think Branch is better than Sage?
Lotus'ta bu Masters turnuvasında kendi rolünü birazcık değiştirmiş gibi görünüyorsun. Sage yerine Breach tercih etmenin sebebi nedir? Aradaki farklar nelerdir?
Aslında tam olarak benim rolüm diye bir şey yok. Takımın ihtiyacı olan bir rol var ve benim rolümde takımın ihtiyacını karşılamak. Ben takım ne istiyorsa onu en iyi şekilde oynamaya çalışıyorum sadece.
There isn't really a specific thing that I can say is like my role. My role doesn't exist. It's just that I do whatever the team needs. I fulfill the requirements of my team. So whatever my team requires me to do, whatever they need me to do, that's what I do. So that's why the change was made.
他说：“其实对于我来说，我觉得我并不存在一个特定的位置上。对于我来说，我更多的是为我整个团队去服务。无论我的团队、我的教练、我的队友们需要我去玩哪一个英雄、玩哪一个位置，我都会全力去配合。这也是我为这个团队做出来很大的一个贡献。所以对于我来说，我觉得并不存在位置上的转变，而是说到底团队需要我做什么，我就会去做什么。那最后也要再一次恭喜我们 FUT Esports 赢下了本场比赛的胜利，非常关键的一场比赛。那我们的赛后采访到这里也先结束了，让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。And that's all for our interview. Thanks for joining me and thank you for translation.
Thank you.
And good luck on the next matchup.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is the position that no team wanted to be in the lower bracket already here at playoffs. But both of these opponents are very, very familiar with each other and a matchup we have seen many times before.
Flash going in behind Chronicle, faces back in towards main, finds one. And that's just going to be the cleanup, getting ready to come through. Is shot into the leg. And it's a flawless.
Right. They haven't grabbed the spike just yet.
Oh, the instant dink into the spray down. Leo coming up with a second. Captain going to be taken out. Another flash sent. Yetajay with a nice timing. Does catch Chronicle unaware. And Yetajay, another big round from him. And advantage very much here in the hands of Fnatic as they storm their way over onto the A side. Chronicle holding the rope. Please. 13-5. Fnatic not allowing for overtime. Not allowing for FUT to even get close here in this opener.
And then Captain so ready for those quick rotations.
He's on the hunt right now. Boaster at risk. Boaster dead. Flashback across, but Durka also dead to rights. Captain with a 4-piece. Gets FUT up 3-0. Captain having to tuck back TP up over the top. Not going to be heard here, but Captain still finds Alpier. PRX getting another Captain ready for it. Leo up over the top, just waiting patiently here for that wall to fall. He comes away with one, but CNED gets himself a third. CNED feeling it, gets himself the 4-piece, can't find the ace, but still. 13-8, FUT will take us the distance. They are not going out without a fight. They are sending us to Ascent. It's all on Yetajay, trying to fish him out, finds it. With the Hunter's Fury already committed, gets some decent damage to swing in, and Leo, he will bail them out, get Fnatic on the board. Move it. Tries to go for a timing shot, but now the fragment will keep him off the angle. But no! Scopes back through, finds Alpier. What a round from FUT, what a shot from CNED. Fortunate to be able to drift back after getting a spot here onto CNED. CNED wants to take the pace up and over, spots him, they know exactly where he's at. He will get taken down. Shock dart, set, head, spotted. Mr. Fallen already finding one, CNED getting the other. It's all tumbling down. Rumors of Fnatic's return were greatly exaggerated, but the Turkish gods showed up to play. 13-3, it is absolute devastation as they cannibalize their own region and send the #1 seed team home.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, never going back, never riding on the bus, never looking at your man. So he wishes he was us. And my lady has no trust. Let me tell you that's the crux. They all looking at solutions in the bottom of a cup. Yeah, she on track. She spent a couple racks on some tats and a fifth. Thinking lane with a splash. I'm on the ass. I mean, I love her ass. Let me see a little sass before I give you the pass. Let me see a little sass before I give you the pass. Or while you rolling the back, or while you rolling the joint. I think I'm missing your back. I think you're missing the point. I haven't seen you in a minute. Let me see you in a minute. I mean. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, like. And your man, yeah, he wishes he was us.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 8 of Masters Shanghai, and our second elimination match of the day, of course, is PRX versus EDG. I'm Yingsu, and I'm joined once again by Mimi and Kakuka. Are we smelling the upsets? Is that going to carry on, you think, as the day goes on?
I don't know about this match.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Come on.
Yeah, anything can. I mean, we've already seen it prove.
Can
FUT
we
played
start
amazing.
getting the predictions in after we see the map, Vito? Because I feel like we're being played here.
You want to be able to have the full information before you do it.
Don't need it.
What's the fun in that? What's the fun in that? I feel like
honestly, being right gets you nowhere in life. The only time that you need to be right is in exams. That's it.
Well, okay. Well, let's see what Forsaken had to say.
Life advice for
because,
today.
He's standing by with Mika Fabs.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Forsaken. Forsaken, yesterday it was a tough loss, but you guys are going straight into your next match, and it is an elimination match. Can you let us know what the reset was like? How did you guys regroup yesterday?
So yesterday after the loss, I think we just discussed with each other like how we lost the game and how we're so disjointed with the team. But hopefully today, since we're in lower bracket already, we're just gonna go all in and we try our best to win today.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck.
I mean, this is the thing. It was a tough loss, but it's PRX we're talking about, and I don't see an upset happening here.
Yeah, this is a team that you will definitely trust to rally back in the lower bracket. And, well, both of these teams, EDG and PRX, kind of got destroyed in their last matchup towards the end. I think PRX showed us some great stuff. That first map debut from them was really good. I think we saw moments where PRX was PRX.
Yeah, but historically, we know that we've been in this situation before. This is a matchup that we have seen in the past. This is, if I'm not mistaken, the 5th time that
yes,
they're going to be
every
playing.
event that EDG has been to internationally, they have played PRX.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the record right now is a 3-1, right? On the side of PRX. It's not it wouldn't be the first time that they knocked them out of a tournament. But so far, the matches haven't had as much weight as today's.
No, but the last time that EDG, and the first time they beat PRX, was the last time we saw this match. In Masters Madrid, EDG finally got over that hump, got the 2-1 victory, and managed to stay alive in that tournament. But now the pressure is on again here, and it's even greater for EDG being at home in Shanghai with the pressure that adds.
And do not forget, we're talking about both seeds ones for the region. One of them will be go home, but as you're saying, Mimi, even though most of the people thought that this, well, I feel like we've said this, so many times already, that this was going to be PRX tournament. Come on, EDG, you have everyone in the crowd cheering for you. You wanted this. Kangkang has been so vocal about wanting to be a champion and wanted to make it here.
Yeah, that he wants to do it in front of the home crowd, of course. But let's see what Kangkang had to say before today's match.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Kangkang of EDG and Luna to help with some translation. So Kangkang, it is PRX versus EDG again. Do you think that EDG now knows enough about PRX to beat them this time around?
那今天也是 EDG 和 PRX 的再次的交手。那你觉得现在 EDG 对于 PRX 的了解程度足够让你们在今天拿下他们了吗？
我觉得我们两支队伍都比较熟悉彼此嘛，所以说没有100%拿下那种感觉，但是我一定会，就是因为第一场失利了嘛，所以说这一场一定要证明给大家看。对我认为这一次我们一定能行的。
I think we are pretty familiar to each other. I mean, but we lost our first win, so today we're gonna prove us.
All right, sounds exciting. Well, good luck.
I just want to give that context of the way that he said that we could do it was really not sure. The way he was not convinced that he could take this victory today, which I feel like, fair play.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's tough to come in with a ton of confidence. You're up against PRX, who's been looking really formidable, that you've lost so many times before. And I mean, the first match for EDG was really rough. They got completely ran over in that game. It looked completely unlike them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a very difficult team to be played because everything can turn into chaos, and we know the PRX loves that.
Well, both of these teams will have to dig deep for a win today, and we're going to even give them a little bit of help. It's time to copy and paste because two teams have already beaten these two to knock them into the lowest. So we're just gonna yoink everything that they've done and tell you guys exactly how you can beat PRX or EDG. We'll start, Kakuka, with PRX. How do you beat this team?
Okay, so first of all, I'd say that you need to let them win the first map to give them confidence, right? Just let them have it. Everything that they have ready for today, just let them feel it.
Is that good advice? I don't know if that's good advice.
Let them use all that fuel on that first one.
But I trust you. Second one, I maybe believe in a little bit more. Running double initiator comps, I think is really good against them. They're a team who has a lot of these rounds where they're really quickly taking into space and then going for the late round executes. I think playing Flood retake against them is super strong. And G2 showed this in their match. On Bind, fighting in from backside with these double flash combos was absolutely destroying PRX.
I think it also helps that it was Trent and Genevieve.
They're pretty good.
And Icy as well, who was donking on everyone. But,
Well, you need good initiators and good support to set a player up to do that against the likes of PRX.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing that G2 did very, very well, the pistol rounds.
They won a lot of those.
Yes, and not only the pistols, but also the bonuses. So get in those strats, just make sure that you have a very, very good set play because they will get you very, very far. Time after time, PRX may be going on the aggression. If you are ready, if you're prepared for that, you will snowball.
Yeah, I think PRX takes some more risks on their pistol rounds than a lot of other teams we watch at this level of play. They'll have players kind of sometimes buying into a sheriff, going off on their own, doing crazy things. So if you have a really good plan set out and you're playing together as a team on these rounds, you have a much better chance of snowballing a squad like PRX as G2 did in this game.
Yep, and the last one, and definitely the most important one, if you're playing under this amount of pressure and against a PRX, no respect's given. Just do not think about the names, do not think about the players that you're going up against, do not even think about the stress they might have, just go and diff them.
We saw that be a problem in G2 for map number 1. I think of that 2v1.
Yeah, but we already got, map 1, you know?
No, but I'm thinking about that 2v1 that G2 lost to something where Trent's just cowering in the corner using all his utility instead of just swinging. PRX is human too. You still have to play your own game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Jing might actually be a superhero.
They lost them.
They might actually. Oh, David, of course. David is David. There's no other David. There's only one David. But on the other side, how do we beat EDG?
That's a good question. And we've already seen it happen once. So let's pull up these ones, because for EDG, I think a lot of people thought there wouldn't be much of a way to beat them. But we saw them really get exposed in this one. And the first one, taking a page out of your book, Bea, a little bit silly. Go B.
Yeah, go B. I think that Heretics, I think that this all sums up the fact that if something is working, just keep doing it.
Sure.
Time and time again. Do not hesitate and why. Do not give it a second thought. If it keeps working, they're still surprised by it.
I think the second one is continuing from that first point. Yeah. Be confident. Be willing to take aim duels. Be willing to take these forward fights. I think a really disruptive style works super well against this EDG squad, especially on your defense.
And also because the trading wasn't really there. So even if you challenge those duels, if you have the perseverance to, actually the restraint more so, to just go back, you will get that duel and everything will be fine.
Sometimes though, you'll get one a little bit more free. EDG and the CN teams in general let this clock wind down, and we saw it be a massive problem in their game against Heretics, where the attack side mid-rounding runs out of options. They don't get anything proactive in the mid-round, and then they're late hitting into a site when their opponent has full util. If you don't give them much in the mid-round and really carefully pick when you're getting active on the defense, you can save a lot of that util to full stall them out and win rounds off of time.
Sometimes EDG will lose the rounds themselves. Sometimes you just have to wait. You know that they're going to be, especially even in the first map and in both of them, they were taking their time.
What's this guy doing up here?
Yeah, also this could also help. How about you sign VCT?
I don't think everyone can do that. But, I mean, having a star duelist player who plays as well as him and is hyper confident is good. Maybe someone like
he's got it all. He's the full package. He's young. He's electric. He can aim. He gets the vibes up. Honestly, just get a VCT in your team.
I'm glad you mentioned something, because it feels like that's the something that maybe EDG have to look out for.
Yeah, something is definitely the root of this match. He is that star duelist,
and nobody can take him down.
Quite literally.
Nobody can take him down. That's going to be tough, though. I think shutting down stars is difficult, especially against PRX, is how confident they are.
I mean, I would be surprised if we don't get an absolute banger today. I need to see a different 4 come in from EDG.
Well, I can't wait to see this. We had one upset already. Maybe it's time for another one. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out PRX and EDG.
We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. Every game. PRX.
Every single time EDG have qualified for an international tournament, they have faced PRX. And it wasn't until recently that they managed to actually take them down. So looking at the maps here, how big of a chance do you think EDG realistically have in this matchup?
I think it's going to be difficult looking at the pool ahead of us. We're starting off on Vine, which PRX did lose yesterday, but I think has historically been a really good map for them. I like what they bring out with this Harbor comp. I think it gives them a lot of different looks on how they can approach their attack side, which is where they'll be starting.
I'm wondering also in that Sunset, we saw EDG moving away from the Viper, putting the Astra in. Is that something that they're going to repeat? Do they want to go back in their tracks? Because also they look very, very repetitive against Heretics.
We saw some big problems on their attacking side. They were almost always losing A main space and didn't, I think, do a good enough job of re-clearing and pushing the defense off of that area of the map, which means late round they were hitting into B sites. They were stacked by their opposition. PRX is a team who will also be really proactive in fighting for that space. And on their attack side, they bring this unique Sage comp that makes it really difficult, I think, to play your own game and play those like standard Sunset Flood retakes.
My biggest worry is, though, for EDG, over the last 6 maps they've played, they've lost every single one of them, and they have only managed to win in total 25 rounds. But it is luck, everything else is not on their side.
Yeah, in the global stage is not looking good. Maybe in the region they're performing, you know, way better, but when it comes to measuring themselves against the teams across the globe, things get complicated. Maybe if he turns the monitor on, okay, I was, you know, concerned
Good start.
for a second. I mean, maybe he doesn't need it.
He's so good, he doesn't need it.
Yeah, but if we focus on this first map on Bind, EDG love this map. It is not a surprise that they pick it because they feel very, very comfortable doing it so in China.
My biggest concern is around confidence for this EDG squad. I think they let the pressure get to them in their first match, and I'm looking for a revitalized squad today.
Oh, yes! Something, give it to us. But also everyone else on EDG.
I was thinking, you know, about that game that they had against G2. But this response was not in my notebook.
Yeah, I mean, they're switching on to the Reyna comp here, but they still have the bones of the comp they ran before. I think you do lose a lot with those flash combos with the Gecko, but you can do it with the Lyra instead. It's going to be sick to watch something on that agent, and I'm excited to see this new comp from EDG.
And the Omen also said on the Brainy, so many things can be different.
Yeah, W Gaming on both sides. My internal clock is telling me that Doug and Baby are here for the next map.
Thank you so much, Shinsu. This is a tale as old as time. EDG up against PRX. They've danced 4 times. The last one goes the way of EDG, and that was the only one. Also happened to be the last time they played. It was in Madrid, and it was this exact same map pool.
The only difference was Monnier. I mean, he had big shoes to fill, and I feel like there could be a premise of Jing being EDG's Achilles heel potentially in this series. These changes to the compositions, though, EDG, they normally run a Brimstone on this. So the Omen, I mean, now he's going to be able to smoke across the map.
Aggressive TPs, you know what else? They will have up their sleeve.
Such a fast pace already from PRX.
It's the PRX way, man. Look at how well they've sectioned off the side already. They've teed it, put it into quarters. Forsaken will fall, though, but the utility was up.
I have to spike.
Good job isolating the Harbor on that short A. And now PRX, they get the bomb down, but they're kind of trapped right now. They're pincered.
Starting to see some spam come through as Jing will fall. EDG holding strong. They still have plenty of numbers to go against this as the buy and something. The remaining pieces of this puzzle that EDG are to solve will crumble. The pistol the way of EDG.
Great opening pistol for EDG. They look way more confident than they did yesterday. And there's some life in this arena now, man. That was crazy. Every single kill Kong got. Just a roar of thunder in the arena. Look at these shots. He looks way better. They were ready for this. I mean, that isolation in short A, getting that kill onto Forsaken, that made it so PRX was just trapped. They did get bomb money down, though, and that's why you see something investing into this Marshall. But on the flip side, I mean, really healthy buy from EDG.
Again, the last 2 times these teams met, it was this exact same map pool. The one maybe wrinkle in that is it was Sunset first and then Bind second. And EDG walked away with the win on Bind.
Was a completely different composition for EDG as well, though. They ran a single smoke comp with just a Brimstone, and it was kind of dually. Oh my gosh.
Well, the duels are going the way of EDG this time.
Kong came ready to play today.
Satchel out.
Oh, he wants more.
That Satchel. As the flash paves the way, the kills come through. Kong with 4, and EDG with their second.
Showstopper online already. That could be really impactful in a round like this, the bonus round for EDG. And again, Smoggy can upgrade. This is like a whole different team right now, maybe just more familiar with the playstyle of PRX, more confident in general playing against them.
We've talked about this a couple of times. Elimination also just forces the best out of you.
Yeah.
Right? You play to win instead of not to lose, and I know it's early, but it seems to be the approach that EDG has brought into this series. Now the showstopper used. Kong will find nothing but space, but it's space that they will gladly take.
Yeah, it forces PRX to have to take Octagon control, and now they're trapped once more.
Wow. If not for that stimmy, a couple of members there may have died. All gonna TP back to Smoggy, who's waiting on the other side with the Sheriff.
That's
to boot. He's about to have his hands full. Patient. The blind is too much.
Good reaction from PRX. And Jing, he has something to say.
Pushing
to Kong.
Pushing the pace and getting up into heaven, getting another kill with it, but EDG on the counterpunch. Smoggy on the swing. PRX, a great response.
It's a risky one, though. You don't know what's on the other end at that A site. They got a little fortunate here that Smoggy was only there with that Sheriff. But they did have a lot of good utility when they actually took the A site. I mean, we see that Rainalier come out. It's not every day you play against that. I mean, it probably is for EDG. They're so used to playing against the Reina on bind. I'm sure they scrim against PRX quite a bit.
But little discipline like that, like coming out of showers and checking that box, right? Those little things that often go unchecked or unthought of in high-pressure situations. Well done on PRX to make sure that is the case. Meanwhile, an op online, round 4 for Kong.
He's so deadly with this gun, too. You imagine something's going to have to jiggle, but he gets taken out. No utility.
He had almost gotten past it. Well handled there. Jing using his rocket, connecting onto 2. They were sitting ducks with nowhere to go. And Divide continues to pile it on.
What? It's outrageous.
That shot is ridiculous. Smoggy will be forced to convert into a 1v3. Never saw what hit him.
And if this is what we're in store for, this back and forth, this constant battle, this is going to be an amazing series. I'm so excited for the future. What a response from Jing, though, with this rocket getting 2.
And then, and again, Divide hitting those 2 shots. That last one, the most impressive.
That'll put EDG on a scrappy little bye. I'm surprised EDG aren't giving Kong the Spectre with what he did yesterday. I mean, it seemed like that was like the only saving grace that we witnessed.
It felt like his best weapon.
Yeah. But here we're seeing a double flash setup, maybe even triple flash setup. And PRX are running straight into this.
EDG happy to stack this. Wow. Given all the noise that's been made, given all of the info that Kong has on the other side of the site, but they're going to continue. They're going to try to persist and pursue out onto the site. Jing onto the satchel, trying to get across. But now, reconsidering, realizing that you've lost the rest of the map. Once again, they hit the TP, and they're going to find a vacant side A.
And they actually cycled that off onto something who's just going to post up for his teammates while he plants the bomb.
No real info of what's happening on the other side, so Kong is still on the prowl. A Sheriff, though, not the weapon you want in a situation like this. PRX glad to dig their heels in, hang on to the site. Assume their post plants. The duelist is done for.
There.
Chichu and Smoggy will likely just fall to the spike.
1 enemy remaining.
Or to the hands of Mind Freak.
We'll just try to do some type of damage if you can. That helps.
Yeah.
And just like that, PRX clean up that round. That's 2 times in a row now that PRX have had to pivot into that teleporter and hit the A site. So I'm wondering now for EDG if they're going to read ahead to that. If they see that B long default and maybe keep a trap play outside of showers to punish that. And the attack op, something, he likes to do this on almost every single map. He's going to be met by Kong, maybe not in this specific duel, but maybe later in the round.
Yeah, we start to see their setups on the map now. Kong will have the op towards showers. Meanwhile, something on the opposite side. PRX with a lot of presence towards B here.
Yeah. There was a faint wall towards the A side of the map, but I think EDG, they know that PRX like to feint with that wall.
Yeah, they've done it a couple times now.
Whoa.
I suggest you move.
A little scary for nobody there, but Jing.
The Reckoning invested. Jing tried getting out and finding space. PRX, though, they've slammed their faces into the wall. They haven't really been able to get out, but they are getting the frags that they need. Now creeping forward, Smoggy playing on the other side of the smoke. It's going to get clotheslined. Again, a situation where he didn't really realize where the pressure was coming from. And now they're going to hunt down Kong. He's got the op in hand. He's going to have to do his damnedest to try to hang on to it. Mind Freak will cross. Divide will too. Spotted him. Lands the shots. Now hunting for a second. Cannot connect. Mind Freak with 3 as PRX get another.
PRX got 3 kills spamming through the smoke from hookah on the site. That is not something you see every day.
No.
I mean, a bit of a twist of fate in their favor for sure. Look at this. Oh, he did see the tracers though, but a collat?
Yeah, that's tough, man.
And then spam off of the Seekers. I mean, good job. I don't know what else to say in this moment. Early timeout for EDG. I don't think they have, you know, to worry too much right now. I mean, it's definitely a way better start than the last time they played. But it is their map pick, and if you let PRX on the attacking side dictate the pace, it could get out of hand. So I think this is a really good timeout from the side of EDG. And now maybe the name of the game should be a little bit more proactivity, maybe bait out on those B long pushes, bait out a little bit of utility. You can flash early on, back up, and then re-clear once more. Because PRX, they were playing for that trap play that we saw in the eco round with the triple flash.
I agree with you on EDG are still okay. There's still plenty to play in this half, but I think you're right on the other side of the coin as well, where adjustments need to be made, because remember, EDG, both maps they played yesterday, they started on attack, and those were maps that they struggled on, right? Those were halves that were clearly an issue when it came to the approach, and you know, they could definitely have different protocols and plans going into bind, but you want to keep this competitive, knowing what yesterday held. So a Stinger in the hands of Kong, a Spectre for nobody, and then 3 sheriffs around it. Meanwhile, everybody is stacked.
Yeah.
All 5 of EDG are here.
It's a hard read right now.
Lo and behold, that's where PRX are headed.
And I wonder what the cue is for PRX to maybe abort, not fully commit onto this, but I think they're just going to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, if EDG continue to hide as much as they can, they might not get the cue to abort. Now they're going to be pushing forward ahead of all this hardware utility as they try to take the fight. The gun's on the other side, just too good, though. Ooh, Jing on the snap just gets destroyed. EDG might have overrun them into this, but they're so weak. And the Thrash isn't going to connect. Fortunately for Kong, though, Forsaken had a classic out. Devi's left alone. Not a ton of HP. Both of them fall, but the Red Bull clutch comes through for PRX. In the face of the rocket, the shots settle.
Jeez. Devi. I mean, he had to commit. You have no other option there. And maybe if Kong had a little bit more HP, he lives there and they win the round. Kind of feels a little bit like yesterday in that mode where they just can't close out the rounds. They bring it down to a 1v1. It just doesn't go their way. Great job from Devi. That's a funny one.
Again, early presence for PRX. And this time, it's not a fake. It's not a fake. Jing is already trying to get out, invested the rocket. Something has been such a menace so far.
It's such a pace that they're putting on EDG right now.
Oh, the paranoia is good, but even when that connects, the kills come through. Very nicely done by Kong. To respond a little bit, you imagine that's going to call the rotate out from the spike back towards A. And Chichu, thinking the same thing, was considering B, but will now throw it back.
And Mind Freak, he took his timing here coming out of showers. He had to if he wanted to get any type of space, so gets info that Chichu is in CT. There could still be one player here, though, and I think that's why he's so wary. I mean, look at how cautious PRX are playing right now. They're waiting for the harbor wall, waiting for all utility. The Molly? Oh!
A little bit of high ground found. Nobody's positioned, so concealed. Now the flash in his face on the swing. Settles the shots. Gets Mind Freak. A 3v2 still the way of PRX. Now Kong's left alone. He's got an op in hand. Devi is weak, but that's another round the way of PRX.
Good patience from PRX on the refight on A. I mean, that was really, really nicely done. Waiting for Forsaken's wall to come back up. The Molly from Mind Freak. It gets the audio cue that nobody had to drop there. And the trades, I mean, they were kind of going in the favor of EDG in the beginning. But when you're retaking with an operator, even if you're Kong, that's a tough ass.
Oh, yeah. Into a 1v2 like that as well with no idea of where the other members are.
Yeah. That little jump spot from Forsaken, too, to spot out where Kong was, just makes it decisive, and they play together. They swing them together. Just like that. Kong is on a stinger, but he's so deadly with it, so it might be able to bring this one back.
Damn, try to get ahead of this stack. Really nice shot out from Smoggy.
It was a pixel.
I like this reposition a lot as well.
Yeah, this is the Omen shining right now. Able to play up close, get a kill, TP out. In this case, TP on top of this little weird high ground. I wonder if Jing wants to clear this. I wonder if he's aware.
That flash from nobody was so good. It went through the roof in hookah to make sure that there was nobody pushing in sand.
That was very cool.
Forsaken has taken a lot of space into Octagon. He's the one with the spike. So there's got to be success found from hookah.
Yeah, nobody has to drop here for PRX to steal this one away.
And it's not going to happen. Smoggy gets in on it as well as EDG find 3.
The B anchor's coming up huge for EDG. That was beautifully played from Smoggy. And then nobody just bunkering down in hookah to clean up the round. Look at this shot. Ooh, on the run. That's that flash that you were speaking of. And from now on, for PRX, I mean, every time you push this Omen off of B long, you got to worry about that elevation. I mean, he could be anywhere now. It's something you're gonna have to constantly clear. That being said, Forsaken will have that Harbor ultimate online. We saw how deadly it was the first time around.
He's invested B, but this time, present A. EDG are really proactive too. They're taking all of his space outside of sand. Smoggy's already rotating into A.
Such a good timing to be proactive too. They haven't done this once yet.
The Reckoning is going to suggest that they're going forward. The timing is so good.
It's perfect.
If they can land the shots, if they can clean things up, it's going to be great, and that's a spike! I thought the spike was further up. Something has his ult. They're going to have to turn back and fight for this area. And things slow down. They've come to a screeching halt. Forsaken on the swing, nobody on the shots. The Harbor down. Now Utility pushing forward. EDG are playing this really patiently, not forcing the matter in from spawn, not forcing the matter in from backside. Happy to hold the line as best as they can, but nobody finally falls. Kong on the swing, and he's overwhelmed. The contain has been lost, the spike has been picked up. And now it's a fast rotate from something B, while Jing draws as much attention as he can. Be a nuisance. That's exactly what he does.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't land the shots, but the veil has been lifted. They've realized that the spike's not here.
The Empress will go down. It's honestly what opened up that entire comeback into this round. And the Reyna, I mean, he's got full utility now. If he gets a kill, he can just get out of dodge.
And he's holding the line on both spots to jump.
It's so scary playing against a Reyna like something.
He's still gonna have to win this 1v2 though. For PRX, he's gotten it down to 1. Tries to reposition, 23 HP. One step to the right. All it will take. Smoggy's holding the line. Anchored in, but now on the tap, spots him again. 4 HP now for the Duelist. Something's creeping his way forward. He's got the knife out now, switching over to the Vandal. Not able to snap onto the shots. Can Smoggy get the defuse? Yes, he can. .36.
And it's EDG this time around, dictating the pace, pushing down hookah. It got scrappy, it got scary, but they closed it out in that 1v1.
One enemy remaining.
That was so close.
He almost hits the shots, man.
Smoggy's been so good. Even yesterday, when they were getting decimated by Heretics, he was the star of the show for EDG. This time more of a team effort, and that'll cause a timeout from PRX. You imagine now PRX might play a little bit more spread of a default, or maybe just watch their back now if they are gonna play all 5 players towards one side of the map. They haven't had to worry about that yet, so, you know, it's okay.
That's just such a perfectly timed call from EDG. You mentioned it during the round. They hadn't done that.
Yeah.
They hadn't accelerated in that way.
And that's what I was looking forward to in that game yesterday, but they just didn't have their footing at all. They do a really good job of changing the pacing on what they do on the defensive side and the attacking side. I'm glad we get to see it now. That being said, nobody will have Seekers online, Pit available for Chichu. And, I mean, there's a lot of ults online that'll be coming to fruition for EDG. Only Seekers to work with for PRX.
Meanwhile, for EDG, you mentioned those ults all coming in line. They've got to chain them together, though.
And look at the spread default that I was talking about. Now you see players on both sides of the map.
A pit used right off the bat from Chichu.
Now an early pit invested like this, it can really force the attacking side to be pushed into B or showers. But on the flip side of that, it can also cause EDG to have to keep a couple players there to protect his back.
And that's exactly the approach that they've taken. But as soon as the Harbor utility goes up B, they've left him. Chichu's now on an island. So all of EDG is B. Devi has his Seekers, and there's still plenty of time left in this round. But it's nobody who uses his first.
This bait set up B long. If EDG do get pushed off of B long here, that's when a rotation will have to come towards that A side of the map.
The Seeker's got a ton of value.
There.
Spotting a couple, I mean all three, I believe. But they freeze again.
Right there.
Posted up outside of B, waiting for the right moment to strike. The flash is going to confirm presence once more. This has been a really nice cycling of utility by nobody. Now traded on the other side. The Seekers going forward. Chichu happy to hold the other side of the map. While the fight ensues B. Devi, massive kills. A 3v3 now. The spike making its way at B as Chichu repositions. He left the pit. He rotates over, but now with 10 seconds left. PRX trying to get back to A as fast as they can and get the spike down.
So much to worry about. You have to worry about short, but Devi, he's kind of ahead of it.
Wise to it, not able to land the shots the first time around.
That was a great jiggle from Chichu. He got the info that both players now are stuck in U-Haul, and he just has to wait for his teammates to push up.
And that's exactly what they're doing. Now Jing turning his attention back there. Devi falls. Jing cannot hold up.
Beautiful discipline from EDG. And Chichu taking the timing on the teleport, getting kills in hookah, and then wrapping all the way back around with the jiggle there. That was fundamentally sound from EDG. Beautiful. And that lead that PRX had, I mean, it's
gone.
It's gone.
Yeah. They had won, I believe it was 6 rounds in a row at one point. This was just such a, I mean, you mentioned the discipline. It was beautiful to watch from EDG. But Chichu, honestly, had so much to do with it. I mean, we talked about the pit at the very beginning. His timing on hitting the TP, his wrap back around was perfect.
Now it's Kong with that showstopper. He gets bought up. Oh, he gets an operator bought up for him.
He's gonna have both. Last round of the half. Money to spend. What a luxury that is.
Last time PRX did this A short wall, I mean, they just sped up B, so that's why you're seeing EDG get proactive here, pushing through showers. All the info is theirs. And the rest of the B anchors for EDG, they're just trying to bait out all that utility early on and buy time for a rotate.
I really like this. Haodong, you mentioned all that info that they get showers, but they deposit Kong. They have Haodong rotating back. Meanwhile, Jing, doesn't connect on the rocket, slams into the wall, and Smoggy's there to punish with it. Nobody, the firing line as Smoggy joins in on the fun. The dizzy over the top. Almost everyone going the way of Smoggy, but Chichu's the one to clean it up.
It's electric in here right now. Smoggy played that to near perfection, tucking in the cubby, jiggling consistently, and then the Omen flash to secure the kills.
What a change.
Look at this. He played this so well. Look, the little tuck right here. And then just the back and forth pre-firing, waiting for that Gecko flash to come over the top. Wonderful.
The timing on that was perfect. It was Haodong who had left Kong showers, rotates back over it. The Dizzy paves the way. We often talk about how Valorant is a family affair. We've got a couple of family members standing by for an interview.
I've got 2 familiar faces with me right here next to the stage. I have Auntie Pearl, who is Jing's mom, and I have Xcaret, Forsaken's brother, and you saw him on stage not too long ago as well. How are you guys enjoying Shanghai?
Very good. I like it here. Much better than Korea.
Oh, wow. Well, I know that you love Shanghai. Forsaken, I know this is Xcaret, sorry. You look like your brother, by the way. I know this is a bit of a nostalgia trip for you. You haven't been here for 7 years, is that right?
Yeah, it's been 7 years. Exactly 7 years I've come to Shanghai, so I'm enjoying my trip a lot after I finish my games. I'm just traveling a lot of good food and then meeting my old friend and something. It's really fun for me.
Oh, wow. That must be that must evoke such memories, right? And Auntie Pearl, I see that you have your props here as well. Did you make this? You said you have an interesting story about this prop.
Because this one was from last year, I brought it all along, and then the team has been very lucky. So yeah, it's here, it's back.
Oh my gosh, so this has traveled pretty much all over the world with you.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a legacy prop indeed. And for Forsaken, the score right now is pretty close. So what do you think of the rest of the map?
I was hoping, of course, PRX to win this game. Even I have a lot of friends in EDG also, but still, I want Epic to win this tournament. So I hope, especially for Jason, I hope he can regain his confidence, because I know he's been stressed a lot yesterday. He talked to me, but I just telling him like, just don't care about it, because he need to be reset and just play with his full confidence for today's match.
That's right. Just relax. You heard it from your big brother. So let's see if PRX can close this one out.
Relaxing is much easier contemplated than completed when you're tied at 6-6 with elimination on the line. I mean, yeah, just relax, bro. What do you got to lose? It's fine.
And I'll tell you who's not relaxed. It's Kong. He was very active in the communication, just talking to his team, yapping like crazy. And that's a good sign for a player like him. I mean, he's really bringing the energy into this arena, into his team. That could just be the difference maker as well in a series like this when there's so much on the line. Elimination. Pride between the two teams. They played each other so much.
The last bout did go the way of EDG. But the problem is they've now turned back over to the attack side, which, again, was a pain point for them yesterday. What adjustments did they make?
That's such a good wall to just delay any type of hookah rush or presence. And that flash to re-walk in, that's proactive.
The protocols were really nice, but the armor on Kong.
Yeah, those shots just didn't hit the mark for something.
I mean, he dinked him, but he had light armor in Classic. That's, yeah, that's what decides that. That's just crazy. It seemed like they had everything prepared, and fortunately for them, if something goes down, Jing and Divide clean it up. The frenzies are perfect as PRX get the pistol.
4 for Jing into that round. That calmness pushing through. And a lot of EDG's demise was against proactivity. This was a double proactive fight here. At first it was just something, then all of a sudden it's Jing on the rotate from A side, all 3 players pushing hookah. That frenzy could be so deadly in close range battles like that.
I'm excited for the rest of his defensive half though, because that, I mean, you highlighted it. The harbor wall with the flash on the other side is so cool.
This is also very cool from EDG. Hero buying Kong, this Bulldog. We've seen in NA at least Oxy doing this quite a bit with C9. And it paid out dividends. They could really catch PRX off guard. Oh, they know now.
It's a heavy investment. The nade, not quite deep enough. But they've got him crunched. Something is here, but he's got nothing but an outlaw. But they're going to continue to push the matter. All playing outside of this TP. Weapons have been upgraded. Mindfreak's the only one who's got a rifle on the other side.
This is so awkward for PRX, and now when you're going against an outlaw, nobody has armor or the HP to deal with this. It's a one-shot kill. Smokey can do some real damage. But they're so split right now.
Toxins going up.
I mean, even Chichu, a Spectre, can nuke down Forsaken or Mindfreak. Forsaken only has a Ghost.
But he's going to get so much info as to where the play is. And if he can get away with one, just one, that's a victory.
Oh, he has to back up now.
30 seconds left.
The thing is, he only spotted one. So Mindfreak has to stay A. Unaware of the fact that both members of EDG have huddled up together. As the smokes go down.
Such
now,
a close round.
13 seconds left. The paranoia out. It's not going to tag Forsaken. Still playing on the other side of it. The spam from Mindfreak not connecting. The warning shots have been delivered, though, and they've got to understand that's where the pressure's coming from. Forsaken on the swing. Mindfreak will clean him up, leaving Chichu all on his own. Spectre still in hand. 70 HP. The gun barrel. But the reposition is really nice from Chichu. He has too many things he has to clear, and not enough time to do it all.
That little barrel, I thought that was gonna be the dagger into PRX. And then he would just have to play in the middle of sight, wait for the drop for Forsaken. It ended up working against him. That's so tough. But a really good eco round for EDG, that Bulldog buy. it makes it so PRX, if they want to invest into this, they're going to be broke in the next round. That got scrappy. I like that EDG are ready for the proactivity from PRX. And it wasn't that clean for PRX as well. If they want to do crunches like that, I mean, you got to have more utility. The timing has to be a little bit better.
Satchel out.
They're always decisive with it, though. You got to give them that. Oh, that second satchel did not go the way it was intended to go.
You see the layers of utility. A Gecko Molly, an Omen Flash, a Sky Flash, all to set up Kong to get that initial exchange, to come out on top, potentially get an entry.
Keep a close eye on that, because you imagine they're going to do it once more. Kong still pushing his way forward. Forsaken on the other side. Won't be around much longer.
The man just doesn't die to judges.
You hear Wingman going forward. Jing has played this position so well, man. He buys his time and he strikes when everything is right. And now the showstopper not going to connect. I don't know where that rocket went.
Mindfreak took the head off of Haodong, so couldn't get value. Yeah, couldn't get value there. With Smoggy, the reposition on short here, and nobody just finessing through the smoke. He finds the timing.
It's so perfect. Divide falls 2v2. Nobody's left in a 1v1. Mindfreak waiting on the other side. He's got that Guardian in hand.
He's playing it so well.
He's buying so much time and then delivers the shots anyway.
The bobbing and weaving from nobody in that 1v1. It kind of just felt like he had a hard read on the situation on Mindfreak. He played that superb. Jing, I mean, he really opened up this retake for his team. But nobody, he was the difference maker.
These are those little 1v1s that we talked about yesterday, that we talked about at the beginning of the half that just weren't going EDG's way. They're starting to turn.
And that's when playing against a team like EDG can be scary, because they do have really good fundamentals. They have good discipline in a lot of those moments.
And they've got fraggers.
Mm-hmm.
So if they can put all of those things together like they have so far, they've got a shot at this. Again, a really nice set of utility. The paranoia, the flash around the corner, and now the dog.
The nade will delay them momentarily, but there's still so much utility.
Oh, those satchels, not able to get him into safety. The spam on the other side is the guns from PRX just not holding up.
And now he can get Seekers if he grabs that orb before the bomb goes down.
Something's got to judge, but at that distance,
Got him. Planted.
Deciding not to fire.
I've got your trail.
Opting for the kill potentially instead.
Just secure the round. I don't mind using these Seekers as well. It could set you up to get those kills easier.
A lot of space here that they're going to have to take, and with all of the guns on the other side, I mean, that Cove will certainly help. But Haodong,
wait,
oh, this has gotten messier than it should have. Chichu and Smoggy are able to keep them back, but that got real ugly for a second.
You can't count PRX out ever, and that's why the Seekers were invested early on. I don't blame nobody for using them in that round whatsoever. And PRX have just been force buying into these rounds back to back to back. Even with scrappy guns, they made it to a 2v2.
And Forsaken reads them like a book, man. As soon as the Clove goes down, they've got to challenge it, right? There's no way you just let that diffuse come through. And so we're tied at 8. 2 ults on the side of EDG. They've been so much more decisive than they were yesterday. These attack halves have been so much more refreshing.
No hesitation. They're not worried about getting outshot, out-manipulated. They're just showing and going right now.
They have a plan, and they are sticking to it.
Look at this, all the utility.
It's the same set of utility we saw in the previous round.
And when you condition utility like that, it really can set up the future round. So they're looking at the long haul right now.
There may not be much more of a long haul left of this map. Kong going forward with rocket in hand will connect onto Jing.
Chef's kiss.
Perfectly played, and look at where Smoggy is. Only able to find one though.
What?
Somehow, something gets 2. Kong on the snap, and something with the 3rd. Leaving the star on his own to settle the shots. The clip runs dry. Something with 4 and PRX with 9.
He just got, what, 3-4 wallbang kills? That was through CT spawn. And you see players go for that, but it usually doesn't go their way. So maybe a little bit of luck getting 2 players with that.
We're gonna look at it one more time.
Look at this. He did see the tracers, but to get two?
Yeah, that's...
And then the third right there? Oh my goodness. Spams to get the kills. It's so hard to beat PRX when they can win rounds like that. It's, what are you supposed to do? You can't do anything about it. And now you're on an eco round.
The ecos have been messy, though.
That's a good opener.
Yeah, but the second kill the other way. Not really what they need. Something playing up close on the other side of this wall. Puts the Lear out, gives the space up. Meanwhile, PRX slowly tightening around the map.
Proactivity from PRX. Pushing too short. But Smoggy, he was checking flick. He just goes back.
Mind Freak can have a feast with this, and that's exactly what he does. Shake's just satchelating forward. Yeah.
Right on his head. Yep. Seen that one before from this guy.
And so we turn our attention to the next round, a very quick precursor as to what we've got, because there are a lot of ults in play here, and we're nearing the end of this map. PRX hanging on to a 2-round lead. They've got the Reckoning. They've got the Orbital Strike.
And you can really invest all these ults into this round because it'll put EDG on such a bad buy for the next that you're sitting on almost match point at that point. I mean, you are sitting at match point. You should be, at least.
And Jing's halfway, more than halfway to his rocket as well. So even if you invest all of those, that's still something that's going to have to be considered later. PRX have set themselves up very nicely.
EDG need to try to bait out at least one of these ults early on and not die, not drop early. If you invest the Viper's Pit off the rip here, I mean, well, might not be good because the ultimates from the other side, they could just cycle them.
We're about to find out how that plays out. Jing getting up top and dropping on him, but nobody had his back.
So clutch.
The pit's still up. Can it be dodged by that? The TP out. Pit's still in play. Something on the flank. Smoggy waiting. But is he aware of how close he is? Drops down, not able to settle the shots. PRX still with the fight into this, but they've got to get past this pit.
It's too hard.
The biggest thing in their way here.
Last player standing.
A 1-for-1. Something left to his own devices. Playing his time as best as he can.
Not even going for it.
No, at this point. Is he even gonna get away with the gun? No. Chichu hunts him down. EDG get to 9.
EDG did a really good job of not falling to any of those ults early on. And for PRX, they wasted so many ults in that scenario.
Dude, nobody
so
saves
nice.
that round.
Yeah, he does.
Because Chichu was the one he was hunting for, and he almost had him.
PRX jumped the gun too early in that retake, and EDG took full advantage of that.
One round between the two. PRX still with 2 ults. You know, we talked so much in the previous round about the setup that PRX have for themselves from an ult perspective, but EDG are slowly getting near a fever pitch with all of theirs. Howdong, Kong, and Nobody.
If they can win this next round, the economy of PRX is going to be in shambles, and they might not even have to invest any of those ults, but they can get a lot of them online.
They're committing to this A. They're committing to this A, and it's a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, the Reckoning will continue to cause problems, but Howdong manages to sidestep all of it. Nobody does too.
What a good split. And now, with that dog being proactive in the CT spawn, they have the info that both players should be on the flank.
And they've seen 2 bits of utility as well, the dog and now the flash.
They're too disciplined in these scenarios. Their post-plant win rate is sky high.
It was good yesterday, it continues today. There's no way for them to get in.
1 enemy remaining.
The reflink from Smoggy, it's clinical.
Something again will try to save. He wasn't successful in the previous round. And I don't even think he really has a shot at it this time. Deals a little bit of damage. They're gonna get out, right?
Just in time. Smoggy's so good, Doug. This guy's sitting at 20 kills on Omen Bind. All momentum going the way of EDG now. Look at that opener onto Jing.
It was steady.
So clean.
No micro adjustment of the crosshair, nothing like that. Just steady swings right into it.
Perfect.
It's literally perfect. You're absolutely right. And so now a timeout called again. We're tied at 10, and that's all that PRX have left. If there's another timeout, it will come courtesy of Edward Gaming.
EDG on a really good spot right now to bring this one home in front of the home crowd, win their first map in this arena, in this tournament. PRX, that round, what, 2 rounds ago, that one was, it was just rough. It's rough losing a round like that. You invested the Brim ult. Your timing wasn't quite there on the retake, and if your timing's not there against a team like EDG, they do really well in the post plant, playing off of each other, playing the crossfire game. And then Smoggy going for the reflanks like that. Now we're seeing why EDG decided to switch off the Brim and put this man on the Omen.
Just so much more ability to get active.
Caution here.
And sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire, and Omen's a controller that can do that.
Oh, they're gonna go aggressive into sand, and that's where they are. Jing has a rocket in hand. Something can flash through the wall. This setup is gonna be devastating if they commit to it. Kong tries to get away, and he's managing to dodge the rocket. PRX put a lot into the back of that punch, and EDG slip it. Now they can reset.
Yeah, it's that push and pull. And that Thrash was picked up again, so they're able to use more utility now to clear out more space if they decide to do so.
Dude, to go from that start in the round to nothing, no sound being made.
You want more? Here's
a flash to confirm there wasn't a flame coming through. And now Thrash, as you mentioned, getting its second cycle out. Something dinked him there. Nobody, down to 12 HP.
Almost got his head taken off.
It's hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, suddenly a freeze to the round now.
Again? Hey, that's twice.
They're so worried about flank, as they should be. That's a fake TP.
Do they bite?
No, they're not. There's a rotation coming in from Mind Freak with the utility from EDG.
You're right, he's already had to be. Something popping the ult.
Left.
Trying to get across. EDG are slowing things down. This has been a problem for them before. If they can settle, though, they should be okay. Forsaken is still going to be on the rotate, but the kill's all coming through for PRX! And now the controller utility has arrived. Divide perch over the top. Smoggy has to frag his way out of this, but he's surrounded. PRX get to 11.
A good hunker down from PRX, just holding hookah. Something he got picked off early there, but the trade's going PRX's favor. This is that beginning. Such a good job from Kong, not going down to that rocket, being dropped down to 5 HP. But it's that timing of when EDG just seem to not know what to do in the round and they're just stuck in a corner where it just works against them.
So issues reared their ugly head yesterday. And that feels like the first time we saw hints of that, right? First time we saw any inkling of things like that.
Yeah.
So PRX, a lead late in map 1.
And this is such a cool setup. You have 2 players on different elevations. You have a Brimstone back sight, a Harbor close up. The Showstopper, it could kill one, but it should be traded.
He's got to get out of there. There's the rocket invested.
Wow.
Again, the satchel utility is just so good, man.
And you're not ready for something on top Chuck after Jing has fallen off.
Apparently you're not ready for Forsaken either, as he gets 3. A flawless round for PRX.
From start to finish, that setup was so beautiful, so clean. So close they can taste it, for sure. And the Reyna flash to back him up as well. That was textbook for PRX. This will be the last time out for Edward Gaming that you were speaking of. They've played a really, really good map so far. It's just these exchanges where PRX come out ahead. They're just so clutch.
Man, what's the plan on the other side of this? You think for EDG here, for this to be as competitive as it was, in the shadows of yesterday, you've got to feel really good about your performance so far. And then you remember, we've played them before. The last time we played them, we beat them. We beat them on this map. And yeah, the compositions are a little different, but a lot of that feeds into confidence going into the map. And for them to have a couple of these 1v1s go their way and to get this close really feels like this map, if it doesn't go their way, that's an opportunity lost. That's something slipped.
It's such a tough spot to be in because you've done so many things right. And sometimes it's just not in your control. Sometimes you play against a team like PRX that just, you know, there's so many heroics from individual players. And then when you lose a round like that to a setup where they're all playing together.
They just satcheled both of them up with one satchel.
Yeah. That's the previous round, something was up on truck. And the outlaw buy for Forsaken here, there's a lot of players on light armor right now for EDG.
Yeah, this buy is not great. And of course, something goes aggressive. Tries to turn the flash coop in his face, cannot find anything else.
Perfect utility from EDG.
And that's a big first step. If they want to take this to OT, that's a massive start. But Forsaken has not been taken off of his perch.
And when EDG freeze into these rounds, so far in this match, they haven't really backed up and gone the other way.
Yeah.
So on the opposite side of the map, Devi got info, and Forsaken now is proactive.
But Kong is too. Aggressively going forward. Mike trying to slam the door on the round. And does his damage. Jin cannot find the target. Devi's left to rotate back A. With a Phantom in hand. Full health, full armor. How does he get past through this? Smoggy's weak, yeah. Nobody's taking a little bit of damage, yeah. But a 1v3 is a big ask. They've got money, so why not go for it? 2 away from Seeker, so why not go for it? But he doesn't find a single thing other than the bullet between his eyes. EDG are still alive.
Oh my Smoggy. Even in the TP onto site, I mean, his barrel was in the face of another player. Executes him. And this is that good utility used from EDG. This time when they freeze into the round, that was scrappy for sure. But Smoggy came out on top. But this time when they freeze, it works to their benefit. They wait. And they wait for the utility. They allow nobody to get onto the site because of the Omen smoke.
Last round of regulation. And again, a heavy stack from PRX, A short. Both duelists and a controller left to hold the line. I mean, they're all here and they're all playing on this tiny little sliver on the other side of the wall. Forsaken so far up here. Meanwhile, pushing all the way up into showers. The orbital strike will send them apart. Smoggy will fall. And Forsaken, the space he had taken was so good. A 5v2 now. It's disaster, they crumble. At the foot of PRX, they cannot stand. Map 1 goes away at Pacific's #1 seed.
What a map from both teams. I mean, hats off.
Sunset on the other side of this break. We'll see you guys there.
Made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face, yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces, I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
Ah.
Hey guys, I'm standing here right now with Alex from PRX. Alex, I feel like that score was a little too close for comfort for a lot of PRX fans. So what do you think the team was really struggling with against EDG?
I mean, they're a very good team, first of all, and home crowd, so we came in here prepared to struggle, so to speak. I think they threw us off a little bit. We expected a Cypher, so we prepared for that. And then having to play with Omen, and we had to get used to the fact that they could really take control of wherever they want with Omen flashes. And that's something that we don't see much in Asia, so it was difficult.
Well, of course, they won't go down without a fight, but neither will you.
Well, you heard it from Coach Alex. They were thrown for a loop. I'm now joined by Mimi and Kukuka once again. They weren't 100% prepared, but this is PRX, right? They still find a way.
Yeah, I felt like this was PRX back in like the PRX form. They make a slight change to their comp, but still the core of it is the same. The way that they can path on their attack side with this composition, especially with that Harbor in the mix, is really incredible. That propelled them to a massive lead, and they managed to close out in the end too.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't an easy task, right? Because we saw some brilliant moments from the side of EDG. In fact, in that game, even though they lost, they had 18 first bloods. So just imagine, it's always the chance of the comeback for PRX and actually being there for the trade.
But that's where we saw the PRX individuals stepping up in these late rounds. Players like something like Jing were saving round after round for PRX.
And speaking of those individuals, I felt like we could have had so many things for the HyperX Reflex moment of the day, but this one goes to the warbang of something.
I mean, it's just so impressive because I bet with one bullet, he gets 2 kills in that one angle that everybody spams, but most likely will not get anything, and something, of course, gets something.
The third kill, that's horrible, but the third kill was also ridiculous. Another blatant spam coming out from this guy. I mean, something is just such a talented player. And any other team picking Reyna, I'd be against it. But the way that he plays this agent is just really good. It gives him the agency to go for really confident plays. And I think they still set up a lot of nice combos between the Sky and the Reyna flashes, kind of making up for the lack of the Gecko.
And not only that, especially when we see them from the defense being aggressive, the way that he was dismissing and being so disruptive onto EDG gave them a lot of edge.
We have to shout out Smoggy though, because I felt like if Smoggy didn't have the performance he had, maybe this map wouldn't have been as close.
Yeah, exactly. We see him topping there in EDG, but even Alex said it. They were not prepared for this. The way that they were executing, the way that the flashes and the paranoias were coming in, the way that he was strong-holding on B, repositioning time after time, the impact that he was having is one of the key reasons why one, we even got to a 6-6 half, and 2, we saw, this result in the end.
That was the most impressive part to me about this Omen for Smoggy, the way he was playing on B. I think he did a great job of picking his timings on when to find that initial fight and then send in the paranoia, teleport into the second angle, and kind of have so many different looks. It's really disruptive. It's kind of similar to like last year when teams saw Sova on Fracture for the first time. When you see an agent you're not really used to and you see like weird utility on a different map, there's always that adjustment period there. So I thought this was actually a really good comp change from EDG, but it's a shame they couldn't close out in the end.
This is the thing, how good of a change is this? But before we talk about that, let's hear what Coach After had to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with After of EDG. After, I'm curious, especially with such a high-pressure situation like this, a high-pressure match, what do you tell your team in order to hype them up?
在如此高压的淘汰赛情况之下，你是跟选手们会说些什么来给他们鼓劲儿打气的呢？
我觉得 FPS 游戏其实就是要纯粹嘛，然后我觉得就是感受台上的激情，然后玩得开心，我觉得这是最重要的。对。
FPX game, pure game. You just need to enjoy the whole things, enjoy the stage. That is all.
Well, we hope that the players will be enjoying this one. So, jayo EDG.
I mean, it was enjoyable for us to watch that map. It was really fun. But the thing is it enough for Sunset? Because it feels like when we get to Sunset, the score disparity might get a bit larger.
I'm pretty worried about EDG going into this Sunset. They looked so rough in that last showing, and I think this has clearly been PRX's strongest map throughout their run in Pacific.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Maybe they have something prepared to see in the Sage. Maybe they really know how to work around it. But based on the preparation and how they were looking against Heretics, it's very difficult to go for EDG. Again, very, very passive at the beginning of the round, not having the cleanest of the starts there on the attack, maybe waiting for something that wasn't happening time after time.
EDG will be starting on this attacking side again, and I think their biggest issue on the attack last time they played Sunset was losing constant control of A main. Their opponent in that game was super proactive, always taking that space, and then in these late rounds finding the right rotates on the defensive side. I think PRX is honestly going to play in a pretty similar way. They'll send a lot of early stuff with like a Sage slow and a nade coming in. Sometimes they'll send the wall over there, and then they'll set up for these really strong late round retakes if they still have that Sage wall, especially blocking off, sticking that diffuse. They're a super disruptive team on this map.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that we need to see a little bit of the EDG that we just saw in Bind in comparison to what we saw against Heretics and Sunset. I want to see them more proactive, more decisive, and sometimes you just got to send it. And especially when the other team is not playing with a Cypher on this map, getting to that post plant should be their #1 priority. We were memeing before about them not being able to get the spike down. That has to be the #1 priority for them right now.
I mean, that's my question. You guys already figured out how to beat PRX. Do you think EDG have ticked any of those things off the box?
I have more faith after seeing the switch up in map #1. I think they had really good game planning, and I like the comp change. I'm hoping they've had the same sit down to talk about how they're going to vary their Sunset today.
Well, it's going to be another change, yeah.
They went into the Astra against Heretics. Maybe they were not completely sure about that. I think that Chicho is an amazing Viper. So maybe putting him here will allow them to regain that space, to use in that toxin screen to at least create a bit more pressure.
And last time they played, I think the pressure got to them in front of the Chinese crowd, the last hope of China. Now here in this match, they look themselves. They're playing confident. They're playing good. They almost took map #1. But this is going to be rough now. They have to bring everything out to try and have a chance at recovery here. If not, it'll be elimination for our last Chinese team.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle no matter what happens from here. Even if they can secure Sunset, they've got Split as well as a map 3. And PRX, they are a very, very resilient opponent. Let's find out if this one can make it to a map 3 and send it back to your casters. Here's Dog and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Jing, the last 2 times he has played on the international stage, has been met with defeat. It was the Champs, and then it was at Madrid. Now, he's potentially 1 map away from getting that monkey off of his back in the face of a crowd that's obviously cheering for EDG, in the face of the history of their matchups, in the face of the last way this series went when these 2 squads clash. And yeah, he wasn't there, but this could be something special. The Desk talked a lot, Dre, about how EDG looked rough the last time they played Attack on Sunset, and this map really kind of lends itself to a little bit of the chaos that PRX like to play with.
And the composition that they like to play with as well. It's so explosive. Yeah, they're on the defense, but when those retakes come through, it's going to be in full effect
there
for PRX. And EDG, they opted to switch to the Viper, which I actually like a lot for them because they're able to do these walk-ups that I was speaking of in the last match that they couldn't do. But PRX, they're so proactive. They do get contact here.
They back right on up. Cool. Dizzy popping off.
There we go. That slow and then explosive approach. They're going to go for even more here. Kong.
Remember, the post lane is where they find success, but this time they try to get a little aggressive ahead of it. The kills are traded, though. Something giving PRX the advantage. They got to what they needed, but it was with a little bit of aggression and a couple of bodies also along the way. EDG have thrived in post plants, but they're down in numbers.
They have the info, though. They push spawn.
Smoggy.
Flash connected, Doug.
Smoggy getting tagged, the Thrash going forward. They thought he was going to funnel out on the other side. He's gotten it down to 1. The wall goes up. There's really nothing waiting on the other side, though. Something falls. Can Mindfreak win this out on his own? Settling shots onto the first. Crosshair swinging onto the second. Out on Patient on the swing. He tries to switch to Ghost, and the timing could not have been worse. EDG get the pistol.
A big pistol win for EDG to set the pace on this attacking side of Sunset. It was that Viper wall that allowed them to creep up into elbow and then explode onto the site with the Gecko Flash. But the key difference here was the disruption of the actual retake. Pushing spawn here, even after they were down numbers, and just playing off of each other. Smoggy again, he hasn't missed a beat all series long. He did so much that round with the Classic. Right-clicking in and out, staying alive. I mean, he barely took any damage at all.
A fast-paced hit here.
And a fast entry from Kong.
Oh, they're turning the other way. It looked like they were going to go elbow, given the wall, given the utility, but they strike the other way.
Down A.
Good trades from EDG to settle the round here. Devi, he's just stuck on the other end of this trip. Haodong will get the info now that that's broken. Look, all three players of EDG are gearing up, ready to swing off of Haodong's contact. They don't even need to.
Not when Haodong's shooting that well.
And he was pretty quiet last map, so it's good to see him heating up a little bit, getting a little bit more comfortable on this stage in this series. The IGL. What a fast, explosive entry from EDG, and the change of pace already. They're in the driver's seat, finally, on their attacking side. They're not playing this super slow game where they just get delayed with 10 seconds left in the round and they're forced to try to plant the bomb.
PRX with 5 rifles, light armor on Devi and Forsaken. And of course, as I call his name, delivers a kill.
Jeez. Peeked into a firing squad right there. Okay.
EDG really tried fighting mid here. I mean, the X's on the minimap tell the tale.
And to be fair for EDG in that round, or in this round, it's not over yet, but they had a chance to get some kills in those exchanges.
Sure.
The shots just didn't go their way this time. You know, they ran into a firing squad. But when you dry peek into top mid like that, it's kind of what you're set up for. You kind of want that.
Right, you want the fight. And you expect the shots to go your way. Something was one of the weaker remaining members. To be fair, there are a lot of them.
Yeah. PRX will clean up that round, Jing, with 3 to his name. It was a mid fight from start to finish. Everybody dying from EDG in mid. And now they'll have a full buy. So a little bit of damage done for EDG, showing PRX that, you know, we like to contact mid. We like to contact A into elbow. We'll also explode onto A. A lot of different looks that PRX have to be wary about now, going into the future rounds.
This is a different look, too.
Yeah, a new Viper wall. Exactly.
Oftentimes when that Viper wall goes A, there's a fault line, there's satchels, there's a dizzy. Oh, but I love this. This time they don't make any noise, but PRX gladly take that fight and come out on top.
Kong almost had that opener, too. He caught something on the tap of his own eye there. Just didn't go his way. Good shots from something, but he gets traded out by Haodong top mid, and now that's a Cypher ult. Full info the way of EDG. They can really maneuver around the map, and that's why you see players taking all that A space.
I love the way that PRX just handled that. It made them look like they were going to go mid. As soon as the second tick goes through, they rotate back A, and Forsaken is ahead of the punch.
That's why. Exactly what you just said. That's the opener for Forsaken, and now they have man advantage in the retake.
Ult committed. Jing looking to find a target. He's found plenty of space. But Haodong's left alone. He's gotten one, but that's all it'll be. Again, that little half a second hezzy mid off of that Cypher ult got them that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, Forsaken was able to just sneak right in there, get that initial kill, get out. Now you have mad advantage. Oh, so close.
Yeah,
Kong was
right.
so close on that kill.
The value of that smoke.
For these future rounds, you imagine EDG are going to try to bait out that fault line and then re-walk into space.
That's what we would like to see.
Yeah.
From them, yeah.
Nevertheless, that was a really clean retake from PRX after being man up.
Devi with an op in hands this round. Light armor. Currently focused on mid, while EDG have eyes set B.
Good cam break off the rip of the round from Mindfreak.
And something has taken so much space here. Creeping around mid, they're gonna have to deal with that trip. Devi gets up top, and he still gets tagged. Has to get back down by the skin of his teeth. I thought he was gonna survive, but he spammed through. Mindfreak now filling in on the space. Will get his one and gets away. Forsaken on the swing. Also getting a couple, but Chichu's left alone, a 1v1, and something has been cooking his flank the entire round.
It's just a PRX round. It's so chaotic. And it's so hard to be watching every single angle at once. They attack you from all sides. I mean, you just killed somebody on top of that connector box. And then all of a sudden, Mindfreak's up there as well. You have to be worried about so much when you're playing against PRX.
And then you've got to deal with the flank.
Yeah, they just took so many timings here.
Last player standing.
It's so hard to play against. Even if you're dialed in on these smokes, the players and the mechanical skill and prowess of PRX, they're so strong, they're able to just snap to your head instantly as they come out.
They play with a pace that often overwhelms, that often leaves opponents stunned and stifled. But EDG are showing they can accelerate the pace a little bit as well.
Fault line did connect on a Kong, which will slow the round down a little bit here and buy time for PRX to get info B main. There was no Cypher Cam in B main this round, so it's kind of a read for PRX that this is a lean towards A, but they're willing to give the site. They have really good ultimates for this retake.
Yeah,
Breach ult,
yeah,
Thrash, and early Thrash to clear out. No, clear out Haodong here.
and they've got him surrounded once more.
Really good utility.
I don't think that, yeah, Paranoid connected, but it doesn't matter.
What was that?
Weaponry on the other side is just not enough as Jing continues to push the pace. Just when they know they've got EDG in a corner, they suffocate them.
It's so smothering to play against. He's just running at your face.
I mean, even that discipline right there for Mindfreak, yeah, they know where the last player was tagged by the Thrash, but still checks his 50 as he walks into elbow.
And something with the Thrash, even in the beginning on the flank, to make sure nobody gets picked off early by Haodong. He knows that he can just bring it back around and pick it up and use it again if no one's there. It's so heads up. Beautiful Valorant being played right now from PRX. And much like the last map, EDG do a timeout around the 4-2 mark. There it is.
First one burned. EDG down 2. And there was concern about how EDG played their attack halves and how slow it was and how it really felt like they just kind of were of a one-track mind, right? We've seen a lot of differences out of EDG this time around, though. They've been a lot more decisive, they've been a lot more aggressive, and they've shown variety in how they like to approach things. But, Dre, it seems like PRX, they still are just so far ahead of what EDG are trying to do.
If they don't see a camera in B main after seeing the previous round with a walk-up, they kind of have an idea of what's going on around the map. Like, they know no one's in B main. That gives the confidence to the team to go for a mid-fight. And then once the mid-fight's not there from the opposing side of EDG, they know it's A. So if you're EDG, you kind of need to run like a 4-1 setup. Maybe have Haodong on a lurk and just control the opposite sides of the map to know if PRX are getting that info in B main, in mid. You don't even have to take the aim duels. I'm not telling Haodong to go crazy and take ones against the firepower of PRX, but you need to know what the defending side is doing to be ahead of what you're doing. And the way to do that is by playing a 4-1 default. Kind of looks like we're going to see that right here.
Oh, I thought he was going to perch up on that wall, try to catch an angle.
Here's that operator again. I mean he could very well still do so with that.
Kong has his too. An attack side up. Currently posted up mid. As nobody has gone exploring around elbow. Mindfreak is the only one close by. Nice shots, but the op trading on the other side.
Great trade.
That'll win that every time.
He saw his elbow and Jing on the reswing wasn't ready for Kong's operator.
Ulting off of that! And it never goes off!
Welcome to my world.
And now there's the pit they're gonna have to deal with. But honestly, if Forsaken plays around this, gets a kill onto Haodong, there may be a shot at it, but it's Haodong who comes out on top. Cypher ult used. Something in Divai will try to get this back. They've got the money and they have the weaponry to do it. But they're down in numbers. They don't have that advantage.
You did good. You kind of just have to pray that you're going to spam the Viper through the smoke at this point if you're PRX. But he steps out of it, Chichu.
Ahead of it. Nicely played.
Confidence like that. You want to keep popping shots in my smoke? I'll bring the fight to you, buddy. That's the operator out of play as well.
Chichu will fall.
Yeah, and something should just save this op in this round. EDG are so good when they get the bomb down. The desk was talking about it. I've been talking about it. And a nice round from EDG. Kong, I think he jumped the gun a little bit too early there with the showstopper, but that did give his team the information of where players were playing. They realized that Forsaken was playing all the way in spawn, off the site. They were able to lurk up with Chichu's Viper's Pit. And this little sidestep right here, that was so clean from nobody.
The trade was really nice, too.
Yeah, and in the last series, I kind of foreshadowed that EDG liked to play an attack side operator on Kong Kong, and sometimes he'll just go up and take space by himself. They never had the economy to be able to do that in the last series, but now that they're actually putting up a fight, they're able to have these different type of looks.
No attack side off this time around. Something has his, and man, nobody never had a shot.
That was so fast. And that's the initiator down for EDG. So you kind of have to contact into anywhere now, and there's a setup from PRX.
As soon as Forsaken gets contact, Jing can swing, or he just gets the kills by himself, and Device with him as well.
It's beautiful.
I mean, you set it up super well. That was very aggressive. That was very PRX. Jing's decision there, but PRX got the round, and you're right. As soon as the initiator goes down, they have to contact.
There's no other option.
And it just so happened that they were leaning into the 3 that PRX had there. That crossfire setup was gorgeous.
It was, yeah, it was swing, swing, swing off of each other. Everyone got a kill. Everyone participated. Here's that initial kill. That was a quick shot.
Yeah, if something gets that line at the beginning of the round uncontested, he's gonna punish you with it.
Even Forsaken just crouched in that little A corner. If he's standing, he probably gets his head taken off. Just that fact of just him crouching in that scenario. He's so aware that EDG have to walk in and you have to break the crosshair somehow.
Toxin screen down.
Aggressive A default from Forsaken. You usually see Omens playing this spot. This time it's going to be a Breach just jump spotting. He'll maybe use a flash to back up if he has to.
I think he got what he was looking for, though. He got that orb. And the Breach ult is so powerful, but it takes, like, what, 20 ult points to get that thing going?
Yeah, I mean, but when you're popping off, like Forsaken can pop off, it makes it seem like you might have one every other round.
Yeah.
Which is so impressive.
Feels like Thrash.
Oh, another entry from something. The second to follow up.
Oh, this is the only real gun they had here. Smoggy strikes. Devi's the only one who's playing back here. Has the res, but no real way to get back to anybody to bring him up unless it's through here. And again, Smoggy's on the other side. Oh, but Devi's gonna go down low. There's no way Smoggy sees this.
Now the res, Doug.
No charges left.
Jeez. Yeah, it seems like he is
30 seconds
been invested, or at least considering it.
He walls himself off to secure it as well.
Howdong's timing could be everything.
One enemy remaining.
The op shot lands. Chichu's 10 HP are the only things standing between PRX and another round. Perfect.
Man, even just walling off the site there. All something has to do after he gets res is just focus on the flank. The other 2 players grouped up with the rifles. And yeah, Chichu took the head off of one of the players, but the trade was just there instantly. That's that entry from something. The second follow-up. It got scrappy though. Maybe a little over-eager for PRX. EDG could have converted this if this timing didn't happen. Smoggy, if he's a second sooner to looking at that angle, maybe he gets an insta headshot onto Devi.
Yeah, maybe a little over-eager, but they live and die by this sword, man. And so when it works great, and it's worked great up against EDG up until this point. Yeah, the first map was close, but
very aggressive. Change of pace on the defensive side. It was the op that got most of the entries this time around. Space gathered in mid and a delay to this B hit. Nobody outside of the smoke from EDG.
Meanwhile, everyone from PRX has already rotated back over. That delay is so good. Something's the only one who's not joined by, and he has an op holding the middle of the map. EDG wise to it have to go through spawn.
The problem here, Doug, is that nobody stayed in B main to see that the Sage wall is up. That allows PRX to actually maybe get ahead of this fight and pick somebody off on their actual entry.
Second round of the Thrash will clear the way, elbow. Kong Kong using the last bit of mobility that he had to get aggressive ahead of it. Little green goo at his feet. Kong Kong will fall.
What a fault line.
Smoggy's in a really nice spot, though. Oh my goodness, what a shot! Forsaken takes his head clean off. Chichu and Howdong have to win this one on their own. Howdong was so weak, and now he's dead. PRX up big.
30 seconds
Not
left.
just in this round, but they're about to hit 7 on the map.
Forsaken might get another Breach ultimate after this kill. Or even if he falls. There it is. Device Sage while being up at B main allows everybody to cheat over towards that A site and disrupt the actual take of EDG. The fast flood. That was a raise nade followed up, the stun.
Wow.
Even Smoggy there, he actually got hit by the stun before he took the TP, so he was irrelevant. He couldn't do anything. It's a beautiful play right now from PRX. Their play style is just so hard to play against. Such a weird composition too.
Again, this aggression as Jinx satchels forward, and this time there's everybody on the other side. EDG, we're all here.
No
and
way.
That level of aggression just sends a shudder down their spine. Even if Jing leaves, which he does, they've got to be afraid of what's afoot, what's at their doorstep. They've invested the Rolling Thunder as well. They're all trapped here. Can EDG stand strong? Forsaken again, patiently playing his time. He's gonna have to do it on his own, and he can't. In the face of that aggression, a thrifty round win for EDG.
It was an aggressive maneuver through the middle of the map from Jing, back-to-back rounds. This time, EDG punishes PRX for their over-aggression. And they needed to do that because, I mean, if they don't win these battles, these gunfights, they're just gonna get smothered once more and just run into the blender that is PRX. The thing is EDG are playing into PRX's hand from start of the round to the end of the round. The initial reactions of EDG off of that mid fight is to speed up A, but that's kind of what PRX wanted. They want to trap you, they want to enclose you. So yeah, they won that round, but I just feel like PRX is making them make these reactionary plays, and when you EDG play reactionary, it just doesn't bode well for them.
It's just such a difficult ask to try to set the pace against PRX, man. They force you on their back foot.
I mean, even here, though, with this top mid smoke, nobody walking out to actually clear mid.
Yeah, so something fills in behind it. The smoke is pointless.
They're just a layer behind right now.
No ults on the side of PRX.
I mean, again, they're smothered once more. But if EDG can get the bomb down, we've seen them thrive in these scenarios.
Wait, what's the cue? They're gonna get that dizzy up. Oh, he gets caught by the trip.
The satchels were missed.
That was such a cool idea, but now they understand where the pressure's coming from, and EDG have to turn eyes back. Every single flash used. Haodong only gets one. Smoggy on the swing. Can't stand up either. Nobody's up, not connecting. But that's okay.
They're walled off.
Devi's gonna get the defuse, at least to have the spam to break the panel.
They have to push.
They've got a body bag in front of them. They hold the defuse the whole way. Devi's wall closes out the half.
Switching sides.
That wall got so much value. And now PRX get to set their own tempo on the attacking side.
Hey, take a look at this one more time. I mean, if not for the trip, that round is probably not that close,
yeah.
But nicely handled by EDG to settle. This last layer, though, this last part of the equation is what's just too far, too unconsidered by EDG. And so they're glad to sit behind their wall. They're glad to get to 8 rounds. Everything has gone their way. We've got an Omen player moments with Jing standing by as we get to pick his brain a little bit here.
I mean, I think we started off really strong, but we kind of, I guess we kind of like lost the fuel. I don't think we ever lost our like first match like this, so I mean it's something new for us, but I guess every time when we lost the grand finals, we lost a team from low bracket, so I guess this might be it. I mean, I don't think I'll say I'm shocked because all of us have not played like a international in pretty long, even though they played in Madrid, but this is all our first game in Shanghai, and G2 has played 2 games, I think 2 or 3 games, and yeah, so I guess they're more warm, I guess. I wasn't really that surprised, but just sad, I guess.
Middle now in hand for him. Clear out of the haunt. Boombot to try to get himself pushed up here into heaven. Something final one. Oh, Gonna be one apiece, but now something. It's up the second kill. A 2v2 here. Forsaken clearing out that Prowler, but cannot steady the aim. Dash around the back. Something with the updraft. 7 bullets remaining here in the Vandal. Now down to 5 as he clears out the Prowler. Playing a ring around the Rosie here. Sees the gun barrel of 1. Swing out, finds it, swap over the classic, and something gets the 4K Red Bull clutch.
I just hope that even if we win or lose, we give you guys a really great show. And if we do lose, I hope that we improve in the future, show you guys even better like PRX gameplay. Thank you to all the fans for supporting us. We have so many fans in China, and we're really happy to see that.
For the way of PRX, a desire, a need, facing elimination to walk away with a win on international soil on the global stage. Meanwhile, for EDG, I mean, you can hear it. The crowd is doing everything they can to light a spark to get them back into the series. They did their damnedest yesterday, and EDG looked a little flat, but this EDG looks way more formidable, Dre.
And they need to start off strong once more. They have to win this pistol if they want to have any comeback into this map.
That nade is really nice, but the fault line and the swing from PRX will leave Kong worse for wear.
Survives with his life.
Just barely, though.
Full rotation from EDG, all 5 members.
I mean, surely they know that everyone's here. The paranoia is out. The dizzy over the top is really nice, and then the swing. But the slow, nobody can't get out. He's forced to fight, and PRX mow him over.
The counter utility from PRX, it was too clean, but they're still running into the mass amounts of EDG players. Haodong is stuck here.
Again, another slow orb with nowhere to go. Maybe Chichu can catch a little something along the way. I don't know if the comms didn't come through there, understanding that's where the bullets were coming from, but they're trying to find safety. And they're gonna try to swing all the way into PRX. 2 of them fall.
2 is criminal there for Mindfreak.
Kong has taken stages by storm throughout his entire career. A desperate need to strike once more. Can Kong deliver? In front of a home crowd. It's just the pistol, but he's got to hit these shots.
He saw Divide.
He's got to convert here. Finds one, but something just comes soaring around the corners. PRX get to 9.
PRX, they went util for util there and came out on top. That Omen flash from Mindfreak, it was everything. It made it so nobody couldn't see a single thing when he peeked. The initial fight for EDG was so good, but the counter utility was just too strong for PRX.
And I mentioned it throughout that round, but both of the opening kills there on Nobody and Haodong, they had nowhere to go. As soon as they were spotted, a slow orb at their feet, they were stuck.
And Haodong did a great job actually getting one, even being stuck in that position. But this death ball from PRX, I just feel like it's going to be too much to handle for Kong. That was a molly miss, though. So maybe PRX overlook that positioning. Oh, he's going to run into a blender of just guns and utility. And that Sage wall makes it just impossible to retake from A lane. Funnels everybody CT or flank.
See that wall go up, something gets dropped.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Sheriff's finding some damage.
Okay.
They've gotten it down to another one. Smoggy's 22 HP. Takes a step back with the fault line in his face. And now Forsaken and Devi, I mean, really just have to stare at this angle right here. Nicely handled by Smoggy to ISO that first side, but it's just too much. PRX will get to 10. Now striking distance away from a series win.
And honestly, just wanting to get revenge for Manye, who EDG beat the last time around in Madrid. These were some really nice shots from EDG. It's not even like EDG are folding under, you know, the pressure that they had yesterday. They're actually online. People are hitting shots from everybody. They've had good team play in general, but PRX, they just look so prepared. And this is their map pick. They're going to be confident on it. This time a more spread approach on the attacking side is PRX. They farm the orb onto Jing. That's now Jing and Forsaken and something coming up on those ultimates. By the end of this round, they might be able to put something together. The IGL, Haodong, sitting Jing down. That could be the spark for EDG. Well, look at the opposite side of the map. This is a free A site.
But they don't have mid. And that's where EDG are filling.
And PRX don't have bomb either.
They've put the wall up. I guess they think they're safe across the middle of the map. Devi has to be careful here.
Oh.
As he's gonna try to cross. Kong has gotten ahead of it. He's gonna get the kill, and that's a spike.
Spike down B.
But they don't know. They don't know that all the players were towards the A side of the map, so he kind of has to give bomb here. Right there. Howdong does aggress B main. That will give EDG the info that everybody was towards that A side of the map.
He's got the line. They're gonna have to swing into it. That fault line is just so good, but something will fall. Howdong now forced to swing back into the fight as the spike hits the ground once more. Mindfreak left in a 1v4. EDG played this so well. Proactively taking space everywhere across the map. Nicely done as EDG gets a 5.
Great job from EDG. That opener from Howdong, the re-aggression into B main after the bomb is dropped. Really good stuff. But a bit of fortune that the bomb was not towards the A players. Had the bomb been towards the A site in the big pack of players, that's a bomb down for certain. A good answer back from EDG as we head into the 16th round. A bit of a scrappy buy for PRX. But they thrive in moments like this, and if they explode onto this B site, there's no trips here yet.
And in the face of a full buy from EDG, this close to closing it out.
Showstopper.
This could be a mess. Spike drop. What EDG desperately need to avoid is now knocking on their doorstep. They still have guns though, and they're healthy. But the Thrash invested. You imagine Jing will follow. Rocket online, no satchels to get any sort of space.
And no kill either.
Meanwhile, Kong on the swing. He's now 1 point away from having his ult online. Jing up close with the stinger, avoiding the utility, still getting a shot on a nobody. He connects onto the second. Kong again. Left to deliver for EDG. And with targets on either side, that very well may be the dagger.
The thrifty from PRX. It was a scrappy buy, but like I said, they thrive in moments like this. This entry from Jing, that Omen flash, even the Breach C to follow up, and this little intuition peek from Jing. That was so cold, Doug. He was tucked there the entire time, but he knew the window of opportunity that he could have had, and he took full advantage of it. EDG, this will be the timeout. The last time out. They have to bring it back. This is elimination. Home soil, home crowd advantage. PRX came ready to play today. They had something to say about their last performance, that's for sure.
They've got to close this thing out. And you can tell they've got EDG on a lifeline.
Yeah, that first map, I mean, it was packed with suspense. It was an emotional roller coaster for both teams. But the mental and the confidence going into your map pick, that's a different type of energy. Forsaken has that Breach ult online. Mindfreak has the Omen ult. Kong. He's sitting at a shorty and a raise rocket. I think he might use it off the rip here.
No reason to leave any stone unturned, but the paranoia hits him.
He got hit by his teammate's Omen flash. I think Mindfreak also blew his as well. Maybe it was Mindfreak's.
But he's gotten so far up already, Mindfreak has. Making sure there's no flank coming around. You see the slurps coming through. The wall will go up. A little bit of cheeky gap here on the other side. Understanding that's where the pressure could be coming from. Howdong has fallen. The spike is down. Oh, how can EDG try to take this thing back? They've got a rifle in the hands of Smoggy and in nobody.
It's a good start.
He strikes first.
Right there.
The wall's still in play. Now they can sit back with Forsaken's ult. If they really want to get messy with it, Mindfreak can flip it. TP deep behind enemy lines. Instill chaos into the round. Or they just close it out with the fault line. A really nice shot out from Smoggy. It's getting messier than it should have been. Again, Kong left alone. Can he deliver this time? No. 0 for 3 as PRX get to series point.
That was the closest chance he's had in the 1v2s. Every other time, it was just PRX playing with their food, peeking in and out. The shots couldn't quite hit the mark for Kong in that last shot. That last opportunity in the 1v2. And this Sage Wall from PRX, it makes it so you just have to spam the default box as that Gecko is planting the bomb. If anybody wants to push up, I mean, it's only one lane they have to worry about, really. A very aggressive approach to this round. Cypher Trip not broken, though. So EDG, they shouldn't have to over-rotate towards this B site. And that's why you see Kong getting a little aggressive on this A line. If PRX decide to walk back in, he might be able to get one and get out with his life. I'm curious to see if PRX invest any utility here. They won't. What a flick.
He pays for it with his life. And finally, a numbers advantage for EDG.
With bombs so far away as well. Fault line will inevitably have Kong have to back up, but he's re-aggressing.
Of course he is. Now taking a step back, the rest to bring Mindfreak into the fold once more. Now the Rolling Thunder.
Connected as well. He's not going to be able to disrupt anything here.
Shoving him away, but take a look at Nobody. He's gotten really far up. Do they clear him? Do they know he's there? The crossfire's so nice! Forsaken falls, Nobody on the swing, connects! 3 left on the side of PRX, make that 2. EDG seem to be holding the line here, and they're throwing everything into this. With 13 seconds left, PRX have nowhere to go.
It's just a save.
10 seconds left.
Well played around from EDG. All off the back of Kong. And Howdong Cypher utility stayed alive at B for so long that they were able to get ahead of that. Getting really aggressive, taking the smokes out early. This was that flick. So precise. The res did come through, but again, when you have an operator player like this who's so confident, and he's honestly one of the most skilled operators in this game, without a doubt. If he hits the shot on you, if you don't insta-headshot him, you're going down.
Yeah, you're losing that fight.
So that's why he's so confident going for these re-aggro fights consistently. He knows he's going to kill you if you whip.
EDG still with a long way to go. So much ground to make up. They have a couple of tools here. Kong still has the op. Meanwhile, it's a weird buy for PRX. Forsaken couldn't even really purchase much into this. He's got utility, sure, but no gun.
And I wonder if this time around they're leaving the trip here on purpose to set up Jing for alert kill after they aggress in mid or retake the A line.
Yeah, late split or something like that.
Yeah, that's so impressive. I'm pretty sure they were aware that they didn't break it the last round, and now they're reading into it.
Right there.
That smoke suggests that they're going to try to get through the middle of the map and try to split B through spawn, but he's ahead of it.
Look at this. This is all prep. They know that Smoggy likes to play on top of here. Oh, he almost got caught out being in his smoke form.
Pushed off the wall, and now they decide to go. The wingman first, the wall up, Jing playing on the other side. Howdong falls, so does Smoggy. 3 left to try to stay up, to try to keep tournament hopes alive. And that's another that will fall, another that will crumble. Nobody was nowhere to go. PRX seemed to have done it. In the face of 5, Nobody will fall. Grand finals in LA, lower finals in Madrid, in front of a Chinese crowd. The Heartbreak Kids will not be denied. Not in Shanghai, not yet.
PRX excelled in every aspect in this match. They fought against adversity on Vine. They closed it out on their map convincingly on Sunset. And EDG, although they had a way better showing this time around, this should be a wake-up call.
A 2-0 sweep, and PRX look good. They look really good. In pursuit of what has eluded them for so long. This is a team that many people expected to have already lifted hardware once, and they got close. They got so close. They've done it so many times. And just when it seemed like they were gonna have to bow out and take an early exit, they silence EDG and do so in impressive fashion.
That last map was a spectacle, that's for sure. And here are gonna be the highlights. Smoggy, he did such a good round here on the pistol. Should allow Haodong to secure it, but it just seemed like after the pistol and that anti-eco, PRX just had full control of this map. They manipulated EDG to play into their hands, into their setups. And the operator on the defensive side, Gecko, for something that, I mean, look, he has 6 first bloods. That was a big part of that.
PRX did such a good job of hitting their utility at the right spots. They were decisive on their strikes. Again, they don't really care about what the other team is doing, right? They know this is the pace they want to play at. This is the approach they want to take. It's going to be taking space mid. It's going to be satcheling through. It's so decisive, and it looks so good every single time. And honestly, EDG, yeah, they were competitive map 1, but they just got rolled on Sunset, man.
And when you're playing against a team that, I mean, they're willing to die on their shield.
Yeah.
That's just going into that matchup, you're like, oh man, it's intimidating in itself.
Oh yeah. The gunfights have to go your way. The utility has to be on point. And again, on Bind, we did see some of that, but Sunset just told a different story. We've got the Verizon, post-match interview with Valora and Jing standing by on the stage behind us right now.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再一次恭喜 PRX 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了竞选手来接受我们的采访。Welcome to the post-match interview, and now I'm joined by Jing from PRX with us. Congratulations on this win. And would you like to say hi to the audience first?
Hello, everybody.
先跟大家打了个招呼，也是大家很热情的回应了一下。第一个问题也是想要问到竞选手，因为其实 PRX 一直有自己一套非常独特的打法风格，也给我们的联赛带来了很多不一样的色彩。那我们也很好奇，每一次他们在面对这种自己比较激进的打法风格，以及他们一如既往的稳定发挥的时候，他们是如何达到这么好的平衡的呢？ So you have such a unique playstyle that bring to the league. How to find a way to balance your iconic playstyle and stable performance?
I mean, it's just what we are used to, so I guess we just have to practice and keep playing the same way, and we'll just get used to it and we'll be more consistent.
他说，对于他们来说，其实他们也是很习惯于这样的打法风格。对于他们来说，他们只需要不断的练习，不断的坚持，保持自己一如既往的稳定发挥就可以。那接下来也想问一下竞选手，因为其实 PRX 包括竞选手本身在中国都有非常多的粉丝，那有没有什么想要对中国粉丝们说的话呢？You have a large number of fans in China. Do you know that?
Yes.
So would you like to say something to the fans?
Just thank you to all the fans for supporting us. I mean, it's hard for all the China fans to usually like come in contact with us, but now like I see all the fans, we are all really happy. So yeah, very happy for all the fans.
他说非常感谢大家对他们一如既往的支持，平常可能在其他比赛里也很少有机会可以看到这么多的中国粉丝，但是今天见到了，他也觉得非常的开心，也感谢大家对他们的支持。那同时今天也是一个6·1儿童节嘛，然后想让竞选手祝一下大家6·1儿童节快乐，可以吗？大家想听吗？ So today is Children's Day in China. Do you know that?
No.
So would you like to say Happy Children's Day in Chinese maybe to the audience?
Sure,
I can teach you.
Yeah, you can teach me.
儿童节快乐。
儿童节快乐。
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's all for the interview. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
那我们的赛后采访到这里就结束了，先拜拜。
Honestly, that is our humble king. Shout out Happy
Every
Children's
Jing
Day.
interview is the most wholesome thing.
Do you guys want to know how to say Happy Children's Day? You
Sure.
want to mimic Jing as well?
I'm learning so much.
All right, I'll do it slowly. 儿童节快乐.
儿童节快乐.
Ah, you did it just as good as him. Well done.
Well, I don't know if that's true.
I can barely see with this. But yeah,
You got a problem with our
PRX.
guy here?
Who would have thought PRX would win that one, eh?
I think
All of
most
us.
people.
Yeah.
But I mean, still, it's kind of tragic to see EDG go home this early, especially in front of their home crowd. They really underperformed their first game, but I think they did show them their true selves in this match, especially on that map number 1. I think we saw really good stuff. Smoggy was stepping up. These guys were starting to perform. It felt like they were starting to hit their stride, but it was a moment too late already in this lower bracket.
Maybe against a different opponent, maybe if they would have played this way, the way that we saw them today against Heretics, the result would have been other, but this is EDG's worst result in an international event. Like, they haven't even managed to win a single map. It is devastating.
And it's kind of the brutality of getting the bye into playoffs, right? It's the risk reward. Sometimes you play great out the gate, and sometimes you lose 2 matches and you go straight home. And that's what's happened to both EDG and Fnatic today. Really a sad day to let both these teams go.
Yeah, a very sad day indeed, but I think it's the day that nobody really expected. I think with EDG, maybe after what we saw from the first match, PRX is going to be a tough opponent.
Fnatic is a big surprise.
But yeah, right?
I mean, it's still props to FUT, hear me out. Like, they managed to, even though Fnatic had a very, very strong start of the day, they managed to come back and do it beautifully so in that last one. Yes, we know that we're sad, but we know that Fnatic is the kind of team that will bounce back eventually. And then when they get back to the region, we will see a different face from them.
They've never lost 3 in a row. So that's guaranteed.
That's
They're definitely winning the opening game as we get back to the region.
And they got the 3 points from winning the final. So they, you know, there's a chance.
Most likely to see them at Champs.
Exactly.
Yeah, Champs is not looking too bad for them. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's take a look at the bracket, because I feel like a lot of people's pick'ems were ruined.
I mean, in the first round, I think is where everything was going wrong. This upset as well with FUT beating Fnatic, I don't think anyone would have seen coming. But credit to FUT, this is now their deepest run they've ever had at an international tournament. They've guaranteed at least top 6. It's a big moment for those boys. But for PRX, the other team down below, the pressure's on. People were talking about them as a tournament favorite coming into Masters Shanghai, and now they've got to run the gauntlet if they want a chance.
I think, Kakuka, the scary thing is for the upper bracket team, if they drop down, they got to play PRX or FUT.
No, hear me out. We're talking about tomorrow that we're going to have 2 amazing matches. G2 versus Team Heretics and 100 Thieves versus Genji. The second one is a certified banger, but whomever loses has to go on to pay PRX.
Yeah, right.
It's another certified banger.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. I think that 100 Thieves Genji match is the one I have been most excited for throughout this tournament. Those 2 teams, I think, have looked in the best form out of all of our teams here at this tournament. Genji especially really impressing with their resiliency in the Fnatic series, and 100 Thieves out the gate, utterly destroying a FUT who just proved how good they are today against Fnatic. And it really makes you ask, how good is 100 Thieves really?
Yeah, exactly. We want to see if Genji is going to make it deeper, we need to see some clean wins coming from them. They've always taken
every
it to
map one they lose.
Yes, exactly.
Honestly, I feel the opposite way. I feel like a win is a win. Like, it doesn't matter how you win it, and Genji, if they want to just play every map.
The reps. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that is famously true, but I bet they would like to win a map 1 at some point.
Nah, let them play every map. I want to see as much of Genji as humanly possible. But thank you very much, you two, for joining me for today. Commiserations, of course, to EDG and Fnatic. But we have more action coming up. Make sure to come back and join us here for tomorrow, starting with 100 Thieves versus Genji. And we'll see you then.
Here's a friend.
Yeah, on top of this hair? I don't think so, girl.
This is the position that no team wanted to be in the lower bracket already here at playoffs. But both of these opponents are very, very familiar with each other, and a matchup we have seen many times before.
Flash going in behind Chronicle, faces back in towards main, finds one. And that's just going to be the cleanup, getting ready to come through. Is shot into the leg, and it's a flawless.
They haven't grabbed the spike just yet.
Oh, the instant dink into the spray down. Leo coming up with a second. Ada Captain going to be taken out. Another flash sent. EDG with a nice timing. Does catch Chronicle unaware, and EDG, another big round from him. Again, advantage edge very much here in the hands of Fnatic as they storm their way over onto the A side. Chronicle holding the rope. Nice. 13-5, Fnatic not allowing for overtime, not allowing for FUT to even get close here in this opener.
And then Atacaptain so ready for those quick rotations.
He's on the hunt right now. Boaster at risk. Boaster dead. Last pack across, but Durka also dead to rights. Atacaptain with a 4-piece. Gets FUT up 3-0. Atacaptain having to tuck back TP up over the top. Not going to be heard here, but Atacaptain still finds Alfier. FRAX getting another Atacaptain ready for it. Leo up over the top, just waiting patiently here for that wall to fall. He comes away with one, but CNED gets himself a third. CNED feeling it, gets himself the 4-piece, can't find the ace, but still. 13-8, FUT will take us the distance. They are not going out without a fight. They are sending us to a set. It's all on EDG, trying to fish him out, finds it. With Hunter's Fury already committed, gets some decent damage to swing in, and Leo, he will bail them out and get Fnatic on the board. Move it. Tries to go for a timing shot, but now the fragment will keep him off the angle, but no! Scopes back through, finds Alfier. What a round from FUT, what a shot from CNED. Fortunate to be able to drift back after getting a spot here onto CNED. CNED wants to take the pace up and over, spots him, they know exactly where he's at. He will get taken down. Shock dart, sent, head, spotted. Mr. Fallen already finding one, CNED getting the other. It's all tumbling down. Rumors of Fnatic's return were greatly exaggerated, but the Turkish gods showed up to play. 13-3, it is absolute devastation as they cannibalize their own region and send the #1 seed team home.
Every single time EDG have qualified for an international tournament, they have faced PRX. And it wasn't until recently that they managed to actually take them down. My biggest worry is, though, for EDG, over the last 6 maps they've played, they've lost every single one of them, and they have only managed to win, in total, 25 rounds.
Oh my gosh. Well, the duels are going the way of EDG this time.
Oh, he wants more.
As the flash paves the way, the kills come through. Kong with 4, and EDG with their second. Device left alone. Not a ton of HP. Both of them fall, but the Red Bull clutch comes through for PRX. What? Somehow, something gets 2. Kong on the snap, but something with the 3rd. Leaving the star on his own to settle the shots. The clip runs dry. Something with 4 and PRX with 9.
And you're not ready for something on top Chuck after Jing has fallen off.
And apparently you're not ready for Forsaken either, as he gets 3. At the foot of PRX, they cannot stand. Map 1 goes the way of Pacific's #1 seed. A fast pace hit here.
And a fast entry from Kong.
Oh, they're turning the other way. It looked like they were going to go elbow. Give him the wall, give him the utility, but they strike the other way. And they've got him surrounded once more.
Really good utility.
I don't think that, Paranoid connected, but it doesn't matter.
What was that?
Weaponry on the other side is just not enough as Jing continues to push the pace. Little green goo at his feet. Kong will fall.
What a fault line.
Smuggy's in a really nice spot, though. Oh my goodness, what a shot. Chichu and Haodong have to win this one on their own. Haodong was so weak, and now he's dead.
There it is.
And in the face of a full buy from EDG, this close to closing it out. Avoiding the utility, still getting a shot under nobody. He connects onto the second. That very well may be the dagger. Grand finals in LA, lower finals in Madrid, in front of a Chinese crowd. The Heartbreak Kids will not be denied. Not in Shanghai, not yet.
head like booyah. The sharpshooter. I'm quick to bust, hit the dust, explosive get crushed. The sharpshooter. I'm quick to bust, hit the dust, the sharpshooter.